Chapter 1. The gymnasium at U.A High School smelled the way it always did before a quirk assessment, a mixture of rubber floor matting, ozone from overworked support equipment, and the particular nervous sweat of 15-year-olds who understood, on some level, that today was going to decide how the rest of their lives were treated. Izuku Midoriya stood near the back of the line, notebook tucked under one arm out of habit even though he had been told 3 times already that he would not need it for this exercise, and watched Present Mike adjust the calibration dials on the readout board with the theatrical flourish of a man who loved his job more than was strictly professional. Izuku had spent 4 years memorizing quirks that were not his own. He had catalogued fire and ice and steel and shadow and gravity in notebook after notebook, filling margins with diagrams and speculation, because for the first 10 years of his life a doctor had looked at an X-ray of his foot, found no trace of a joint mutation, and told his mother with the gentle, practiced sympathy of someone delivering the same verdict for the 1000th time that her son would never manifest a quirk at all. Quirkless. The word had followed him through elementary school like a shadow with teeth. And then, 3 weeks before his 15th birthday, standing in the kitchen trying to help his mother lift a pot that had slipped from her hands, he had reached out instinctively to catch it and felt something inside his chest go cold, actually cold, like a window left open in December. And the pot's non-stick coating quirk enhancement his mother had paid extra for had simply stopped working the instant his fingers brushed the handle. The coating cracked. The rice burned to the bottom in 9 minutes flat. His mother had cried that night, but not from disappointment. She had held him and sobbed with a kind of relief so total it frightened him more than the burnt rice had, because for 4 years she had watched him stare at heroes on television with an ache in his eyes that she could not fix, and now, finally, however strange the manifestation, he had something. A quirk. A place in the world that was not defined by absence. He had not told her what it felt like from the inside. That was the part he kept in the notebooks, in a section he had started labeling only in his own private shorthand. Because when he reached for something, when he let the cold spread down his arm and into his fingers, it did not feel like power. It felt like hunger. It felt like the thing on the other end of his hand was being quietly, patiently eaten. Midoriya, you're up, Present Mike called, snapping Izuku out of the memory. Come on, listen up, this one's simple, we just need baseline numbers for the file. Little punch, little demonstration, whatever your thing does, just give me something I can put a decimal point on. Izuku walked to the center of the mat. 20 of his classmates were watching from the bleachers, half out of genuine curiosity, because in 3 months of shared homeroom nobody, including Izuku himself, had actually seen his quirk activate on purpose. He had spent the entire first term finding excuses. A stomachache during the first assessment. A scheduling conflict during the second. He was good at finding reasons, the same way he had once been good at finding reasons why a quirkless boy still deserved to dream about being a hero. But there was no excuse left today, and Recovery Girl was standing by with a first aid kit, and Aizawa was watching from the sidelines with his arms crossed and his eyes doing that flat, assessing thing they always did, cataloging rather than judging, or so Izuku had always believed. There was a simple wooden crate they used for these baseline tests, rigged with a self-repairing quirk enhancement so students could demonstrate destructive or elemental abilities without permanently trashing school property. Present Mike gestured at it. Whenever you're ready. Give it your best shot. Izuku closed his eyes for 1 second, the way he always did, and thought about his mother crying with relief in the kitchen, and reached out. He had never let the cold go further than his own hand before. He had tested it, carefully, alone, on old batteries and dying flashlights and the automatic sensor on the vending machine outside his apartment, always small, always contained, always something he could apologize for later if it broke. He had never reached for a crate enhanced with an active, sustained quirk effect designed to resist damage. He had never reached for something that was, in its own small mechanical way, alive with power the way a person was. The cold left his hand. It did not travel like heat or electricity, in a visible arc or a shimmer of displaced air. It simply expanded, the way frost spreads across a window pane in time lapse, and the crate's self-repairing enhancement did not break, did not spark, did not resist. It simply stopped. The quirk winked out of existence as though it had never been written into the object at all, and in the same silent heartbeat every device within roughly 8 meters of Izuku Midoriya went dark. The readout board's calibration lights died mid-blink. Present mix microphone enhancement earphone jacks, which fed his voice quirk through the gymnasium speakers, cut out with an audible pop, and his voice dropped instantly to ordinary volume, thin and human and startled in the sudden quiet. 2 of his classmates in the bleachers, both of whom had activated small passive quirks, a permanent low-level glow from Kaminari's hands and the constant faint shimmer around Ishido's skin, simply lost them, blinking down at their own bodies in confusion. For 3 full seconds, nobody said anything. Izuku opened his eyes and saw it happen in real time. Aizawa's own quirk, Erasure, which he had activated reflexively the moment Izuku's ability triggered in an attempt to counter whatever was unfolding, was already active and did not so much clash with Izuku's field as get absorbed into it, extinguished the way a candle is extinguished by cupped hands rather than blown out. Aizawa's eyes, normally flat red when erasing, went wide, and for one instant Izuku saw something on his homeroom teacher's face that he had never seen there before and would spend the rest of his life wishing he could unsee. Fear. Midoriya. Aizawa's voice was very quiet, and very controlled, in the specific way that meant he was working extremely hard to keep it that way. Pull it back. Now. Izuku did not know how. That was the truth of it, the truth he would try to explain over and over in the days that followed to people who had already stopped listening, that he had never let it go this far, had never known it could go this far, and standing there in the abrupt silence of a gymnasium full of dead machinery and quirkless students he understood for the first time exactly how large the thing living inside his chest actually was. He yanked his hand back and clenched his fist, and the cold receded like a tide, and the readout board flickered and came back online with an apologetic beep, and Kaminari's hands began to glow again, faint and yellow and relieved. "I'm sorry," Izuku said, and his voice cracked on the second word. "I didn't mean to, I didn't know it would, I've never tried it on anything that big before, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Nobody moved to comfort him. That was the detail that stayed with him longest, longer than the fear on Aizawa's face, longer than the dead silence of the gym, that in 3 months of homeroom, of shared lunches and late study sessions and the small unglamorous solidarity of a class that had, by all appearances, actually liked him, not one person came down off the bleachers. Aizawa deactivated his own quirk and stepped forward slowly, the way a person steps forward around something that might bite. "Everyone stay where you are," he said, to the class, not to Izuku, and that too was a small thing that Izuku would turn over and over in the coming weeks like a stone worn smooth from handling, the specific and deliberate choice of who the instruction was for. Present mix voice, when it came back through the recovering speakers, had lost every trace of its usual showmanship. "I'm gonna need you to write up exactly what happened," he said to Aizawa, not looking at Izuku at all. Word for word. Recovery Girl, to her enormous credit, was the only adult in the room who approached him directly, cane tapping across the mat, and put a hand on his shoulder that was warm and steady in a way nothing else in the gymnasium was. "Are you hurt?" she asked, and it was such an ordinary question, such a human one, that Izuku almost cried from the relief of it. "No," he managed. "No, I'm okay, I didn't know I could do that." "Nobody's blaming you, dear," she said, but even she glanced back over her shoulder at Aizawa as she said it, and even she, Izuku noticed, did not disagree when Aizawa told the class the assessment was over for the day and asked everyone, gently but with an edge underneath the gentleness, to head back to the classroom without discussing what they had seen. He walked home alone that afternoon. Nobody offered to walk with him, not because anyone said anything cruel, not because Kaken shoved him against a locker the way he sometimes still did out of old habit more than genuine malice, but because a strange and total quiet had fallen over Class 1A that neither he nor anyone else seemed to know how to break. Uraraka caught his eye once in the hallway and opened her mouth like she wanted to say something, and then closed it again, and looked away, and Izuku understood, with the particular clarity of a boy who had spent his whole childhood learning to read the moment right before people decided you were not worth the risk of associating with, that something fundamental had shifted. That night, alone in his room, Izuku sat on the edge of his bed and finally let himself look, properly, at the notebook page he had never shown anyone. He had labeled it, months earlier, in handwriting smaller and more cramped than the rest of his notes, as though some part of him had already known it needed to be hidden. Working theory, quirk does not add anything to the world. It only takes. He had written that sentence on a night he could no longer remember, half asleep, half afraid, and had never crossed it out, because some part of him had understood even then that it was true, and that a quirk which only ever subtracted from the world was not the kind of quirk anyone built statues of. Heroes created. They put out fires, they caught falling buildings, they turned the tide of disasters into stories people could survive and later tell their children. What did a quirk that only erased things actually build? He did not know. He had spent 4 years imagining himself standing on rooftops the way All Might once had, and not once in those 4 years had he imagined a power whose only real skill was making other people's power disappear. He thought about calling Kaken, absurdly, an old habit from childhood that had never fully died no matter how badly Kaken had treated him over the years, the reflex to reach for the one person who had always, in his own violent, complicated way, refused to underestimate him. He did not call. He sat instead with the notebook open on his knees, listening to his mother moving quietly in the kitchen below, pretending to do dishes that did not need doing, the particular sound of a parent trying to occupy her hands so she would not have to sit still with her fear, and Izuku understood, distantly, that whatever tomorrow brought, some version of the boy who had filled these pages with hope was already gone, replaced by someone colder, someone more careful, someone who had learned in a single afternoon exactly how quickly the people who taught you courage could decide you were no longer worth defending. He did not know yet that 3 floors above the gymnasium where it had all started, in a conference room he had never been inside, Aizawa's incident report had already been read twice, forwarded to the principal, and forwarded again, within the hour, to a phone number that did not belong to anyone at U.A High School at all. Chapter 2. The Hero Public Safety Commission did not, as a rule, involve itself in the disciplinary affairs of individual students. That was the story told to the public, at least, the comfortable fiction of a regulatory body that existed primarily to license heroes and adjudicate large-scale incidents, hovering somewhere above the daily grind of Hero Academy life the way a weather system hovers above a city, present but not personal. Izuku had believed that story as completely as everyone else, right up until the morning, 4 days after the gymnasium incident, when he arrived at school to find 2 black cars parked in the visitor lot that did not belong to any parent or vendor he recognized, and a note taped to the inside of his locker asking him to report to the principal's office before homeroom instead of after. The office was full when he arrived. Principal Nizu sat in his usual chair, small paws folded on the desk in front of him, and beside him sat Aizawa, arms crossed, expression unreadable, and beside Aizawa sat All Might, out of costume, in a gray cardigan that made him look smaller and older than Izuku had ever seen him look, not meeting Izuku's eyes at all. And across from all 3 of them, in chairs pulled up like a tribunal, sat 2 people Izuku did not recognize, a woman in a severe navy suit with a commission pin on her lapel, and a man with the particular bland, forgettable face of someone who had spent a career being deliberately unmemorable. Young Midoriya, All Might said, and his voice, even quiet, even tired, still carried the ghost of the boom that had once made Izuku's chest swell with hope on a rooftop years ago. Please, sit down. Izuku sat. He had come in expecting a lecture about safety protocols, maybe a recommendation that he train the quirk under closer supervision, maybe even, in his most anxious imaginings on the walk to school, a suggestion that he transfer out of the hero course into general studies. He had not imagined this. The woman in the navy suit introduced herself as Director Amaya Hashiba, of the Commission's Quirk Threat Assessment Division, and Izuku felt something in his stomach drop the instant the word threat left her mouth, because he understood, in the way one understands the shape of a falling object before it lands, exactly what kind of conversation this was going to become. We have reviewed the footage and the incident report from your quirk assessment, Hashiba said, opening a folder that Izuku noticed, with a small distant part of his brain that was still cataloging details out of old habit, contained photographs he did not remember anyone taking. We've also had our analysts run a comparative profile against known quirk taxonomies. I want to be direct with you, Midoriya. Your quirk profile is being flagged as a Class 1 anomaly. I'm sorry, what does that mean? Izuku said, and hated how small his voice sounded in the room. It means, said the bland man, speaking for the first time, that your ability shares a functional signature with exactly one other documented quirk in the Commission's thread archive. All for one. The room did not move. Izuku felt the words land somewhere behind his sternum and sit there, cold and enormous, and for a long moment he could not make himself speak at all, because the accusation was so far outside anything he had prepared himself for that his mind simply refused to process it as a real sentence someone had actually said out loud. No, that's not, I don't take quirks, he finally managed. I don't take them, it just turns things off, it's not the same thing. All for one steals quirks and gives them away. I don't do either of those things, I've never. We're aware of the mechanical distinction, Hashiba said, not unkindly, which was somehow worse than if she had been cruel about it, because the calm, procedural evenness of her voice made it clear this was not a debate she considered open. Nullification and transference are not identical mechanisms. But threat assessment isn't only about mechanism, Midoriya. It's about outcome and precedent. A quirk that can neutralize other quirks in an 8-meter radius, undetected, without any visible warning sign to the people around it, is functionally the single most dangerous ability profile our division has encountered since the original documentation of All for One's power 30 years ago. We are not accusing you of villainy. We are telling you that your quirk, left untrained and unregulated, represents an unacceptable liability, both to public safety and to the credibility of this institution. He's 15, Aizawa said, and it was the first thing he had said since Izuku walked in, low and flat and clipped. He panicked and pulled the effect back the second I told him to. There was no malicious intent, there was no aggression, there was a scared kid who didn't know his own quirk scope yet. That's not a threat profile, that's an undertrained 15-year-old, which is what quirk assessments exist to catch before it becomes a problem. With respect, Eraserhead, the bland man said, your own quirk is one of the very few in this building capable of neutralizing an active ability. You erase, you understand better than most staff here what it means to hold power that fundamentally negates another person's power. I'd ask you to consider what it would mean for the Commission's liability if this boy's ability matures the way yours has, except without your training, without your restraint, and without, frankly, the decade of vetting that earned you your license in the first place. That's not the same thing and you know it, Aizawa said, and for the first time his voice had an edge in it that Izuku had only ever heard directed at villains. All Might had still not said anything. Izuku looked at him, hoping, the way he had hoped at 9 years old on a rooftop, for the one voice in the room that had always told him he could still be something, and All Might met his eyes for exactly 1 second before looking back down at his own folded hands. All Might, Izuku said, and he heard his own voice crack, please, tell them I wouldn't, tell them it's not like that, please. Young Midoriya, All Might said, so quietly it was almost lost under the hum of the office air conditioning, I want you to know that I do not believe you have malicious intent. I have never once doubted your heart. He paused, and something in his face crumpled, briefly, before smoothing back into the careful neutral mask of a man delivering news he had already lost the argument over. But I am not the only voice in this room, and I am, as of this year, no longer able to physically intervene the way I once could. My word carries less weight with the Commission than it did 5 years ago. I have fought this decision for 3 days. I did not win. The word decision landed in Izuku's chest like a stone dropped into still water, and the ripples of it reached every corner of the room at once. What decision? Izuku whispered. Director Hashiba closed the folder in front of her with a soft, final sound. Effective today, your provisional hero course enrollment is suspended pending a full commission review. During the review period, you are not permitted on U.A. grounds, you are not permitted to participate in any hero track activity, and you are not permitted to use your quirk in any public setting. A formal hearing will be scheduled within 30 days to determine your long-term classification. You can't, Izuku said, and he was standing now, though he did not remember standing. I haven't done anything, I have never hurt anyone, I've spent my whole life wanting to help people, please, you have to believe me, please. Midoriya. Nizu's voice, small and precise, cut through the room for the first time since Izuku had walked in, and Izuku turned to him with a desperate flicker of hope. Because Nizu was supposed to be the smartest person at U.A., surely he would see reason, surely he would find the flaw in their logic the way he found the flaw in everything. But Nizu only folded his paws more tightly together and said, in a voice that was gentle and utterly without give, I have advocated for a supervised training alternative for 3 days, the same as All Might. I was overruled by the board. I am sorry. There is nothing further I am able to do from this chair. Izuku looked around the room, at Aizawa's clenched jaw, at All Might's bowed head, at Nizu's small folded paws, at the 2 commission officials who had already begun gathering their papers as though the matter were settled, which, Izuku understood with a sick lurch, it already was, had probably been settled 3 days ago in a room he had never been invited into, and the tribunal in front of him now was nothing but a formality, a box to be checked, a boy to be informed rather than consulted. He did not remember leaving the office. He remembered, later, sitting on a bench outside the school gates with his bag still slung over one shoulder, and he remembered his mother's face when she arrived, pale and shaking, having received a call he had not been present for, and he remembered that she did not ask him what happened, only wrapped both arms around him on a public bench in front of a school he was no longer allowed to enter, and held on, and did not let go for a long time. Chapter 3. The 30 days the commission had promised became 11. Izuku learned this the way he learned almost everything that final week, second-hand, through a news alert that buzzed his mother's phone at 7 in the morning while he was still asleep on the couch, having given up his bedroom weeks ago to the strange new habit of staying awake until exhaustion simply took him wherever he happened to be sitting. His mother's scream was what woke him, not a scream of fear but of something worse, a raw wordless sound of grief that she muffled almost instantly behind both hands. And when Izuku stumbled into the kitchen and saw the headline scrolling across her phone screen he understood, before he had even finished reading it, that whatever remained of his old life had just ended. Quirk threat at U.A, former student's voidability linked to Class 1 anomaly profile. Commission moves to revoke provisional license amid safety concerns. There was a photograph beneath the headline. Izuku recognized it immediately, the gymnasium, the crate, his own face mid-grimace at the exact moment the field had expanded past his control, captured from an angle that made it look less like fear and more like malice, less like a scared boy losing his grip on something too big for him and more like a villain in the process of unleashing something terrible on an unsuspecting room. He did not know who had leaked the footage. He would spend a long time afterward suspecting everyone, the commission itself most of all, because the framing was too clean, too perfectly calibrated to turn public opinion in a single news cycle, to have been anything but deliberate. The hearing, when it came, was not held at U.A. It was held in a commission administrative building downtown, in a room with no windows and too many cameras, and Izuku sat at a table across from a panel of 5 people, only one of whom, Director Hashiba, he recognized from before. His mother sat beside him, gripping his hand so hard it hurt, and a court-appointed advocate sat on his other side, a tired-looking man who had met Izuku for the first time 40 minutes before the hearing began and who spent most of the proceeding taking notes rather than objecting to anything. Aizawa was there. He had requested to speak on Izuku's behalf, and the panel allowed it with the visible reluctance of people granting a formality they had no intention of weighing seriously. I have never seen a shred of malicious intent from this student, Aizawa said, standing very straight, his voice carrying the particular controlled fury Izuku had only heard him use once before, in the gymnasium, 4 days after everything began. I have taught quirk assessment for 11 years. I know the difference between a dangerous kid and a scared one. Midoriya is the latter. Revoking his license doesn't make the public safer. It makes an untrained boy with an uncontrolled ability more dangerous, because you're taking away the one place that was actually teaching him restraint. Noted for the record, said the panel chair, a man Izuku never learned the name of, in a voice that made it clear the note would go nowhere. Director Hashiba, your assessment stands? It does, Hashiba said. I want to be clear that this is not a punitive action against the student personally. This is a risk mitigation decision based on quirk taxonomy and public safety modeling. The projected societal harm of an unregulated Class 1 anomaly quirk, left to mature without strict containment protocols, exceeds any benefit derived from continued hero track enrollment. He's a person, Izuku's mother said, and her voice broke on the word person in a way that made Izuku's chest ache worse than anything the panel itself had said. He's my son. He's 15 years old. Please. Please, he has wanted to be a hero since he could talk, please don't do this to him. The panel chair did not look at her when he answered. The vote has already been conducted internally, Mrs. Midoriya. This hearing exists to formalize the decision on record, not to relitigate it. I understand this is difficult to hear. Effective immediately, Izuku Midoriya's provisional hero license is revoked. He is barred from hero track education at any licensed institution. He is registered as a Class 1 anomaly quirk holder, subject to quarterly monitoring, and restricted from public quirk usage except under commission-sanctioned observation. Izuku heard the words land, one after another, like a series of doors closing down a long hallway, each one taking a little more light with it. He did not cry. He would think about that later, in the weeks that followed, the strange numb dignity of not crying in that windowless room, and wonder if it had been strength or simply shock, his body's last functioning defense against a grief too large to process all at once. What broke him, in the end, was not the panel. It was the walk out of the building afterward, past a cluster of reporters who had somehow already gathered outside despite the hearing supposedly being confidential, past a small crowd of onlookers who had recognized the story from the morning headline, and one man near the barricade, an ordinary-looking man in a business suit, who looked directly at Izuku and said, loud enough to carry, should have locked him up instead of just pulling his license. Kid's a walking all for one. Wait till he figures out what else that thing can do. Nobody in the crowd disagreed with him. That was the part that stayed lodged in Izuku's chest like a splinter too deep to remove, not the cruelty of the words themselves but the silence around them, the way an entire street full of ordinary people simply let the accusation stand, the way 3 months of homeroom classmates had let a strange quiet fall instead of speaking up, the way a room full of adults who had known him for a year had voted, unanimously it seemed, to formalize a decision that had apparently been made before he was even given the chance to explain himself. His mother did not let go of his hand the entire walk to the train station. She kept saying, quietly, almost to herself, this isn't right, this isn't right, this isn't right, like a small broken prayer, and Izuku, walking beside her through a city that had, in the space of 11 days, decided he was something to be afraid of rather than someone to be helped, found that he had no words left at all. Chapter 4. The Commission's final act was, in its own way, the cruelest, because it was dressed in the language of mercy. 3 weeks after the hearing, a letter arrived at the Midoriya apartment, delivered by hand rather than mail, by a commission courier who did not make eye contact with either of them. It informed Izuku that due to escalating public concern, documented threats against his household, and what it euphemistically called elevated risk of civil unrest, the Commission had determined that continued residence in a licensed hero district posed an unacceptable danger both to Izuku and to the surrounding community. Relocation assistance would be provided. A residential zone had already been selected. Izuku had 6 days to comply. It was not a suggestion. Beneath the careful bureaucratic phrasing was a clause, buried 3 paragraphs down, that made clear non-compliance would result in the Commission classifying him as a non-cooperative anomaly subject, a designation that came with legal powers Izuku's exhausted, overwhelmed advocate could not fully explain except to say, grimly, that it would be worse. Much worse. The zone they had selected was one of the old lawless districts, the kind of place hero patrols rarely bothered with anymore because the property values had long since collapsed and the crime rate had long since stopped being anyone's priority to fix. Izuku had read about places like it in old news articles, the aftermath zones from decades of villain attacks and economic neglect, where the hero system's promise of safety simply stopped applying, quietly, the way a signal fades at the edge of a broadcast range. His mother wanted to come with him. She said so, immediately, without hesitation, already reaching for a suitcase, and it was the first time in the entire ordeal that Izuku found himself arguing against someone trying to help him. You can't, he told her, and his voice was steadier than he expected it to be, steadier than he felt. Mom, if you come with me, they'll flag you too, they'll say you're supporting a non-cooperative anomaly subject. I read the clause, I can't let that happen to you. You still have your job, you still have people who don't look at you like, he stopped, because he did not want to finish the sentence, did not want to say out loud the way strangers had started looking at his mother in the grocery store since the story broke, the way a neighbor of 12 years had stopped saying good morning to her in the hallway. Izuku. His mother's hands were shaking as she held his face between them, the way she used to when he was small and had scraped a knee, except there was no bandage that fixed this. I am not letting you go into that district alone. You are 15 years old. I'm not letting them ruin your life too, Izuku said, and for the first time in 3 weeks, his voice cracked all the way open, and he was crying, finally, the tears he had held back through the tribunal and the hearing and the crowd outside the building, crying in his mother's kitchen with both her hands on his face and 11 years of childhood dreams collapsing in the space of a single sentence. They already took everything from me, Mom, please don't let them take you too. I need to know you're okay. If I have nothing else, I need to know you're safe. They argued for 2 of the 6 days. On the 4th day, Izuku left before dawn, while his mother was still asleep, with a single packed bag and a note that told her he loved her more than anything in the world and that he would find a way to contact her when it was safe, a promise he had no actual plan for keeping, and he took the first train toward the district the commission had assigned him, alone, watching the city lights blur past the window and thinking, with a strange hollow clarity, that this was probably what drowning felt like, this specific quiet terror of watching the surface get further and further away and understanding that no one was coming to pull you back up. The district itself was worse than the articles had described. Half the street lights were broken. Storefronts sat gutted and boarded, tagged with the territorial markings of gangs the Hero system had long since stopped bothering to dismantle. Izuku walked for 6 hours before he found a building that looked stable enough to shelter in, an abandoned apartment complex with most of its windows intact, and he sat on the concrete floor of a 3rd-floor unit that still smelled faintly of someone else's old life, and pulled his knees up to his chest, and did not move for a very long time. He thought about the notebooks he had left behind, the years of careful quirk analysis, the dream that had structured every waking hour of his childhood. He thought about All Might's bowed head in that office, about Aizawa's clenched jaw, the one adult who had actually fought for him and lost anyway. He thought about the man outside the hearing who had called him a walking all-for-one in front of a crowd that agreed with him in silence. Somewhere in that long, cold, motionless hour, something in Izuku Midoriya went quiet in a way it had never gone quiet before. Not broken, not exactly, though it would take him a long time to understand the distinction. It was more like a door closing on a room he had lived in his entire life, a room full of posters and hope and a hand-me-down notebook full of hero analysis, and the door closing so completely, so finally, that he was no longer certain the room existed at all anymore, or ever had. He did not know, sitting alone in the dark on a concrete floor in a district the Hero system had abandoned, that 2 women, in 2 very different parts of the city, had already read the same news coverage that had ended his old life, and had both, independently, reached the same quiet, furious conclusion, that whatever the commission had just done to this boy, it was not justice, and someone was going to have to go looking for him before the underground did. He did not know it yet. But he would not be alone in that building much longer. Chapter 5. Survival, Izuku discovered in the weeks that followed, was a skill nobody had ever thought to teach him, and every hour of it cost something he had not budgeted for. The abandoned apartment complex was not truly abandoned, not in the way the commission's paperwork had implied when it euphemistically labeled the district low occupancy. There were people there, dozens of them, living in the gutted shells of old apartments the way rust lives in the seams of old metal, quietly, persistently, without anyone official bothering to notice. Some of them were like him, cast off by a system that had decided they were too dangerous, too unprofitable, or simply too inconvenient to keep track of. Some of them were worse than the commission's headlines had ever painted him to be, men and women who had given up on the idea of rules so completely that the concept barely registered anymore, and Izuku learned within his first 3 days which doors not to knock on, which stairwells not to walk down after dark, which corners of the building carried the specific metallic smell that meant something violent had happened there recently enough to still matter. He learned to ration the small amount of money he had brought with him, buying food from the one convenience store within walking distance that still operated on a semi-legal basis, no questions asked as long as you paid in cash and did not linger. He learned to sleep in short intervals, an hour here, 40 minutes there, because a boy who slept soundly through the night in this district was a boy who woke up with his shoes gone, if he woke up at all. He learned, most of all, to keep the cold in his chest leashed as tightly as he possibly could, because the one time in his first week that he had let it slip, reflexively, defensively, when a man twice his size had cornered him in a stairwell and reached for something in his jacket, the resulting silence, the way every quirk-based streetlight and every enhanced lock within 8 meters had simply died at once, had drawn exactly the kind of attention he could not afford. Word traveled fast in a district with nothing else to talk about. Within 2 days, people were giving him a wider berth on the street, not out of respect, but out of the same instinctive animal fear that had once crossed Izuku's face in a gymnasium that suddenly felt like it belonged to another lifetime. He hated it. He hated the way people flinched from him, hated that the one time his quirk had actually protected him, it had done so by making him feel exactly like the monster the news articles had already decided he was. He started keeping his hood up, not for warmth, but because eye contact seemed to make people remember him faster, and being remembered, in this district, in this new life, was not a safety feature. It was a liability. At night, when the building was as quiet as it ever got, he took out the one notebook he had managed to grab before leaving, half empty, the rest still sitting on a shelf in an apartment he was no longer allowed to enter, and he wrote. Not hero analysis anymore. There was no point cataloging quirks he would never be licensed to counter professionally, no point sketching combat scenarios for a future that had been formally revoked in a windowless room 3 weeks ago. He wrote instead, almost against his own will, small clinical notes about his own ability, because it was the only thing he had left that still felt like something he could understand if he simply worked hard enough at it. Effective radius approximately 8 meters at full extension. Effect appears total rather than partial, does not weaken or dampen, simply erases activation entirely. Recovery of affected quirks appears instantaneous once field is withdrawn, no lasting damage observed. Field does not require physical contact, unlike Eraserhead's quirk, which requires direct eye contact and constant activation. He underlined that last line 3 times, though he could not have said, in that moment, why it felt important enough to underline. It would matter later. Almost everything he wrote in those cold, friendless weeks would matter later, in ways he could not yet imagine, because the notebooks that had once been the record of a boy dreaming about saving people were slowly, quietly becoming the record of a boy learning, alone and unsupervised and terrified, exactly how much power actually lived inside him. There were nights he thought about his mother so hard it felt like something physical, a hook behind his sternum pulling toward the train station, toward the apartment, toward the version of his life where none of this had happened, where he had simply never manifested a quirk at all and had grown up quirkless and ordinary and safe. He thought about texting her. He had promised he would find a way to contact her when it was safe, and every week that passed without a message was a week he imagined her checking her phone, hoping, and finding nothing, and he hated himself a little more each time he talked himself out of sending it, because the district's few working payphones were watched, because the commission had made it clear that any contact traced back to her risked the exact consequences he had left in the first place to prevent. He was, by the end of his second month in the district, thinner than he had been in years, quieter than he had ever been in his life, and so thoroughly alone that he had started talking to himself out loud just to hear a human voice that was not shouting at him from across a street. He did not know that he had already, without realizing it, survived the hardest part. He only knew that every day felt like the day before it, gray and narrow and cold, and that the boy who had once filled notebooks with hope had become someone he barely recognized when he caught his own reflection in a cracked window, someone hollowed out and watchful, someone who flinched now at kindness the way he used to flinch at cruelty, because in his experience, lately, kindness was usually just cruelty that had not shown its hand yet. Chapter 6. The night everything changed began the way most nights in the district began, with Izuku trying to make it back to his building before the worst of the after-dark traffic came out, and failing. He heard them before he saw them, 3 men peeling off from a doorway half a block behind him with the unhurried, confident gait of people who had done this before and did not expect trouble. Izuku's stomach dropped in the specific, familiar way it had started dropping every time footsteps matched his pace for longer than a few seconds, and he picked up his own pace, cutting toward an alley he knew connected back toward his building, and heard the footsteps behind him do the same. Kids Commission's little void freak, one of the men said, not particularly bothering to lower his voice. Heard there's people asking about him. Word is somebody'll pay to know where he's holed up. Izuku's blood went cold, and not the metaphorical kind. Someone was asking about him. He did not know who, and in his exhausted, malnourished, hyper-vigilant state, he did not particularly care to find out, because in this district there was no version of somebody is asking about you that ended well. He broke into a run. He was fast, faster than he looked, for years of childhood spent training a body that had no quirk to rely on having left him with a baseline endurance most people underestimated, but he was also 2 months underfed and running on almost no sleep, and the alley he had chosen dead-ended against a chain-link fence he had forgotten was there. And by the time he registered his mistake, the 3 men were already closing the gap behind him with the unhurried confidence of predators who knew exactly how a chase like this usually ended. Nowhere left to run, little void freak, the lead man said, cracking his knuckles, a faint mechanical whir suggesting some kind of augmentation quirk humming to life in his forearms. Just gonna make this easy on yourself and stand still. We're not even gonna hurt you bad. Just enough to make a phone call worth something. Izuku backed against the fence, breath ragged, and felt the cold rise in his chest without his permission this time, instinct overriding every ounce of careful restraint he had spent 2 months building, and for one terrifying second he thought about what would happen if he simply let it go, let it expand past 8 meters, past whatever limit he had ever tested, and drain every quirk within reach until the men in front of him were as powerless as he had been made to feel every single day since. The gymnasium. He did not get the chance to find out. There was a sound like the sky tearing, a single impossibly fast rush of displaced air, and then the lead man was simply gone from where he had been standing, airborne, hitting the alley wall 8 feet up with a crunch that made Izuku flinch back against the fence. A second man turned to run and made it exactly 2 steps before a foot connected with his ribs with enough force to lift him clean off the ground, and the third man, wisely, immediately dropped to his knees with both hands raised, which did not stop the woman who had appeared out of nowhere from picking him up by the collar with one hand anyway. Izuku stared, heart hammering, at a face he recognized instantly despite 2 months of aggressively avoiding any news coverage that might mention heroes, because there was no mistaking the sharp red eyes, the rabbit ears, the barely restrained violence coiled in every line of her body. Mirko. Rumi Usagiyama. Number 5 hero, if the rankings hadn't shifted since he stopped paying attention, and one of the few pro heroes Izuku had ever genuinely idolized for reasons that had nothing to do with flashy quirks and everything to do with the fact that she fought like she actually meant it, every single time, no exceptions, no half measures. U3. Mirko's voice was flat, almost bored, though her grip on the third man's collar did not loosen even slightly. Shaking down a 15-year-old in an alley. Real brave. Real heroic. You know what, I'm not even gonna arrest you, because arresting you means paperwork, and I hate paperwork almost as much as I hate cowards who pick on kids. She dropped the man unceremoniously next to his groaning friends. Get out of my sight before I decide paperwork's worth it after all. The 3 men did not need to be told twice. Izuku watched them scramble away into the dark, and then found himself very suddenly the sole focus of Mirko's attention, her red eyes sweeping over him with an assessing, clinical intensity that made him want to shrink back against the fence all over again, except this time it was not quite fear driving the instinct. You're him, she said. It was not a question. Midoriya. The Commission's little pet scandal. Izuku said nothing, because he had learned, in 2 months, that saying nothing was usually safer than saying anything at all, and because he genuinely did not know, in that moment, whether the pro-hero standing in front of him had come to help him or to bring him in. I've been looking for you for 3 weeks, Mirko said, and something in her voice shifted, dropped the flat professional edge and became, unexpectedly, almost gentle, though gentle on Mirko still had teeth in it. Not for the Commission. Despite what your face is telling me you're bracing for. I read the hearing transcripts. I read Aizawa's incident report, the real one, not the sanitized version the news ran. And I watched 30 years of Commission bureaucrats decide a scared kid was disposable because his quirk scared them more than it actually hurt anyone. Why, Izuku managed, voice cracking, why would you care, you don't even know me. Because I know exactly what it looks like when the system decides someone's inconvenient, Mirko said, crouching down slightly so she was closer to his eye level. red eyes steady on his face in a way that made it very hard to look away. I've spent 15 years watching this hero system protect its own image over protecting actual kids. I'm done watching it happen and doing nothing. So. She held out a hand, not to shake, but simply extended, an offer rather than a demand. You've got two choices tonight, kid. You keep surviving alone in this district until it finally kills you, which, statistically, was gonna happen within the year. I've seen the numbers on kids who end up out here. Or you come with me, and you let someone who actually gives a damn make sure that doesn't happen. Izuku stared at the offered hand for a long, silent moment, 2 months of exhaustion and fear and hollowed-out isolation warring against every instinct that had learned, painfully and repeatedly, that kindness usually had a price attached. But there was something in Mirko's eyes, some unshielded, furious honesty that he had not seen directed at him since the last time Izuku had stood up in a room full of people who had already decided the verdict, and it was that honesty, more than the offer itself, that finally made him reach out and take her hand. Okay, he whispered, and it came out cracked and small and utterly unlike the boy who used to shout about becoming a hero at the top of his lungs. Okay. I'll come with you. Mirko's grip closed around his hand, steady and warm, and for the first time in 2 months, Izuku Midoriya did not feel entirely alone. Chapter 7. Mirko did not take him back to the district. She took him instead to a small, nondescript safe house on the edge of the city that she said belonged to nobody official, a place off every commission registry, explaining along the way in short, clipped sentences that she had gone off the grid herself the moment she started digging into his case, because asking the wrong questions through official channels had a way of getting flagged, and she was not interested in being flagged before she had finished deciding what she actually intended to do about any of it. The safe house was small, one main room with a kitchenette and a mattress in the corner, but after 2 months of a cracked concrete floor in an abandoned apartment, it felt to Izuku like the safest place he had been in his entire life. Mirko set him up with real food, the first hot meal he had eaten in weeks, and sat across from him at a small folding table while he ate with the desperate, unself-conscious hunger of someone whose body had simply stopped pretending to have manners. There's someone else coming, Mirko said, while he ate. Another hero. I called her 3 days ago when I confirmed the commission's story didn't add up. She's been digging from a different angle, corporate side, media side. She's going to want to meet you. Who? Izuku asked, wary again despite the food, despite the warmth, because 2 months in the district had taught him that trust extended too quickly was usually trust about to be punished. MT Lady, Mirko said, and something in her expression, when she said the name, was harder to read than her usual blunt certainty. Yu Takayama. You've probably seen her on the news for the wrong reasons, big flashy quirk, big flashy personality, media loves her, tabloids love her more. People think she's shallow. She's not. She's curious, same as me, about what happened to you, and she spent the last 3 weeks quietly burning bridges with sponsors and agencies that don't like the questions she's been asking about your case. Izuku did not know what to say to that. He had, in fact, seen MT Lady on the news, mostly in the context of celebrity gossip segments that treated her hero work as an afterthought to her public image, and it was difficult to square that memory with the picture Mirko was painting now, a woman burning her own career down over a 15-year-old she had never met. She arrived an hour later, and the moment she walked through the safe house door at her human height rather than her enormous hero form, Izuku understood immediately that whatever the tabloids had built her image into, the woman standing in front of him now was something else entirely. Her eyes found him first, before Mirko, before the room, and something in her expression cracked open, soft and furious at once, the particular look of someone confronting in person a tragedy they had only read about on a screen. Oh, she said quietly, crossing the room in 3 quick steps and crouching down in front of him the way Mirko had in the alley, close enough that Izuku had to fight the reflex to flinch back. You're just a kid. They put your face on every news channel in the country and I don't think a single one of them mentioned that you're just a kid. I'm 15, Izuku said, and hated how apologetic it sounded, as though his age were somehow an inconvenience he owed her an explanation for. I know. Yu's jaw tightened. I've read every transcript from that hearing 3 times. I've read Aizawa's original incident report before the commission's PR department got their hands on it and rewrote the framing for the press release. Do you know what the original report actually said, Izuku? She did not wait for him to answer. It said, and I'm quoting, subject displayed immediate remorse, cooperative de-escalation, and no indication of aggressive intent. That sentence never made it into a single article. Not one. Because a scared kid apologizing doesn't sell papers, and a walking all for one does. Izuku felt something in his chest crack at hearing it said out loud, confirmation of what he had suspected but never had proof of, that the story the world had been handed about him was not simply an overreaction, but a deliberate distortion, built and shaped by people who had understood exactly what narrative would generate the most fear and the least accountability. Why does it matter to you? He asked, quiet, genuinely bewildered. Either of you. You don't know me. You're both real heroes, you have careers, you have everything to lose by helping someone the Commission already decided is dangerous. Empty Lady's expression did something complicated, grief and anger braided together so tightly it was hard to tell where one ended and the other began. Because I spent 10 years building a career on being liked, she said. On being the pretty face they put on posters, the hero whose biggest headlines were about outfits instead of rescues, even though I pulled more people out of collapsed buildings than half the heroes who outrank me. I let them turn me into a punchline because it was easier than fighting the narrative. And then I watched the same machine that decided I was only worth taking seriously as entertainment turn around and decide a 15-year-old boy was worth destroying entirely, and I realized I was done. I'm done being someone this system gets to use. If standing here, helping you, costs me every sponsorship and every headline I've ever had, then it costs me every sponsorship and every headline I've ever had. That's a fair trade. Same, Mirko said simply, arms crossed, red eyes steady. I've never cared what they thought of me anyway. But watching you get chewed up by the exact same machine that's been quietly grinding down every hero who doesn't play its game for years, that's not something I could just watch happen and go home and sleep fine after. Not a chance. Izuku looked between the two of them, two of the strongest heroes in the country, sitting in a safe house with a broken, exiled 15-year-old, offering him something he had not expected to receive from anyone ever again after that windowless hearing room, the simple, unconditional decision to believe him. I don't know how to trust this, he admitted, voice barely above a whisper. Everyone I trusted before, in the end, they all just let it happen. All Might, he didn't even fight for me, not really, not when it counted. I don't know how to believe two people I just met are actually different. You don't have to believe it tonight, Empty Lady said gently. You just have to let us prove it. One day at a time, if that's what it takes. Mirko reached across the table and set a hand, briefly, over his, the same steady warmth from the alley. You're not going back to that district, she said, and it was not a request. Whatever happens next, whatever it costs either of us, you're not spending one more night out there alone. That part's non-negotiable. Izuku looked down at the small folding table, at the empty plate that had held the first real meal he'd eaten in weeks, at the two women who had, within the space of a single night, appended every assumption 2 months of exile had carved into him about who the world actually was, and felt something shift in his chest that was not quite hope, not yet, because hope still felt dangerous, still felt like something that could be taken away again the moment he let himself believe in it too fully. But it was something. A door, cracked open where he had thought only walls remained. Okay, he said again, the same small word he had given Mirko in the alley, except this time it did not feel like surrender. It felt, faintly, unfamiliarly, like the first step of something else entirely. Outside the safe house, the city carried on the way it always had, hero patrols and news vans and a commission that believed, as far as anyone official was concerned, that the matter of Izuku Midoriya had been settled weeks ago, filed and closed and forgotten. They did not know yet that two of their own had already decided otherwise. They did not know that the boy they had cast into the underground to disappear quietly was, in a small safe house off every registry that mattered, taking the first real breath he had taken in months. For the first time since the gymnasium, Izuku allowed himself to fall asleep without listening for footsteps in the hall, without one hand curled loosely into a fist in case the cold needed to rise again in his own defense. He slept on the small mattress in the corner of a safe house that belonged to no registry, under a blanket Empty Lady had produced from somewhere without being asked, while two of the country's strongest heroes sat up talking quietly at the folding table about everything that would need to change if they meant to keep him safe for good. He did not hear most of what they said. He only knew, distantly, in the last waking moment before exhaustion finally claimed him, that the sound of their voices did not frighten him the way voices had frightened him for 2 straight months. It sounded, instead, almost like the start of something he had stopped letting himself believe in. It sounded, faintly, like home. They would find out. But not yet. Chapter 8. Izuku woke to the smell of eggs, which was, for a long, disoriented moment, the most confusing part of the morning, because eggs meant a kitchen, and a kitchen meant safety, and safety was not a concept his body had trusted in 2 months. He lay still on the mattress for almost a full minute, cataloging the unfamiliar ceiling, the unfamiliar light slanting through a window that had actual curtains, before the memory of the previous night arranged itself into order. The alley. The 3 men. Mirko's red eyes. Empty lady's cracked, furious voice. A folding table and a plate of food he had eaten like he was afraid it would be taken back. He sat up slowly, and the small motion drew empty lady's attention from the stove, where she stood in yesterday's clothes with her hair pulled back, looking, in the plain morning light, less like a tabloid headline and more like an ordinary woman making breakfast in a borrowed kitchen. Morning, she said, and there was no forced brightness in it, no performance, which Izuku noticed and filed away with the same careful attention he had once given to quirk mechanics. Mirko went out an hour ago to check the perimeter and grab supplies. She'll be back soon. You hungry? You don't have to, Izuku started, the old reflex rising automatically, the instinct to minimize himself, to take up as little space and require as little effort as possible. A habit 2 months in the underground had sharpened into something closer to survival instinct than politeness. I know I don't have to, empty lady said, sliding eggs onto a plate without looking up. I want to. There's a difference, and it's one you're going to have to get used to living inside of, because neither of us are the type to do things we don't actually want to do. She set the plate in front of him at the small table, and for a moment simply looked at him, the same soft, furious expression from the night before. How'd you sleep? Better than I have in 2 months, Izuku admitted, and it was true, and saying it out loud felt strange, like handing someone a piece of himself he had not shown anyone since the hearing. Mirko returned 20 minutes later, kicking the door shut behind her with a grocery bag balanced on one hip, red eyes sweeping the room in a single practiced motion before settling, satisfied, on Izuku upright and eating at the table. Good, you're not dead, she said, which from anyone else might have sounded callous, but from Mirko, Izuku was already beginning to understand, was simply how affection announced itself, blunt and unadorned. She dropped the bag on the counter and pulled out a chair across from him, straddling it backward with her arms folded over the top rail. We need to talk. Real talk, not middle-of-the-night comforting talk. You up for that? Izuku set down his fork, some of the warmth from the meal cooling in his stomach at the shift in her tone. Okay. Here's where things stand, Mirko said. You are, as far as the Commission's concerned, a Class 1 anomaly who vanished from a lawless district 3 weeks after being dumped there, which means one of 2 things happened from their perspective. Either you died out there, which honestly, statistically, is what they were probably expecting and quietly fine with, or someone helped you disappear, which is a problem they're going to want to solve. I've been off official comms for 4 days doing this. You've been burning bridges with sponsors for 3 weeks. Neither of us can walk back into our old lives clean anymore, not if we want to keep doing this. I don't want you to lose everything because of me, Izuku said immediately, the guilt rising fast and familiar, the same guilt that had made him argue with his own mother about a suitcase weeks ago. You're not listening, Mirko said, not unkindly, but with the flat directness that Izuku was starting to realize was simply how she communicated, no cushioning, no softening, just the truth delivered as efficiently as possible. We already made this choice. Both of us. Before we found you last night. You're not the reason we're losing anything, kid, you're the reason we finally had a reason to stop pretending we hadn't already lost faith in the system we were supposedly serving. She glanced at MT Lady, who nodded slightly, a silent confirmation passed between 2 people who had clearly discussed this at length before he ever woke up. The question in front of us now isn't whether we help you. That part's decided. The question is how far we're willing to take it, because helping you quietly for a few weeks and helping you build an actual life are two very different commitments, and I want you to understand exactly what the second one costs before either of us commits you to it without asking. What does it cost? Izuku asked, quiet, bracing himself the way he had learned to brace for every piece of news since the gymnasium. For us? Careers. Reputations. Every friend we've got who still believes in the Commission's version of events, which after this morning's headlines is most of them. Mirko's mouth twisted, not quite a smile. For you, it means you don't get your old life back. Not the license, not U.A, not the dream you had before all this. If we do this, we do it all the way, off the grid, teaching you to control that quirk ourselves because no licensed institution's ever going to touch you again, building something that doesn't depend on the hero system deciding you're acceptable. That's a harder road than waiting around hoping the Commission changes its mind. I need you to actually choose it, not just accept it because you're scared and tired and don't see another option. Izuku looked between them, two women who had, in less than 24 hours, appended every assumption he had carried out of that windowless hearing room, and thought about the version of himself who had once filled notebooks with hero analysis, certain that the system he wanted so badly to join would eventually see him the way he saw himself. That boy had died somewhere in a district the Commission had abandoned to a chain-link fence and 3 men who wanted to sell his location for cash. The boy sitting at this table now understood, with a clarity that had cost him almost everything to earn, that hope built on a system that had already proven willing to discard him was not hope at all. It was denial wearing hope's clothes. I choose it, he said, and his voice did not shake. All the way. I don't want to wait around for people who already decided what I am. I want to actually be something, even if it's not what I used to dream about. Mirko's expression did something complicated, pride and grief tangled together, and MT Lady reached across the table and covered his hand with hers, warm and steady. Then that's what we build, MT Lady said. Starting today. Chapter 9. The fallout arrived faster than any of them expected. 3 days after Izuku's rescue, Mirko's face appeared on every major news outlet in the country, not as number 5 hero Rumiyu Sugiyama, celebrated and beloved, but under a headline that made Izuku's stomach turn the moment he saw it flash across the small television in the corner of the safe house. Top hero goes rogue, Mirko suspected of harboring Class 1 anomaly subject. Beneath it, a photograph, grainy and clearly taken from a distance, of Mirko leaving a convenience store with a bag of groceries, her face caught mid-scowl in a way that made her look exactly as dangerous as the headline wanted her to. They moved fast, Mirko said, watching her own face on screen with an expression of flat, contemptuous amusement rather than fear. Guess I should be flattered. Took them 3 days to notice a top 5 hero went dark. Bet they've had a tail on you's known associates for longer than that. They found me too, MT Lady confirmed, scrolling through her phone with a tight jaw. My agency's already issued a statement distancing themselves. 3 sponsors dropped their contracts in the last 2 hours. There's a segment running tonight speculating I've been, and I'm quoting the network's own Chiron here, radicalized by exposure to an anomaly quirk. She set the phone down, hard enough that it rattled the table. Radicalized. As if believing a 15-year-old deserved due process is some kind of extremist position now. Izuku sat very still, watching guilt build in his chest like water rising behind a dam, each new headline another crack threatening to give way. This is because of me, he said, quiet, and neither woman corrected him this time, because it was, at least in the narrowest sense, true, even if the deeper truth underneath it was more complicated than any headline could capture. Yeah, Mirko said, not unkindly, sitting down across from him with the same blunt honesty she never seemed to withhold from anyone, least of all herself. It is because of you. And also because of 30 years of a system that decided reputation management mattered more than actually protecting people, and we're the 2 idiots who finally got tired of pretending we didn't notice. Both things are true at once, kid. You don't get to carry all of it alone just because you're the one whose face made the first headline. I could turn myself in, Izuku said, the thought arriving fully formed and terrible, the same reflexive self-sacrifice that had made him argue with his mother over a suitcase weeks ago. If I go back, If I let them do whatever they were going to do, maybe it stops here, maybe you two can still. Don't, empty lady said, sharp enough that Izuku flinched, and she immediately softened, crouching in front of his chair the way she had that first night. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to snap. But don't ever finish that sentence again in front of me. You turning yourself in doesn't undo a single headline that's already run. It doesn't give me my sponsorships back or clear Rumi's name. All it does is put you back in a system that already showed you, in explicit detail, exactly what it thinks you're worth. We didn't choose this because we expected it to be free, Izuku. We chose it because the alternative was watching that system finish what it started, and neither of us could live with that. Sacrificing yourself now doesn't save us anything. It just makes everything we've already given up worthless. Izuku's eyes burned, and he pressed the heel of his hand against them, furious at himself for the tears he could not quite hold back. I don't understand how you're not angry at me, he whispered. Everyone loses everything the second they get close to me. My mom can't tell her neighbors where I am. You two are on every news channel in the country because of a choice you made to help me. I don't know how to be worth that. Mirko's hand landed on his shoulder, firm, grounding. You're not hearing me, she said, quieter now, some of the bluntness softened into something closer to tenderness. This isn't a debt you're racking up that you have to pay back by disappearing or making yourself small. You and I didn't lose our careers because of you. We lost them because we finally refused to keep participating in a system we'd both stopped believing in a long time before your name ever came up. You were the reason we finally acted. You're not the reason we're paying a price. Those aren't the same thing, and I need you to actually believe that, because if you spend the rest of this drowning in guilt over choices we made with our eyes wide open, that's its own kind of disrespect to the fact that we made them. Izuku did not fully believe it, not yet, not in the deep unshakable way that would have actually quieted the guilt sitting in his chest. But he heard it, and something in the careful, deliberate way both women kept insisting on the distinction, again and again, patient in the specific way that meant they intended to keep insisting until it finally landed, made him think that maybe, eventually, he might. That night, after MT Lady had gone to sleep on the mattress in the corner, Izuku sat up at the small table with Mirko, who was cleaning a set of combat gloves with the meticulous, repetitive focus of someone using her hands to keep her mind from spiraling somewhere unproductive. Can I ask you something? Izuku said. Shoot. Why do you actually hate the system so much? I mean, I get what happened to me, but you said it yourself, you'd already stopped believing in it before any of this. What happened? Mirko did not look up from the glove in her hands for a long moment. Ever wonder why I never took an agency sponsorship in 15 years of ranking top 5, she said finally. Everyone assumes it's because I don't play well with others. That's part of it. But the real reason is I watched 3 separate up-and-coming heroes early in my career get quietly buried by their own agencies the second their quirks made the wrong people nervous. Not villains. Heroes. Kids with unconventional abilities that scared sponsors, scared the commission's image consultants, scared a system that's always cared more about marketable power sets than actual heroism. One of them had a quirk that let her see probability outcomes a few seconds ahead. Sound familiar? Sounds a lot like something the commission would slap a Class 1 label on today, doesn't it? She got quietly reassigned to a desk job in year 2. Told the public she retired for personal reasons. She didn't retire. She got erased, the polite corporate way, the way that doesn't leave fingerprints. Mirko finally looked up, red eyes hard. I've spent 15 years watching that machine decide who gets to be a hero based on how comfortable their power makes everyone else feel, instead of what they actually do with it. You weren't the first kid it chewed up. You're just the first one I was fast enough, and furious enough, to get to before it finished the job. Izuku sat with that for a long moment, turning it over the way he used to turn over quirk theories in his old notebooks. I'm sorry, he said finally, quiet. That you watched that happen and couldn't stop it. Yeah, Mirko said, setting the glove down. Me too. Which is exactly why I'm not about to let it happen a second time while I've got the power to actually do something about it. She reached over and, in a gesture that surprised them both, ruffled his hair, brief and rough and entirely unpracticed, the physical affection of someone who did not offer it often but meant it completely when she did. Get some sleep, kid. Tomorrow we start actually training that thing in your chest, instead of just running from it. There was one more thing Izuku could not let go of, even with the exhaustion of the day finally catching up to him, and he found himself standing awkwardly in the doorway of the small room Mirko had claimed as her own, working up the courage to ask. "Can I see my mom?" he said finally, quiet, almost afraid of the answer. "Not in person, I know that's not safe yet, but is there any way, at all, to let her know I'm okay? I left her a note when I ran, but I never told her anything after that, and it's been months, and I keep imagining her checking her phone every day and finding nothing, and I can't," his voice broke. "I can't do that to her anymore. I need her to know I'm alive." Mirko's expression softened, the bluntness giving way to something gentler. "I was wondering when you'd ask," she admitted. "Yeah. There's a way. It's not simple, and it's not without risk, but it's doable. I know someone who runs untraceable relay drops, old contact from a case years back, off every official channel. Costs a favor, but I've got favors to spend. We write the letter together, careful about what goes in it, nothing that could be traced back to this compound if it's ever intercepted, and it gets to her by hand, through 3 separate cutouts so nothing leads back to us." They wrote the letter that same night, Izuku agonizing over every word at the small kitchen table while Mirko read over his shoulder, gently striking out anything too specific, any detail that might narrow down their location if the wrong person ever got hold of it. In the end it was short, simpler than he wanted it to be, but it said the only thing that actually mattered. "I'm alive. I'm safe. I'm loved. I'll find a way back to you when it's finally safe to. Please don't stop believing that. I love you." 3 weeks later, through channels Izuku never fully understood and Mirko never fully explained, a reply came back, 4 words in his mother's unmistakable handwriting on a scrap of paper that had passed through more anonymous hands than either of them could count. "I never stopped, Izuku." He read it more times than he could count, and slept, that night, for the first time in months, without a single flicker of guilt disturbing his rest. Chapter 10. Training began the next morning in an overgrown lot behind the safe house, fenced off from the street by rusted corrugated metal that Mirko assured him nobody had bothered checking in years. "First thing you need to understand," Mirko said, standing several meters back with her arms crossed, "is that fear is the only thing that's controlled that quirk of yours so far. Not skill. Fear. Every time it slipped past what you meant it to do, it's because something scared you badly enough to override whatever restraint you'd built. That's not control, kid, that's a loaded weapon with the safety held on by your own nerves, and nerves fail eventually. We're not here to teach you fear management. We're here to teach you actual control, the kind that holds whether you're scared or calm or angry or half asleep." "How do you even start training something like that?" Izuku asked, looking down at his own hands as though they might offer an answer his own frantic brain could not. "It's not like fire or lightning, there's nothing to aim, there's no visible effect until it's already happening." "That's exactly the problem we're solving," MT Lady said, from where she sat on an overturned crate nearby, sleeves rolled up, watching with the same focused attention she brought to everything. "You've spent your whole life cataloging other people's quirks in fine detail, right? Every strength, every limitation, every activation trigger. You never did that for your own, because you spent every waking hour terrified of what it might do if you looked too closely. First step is you stop being afraid to actually study it. Same discipline you'd apply to anyone else's ability. Just point it inward for once." They started small, deliberately, almost insultingly small by Izuku's own private estimation, though he understood the logic even as some impatient part of him chafed against it. Mirko produced a cheap battery-powered flashlight and set it on an overturned bucket 10 feet away. "Kill it," she said. "Just the flashlight. Nothing else. I want you to reach for exactly that object and nothing beyond it." Izuku closed his eyes, the old habit, and reached, carefully, the way he had learned to in the district when testing his ability on old batteries and dying electronics, small and contained and apologetic even in his own mind. The flashlight died instantly, the cold barely a whisper down his arm. "Good. Now the radio." MT Lady gestured to a small battery-powered radio playing static 6 feet further back. Just the radio. Leave the flashlight's battery alone even though it's already dead. I want you registering the difference between objects, not just blanketing an area. It took him 4 attempts to isolate the radio without the effect bleeding toward the flashlight's dead battery reflexively, the cold wanting, always, to spread wider than he asked it to, like water finding every available crack. By the 5th attempt, sweat beading at his temple despite the mild morning air, he managed it, a narrow, deliberate thread of nullification reaching exactly as far as the radio and no further. There, Mirko said, something like satisfaction in her voice. That's the actual skill, kid. Not how big you can make it. How precisely you can aim it. Anyone can panic and drop a bomb on a room. Takes actual control to reach past 6 things you don't want to touch and hit exactly the one you do. They worked for 3 hours that first day, and by the end of it Izuku's head ached with a specific, unfamiliar exhaustion, less physical than mental, the strain of holding a precise boundary around an ability that had spent 15 years wanting nothing more than to expand without limit. But something had shifted, some small confirmation lodged in his chest that had not been there before. The ability was not simply a curse waiting to slip its leash. It could be shaped. It could, with enough patient repetition, become something closer to a tool than a threat. You're a fast learner, MT Lady said, handing him a water bottle as he sat, drained, on the same overturned crate she had occupied all morning. Most people take weeks to get that kind of precision. You did it in a day. I had 4 years of practice studying quirks before I ever had one of my own, Izuku said, managing a small, tired smile, the first genuine one MT Lady had seen from him. Guess some of that had to be good for something eventually. See, Mirko said, dropping down onto the ground beside the crate with the easy, boneless grace of someone entirely comfortable in her own body. That's the thing nobody at that hearing bothered to actually look at. You didn't get handed some terrifying weapon and immediately start swinging it around. You spent 4 years building the exact analytical discipline that makes a quirk like yours safe to wield, and the one time it slipped, you apologized before anyone even asked you to. That's not what a threat profile looks like. That's what a scared kid with good instincts looks like. She bumped his shoulder with her own, rough and companionable. We're gonna prove that, eventually. Not to the commission. Screw the commission. To you. I want you to actually believe it about yourself, not just hear us say it. Izuku looked down at his own hands again, differently this time, not with fear but with something closer to curiosity, the old scientific instinct stirring back to life after months of being buried under grief and exile. Okay, he said. Teach me. All of it. However long it takes. That's the spirit, Mirko said, grinning, sharp and genuine. Tomorrow we go bigger. Today you proved you can thread a needle. Tomorrow we find out how big a door you can hold shut without letting it swing wide open. Chapter 11. The weeks that followed fell into a rhythm Izuku had not realized he was starved for until he had it. Mornings of precise, grueling quirk training in the overgrown lot, afternoons spent with MT Lady working through basic hand-to-hand fundamentals, because, as she put it, a boy who might one day face down heroes twice his size needed more than a nullification field to rely on, and evenings that softened, slowly, into something Izuku had almost forgotten the shape of. Conversation that was not about survival. Laughter, rare and startled out of him at first, then gradually easier, less like something stolen and more like something he was allowed to have. He learned things about them that the tabloids and hero rankings had never bothered to capture. He learned that Mirko had grown up in a rural district with no heroes nearby at all, and had spent her childhood watching villains terrorize a town nobody official cared enough to patrol, which was, she told him bluntly one evening while sharpening a blade she rarely needed, the entire reason she had clawed her way to the top 5 with nothing but raw talent and a refusal to ever back down from a fight worth having. He learned that MT Lady had a younger sister with a quirk so minor and impractical that the hero system had never so much as glanced at her twice, and that watching her sister grow up quietly overlooked by a world obsessed with flashy power had planted the first seed of the anger that eventually bloomed, fully, the day she read Izuku's hearing transcript. She's the reason I took the hero name I did, MT Lady admitted one night, sitting beside him on the safehouse roof, looking out at a skyline neither of them could walk through freely anymore. Big. Impossible to overlook. I wanted to be so visible nobody could ever pretend a person like her didn't matter just because her quirk wasn't useful for headlines. Funny, in the end, being that visible is exactly what let the commission burn my career down in 3 days flat once I stopped playing along. I don't think it was funny, Izuku said quietly. I think it's the bravest thing I've ever heard someone do on purpose. MT Lady looked at him for a long moment in the dark, something soft and startled crossing her face, and did not answer right away. You say things like that sometimes, she said eventually, like you don't realize how much weight they carry. You should be careful with that, Izuku. Words like that land harder than you think. He did not fully understand what she meant, not then, though he would think about the exchange often in the weeks that followed, turning it over the way he once turned over quirk theories, trying to parse a feeling he had no real framework for yet. Mirko's affection expressed itself differently, blunter, physical, a hand on his shoulder after a hard training session, a shared meal eaten in comfortable silence, the particular unguarded trust of someone who had decided, fully and without reservation, that this boy was hers to protect and had simply stopped bothering to hide it. She did not soften her words for him the way some might have, did not pad her honesty with unnecessary gentleness, but Izuku found, increasingly, that he preferred it that way, because her honesty never once wavered into cruelty, only into a bluntness that felt, somehow, like the most genuine form of respect anyone had offered him in longer than he could remember. You're doing better, she told him one evening, watching him hold a nullification field steady around 3 separate objects at once, precise and controlled, without a single flicker of overreach. Better than I did with my own quirk at your age, if I'm being honest, and I had actual professional training from year 1. You're building all this from scratch, mostly self-taught, half-starved and half a wreck when we found you, and you're already outperforming most licensed pros I've sparred with. You know that, right? I don't feel like it, Izuku admitted, dropping the field, breathing hard from the effort. I still feel like the same scared kid from the gymnasium most days. Yeah, well. Mirko crouched down in front of him, red eyes steady, the same unflinching directness she never withheld. Feeling scared and being weak aren't the same thing, kid. I've been scared plenty of times in 15 years of hero work. Doesn't mean I stopped being good at my job. You're allowed to still feel like that kid sometimes. Doesn't erase everything you've built since. Both things can be true at once. She reached out and tapped 2 fingers against his sternum, gentle despite the roughness in every other part of her. This is stronger than you think it is. I've watched it happen in real time, every single day for 3 weeks. Believe it a little faster than you're currently managing, would you? It'd save us both some time. Izuku laughed, surprised, a real laugh, unguarded, the kind he had not heard come out of his own mouth in what felt like a lifetime, and Mirko's answering grin was sharp and pleased and, though neither of them named it yet, unmistakably fond. Chapter 12. The close call came in the 6th week, on an evening errand that should have been routine. MT Lady had taken Izuku with her into a market 3 districts over, one small enough and far enough from either woman's known territory to seem safe for a quick supply run, both of them dressed down, unremarkable, faces half hidden under caps and scarves against the evening chill. Izuku had grown comfortable enough in the last 6 weeks to walk beside her without flinching at every passing stranger, a small, hard-won progress that made what happened next hit all the harder. It was a commission patrol car, ordinary and unhurried, that turned the corner 2 blocks ahead, nothing sinister in its approach, simply a routine sweep of a district that saw more than its share of minor incidents. But Izuku's whole body locked rigid the instant he registered the commission's insignia on the door panel, 6 weeks of hard-won calm evaporating in an instant, replaced by the old cold animal panic of a boy who had once sat in a windowless room and watched 5 strangers decide his life was over. Izuku. MT Lady's voice was low, urgent, her hand closing around his arm before he could bolt, which every instinct in his body was screaming at him to do. Look at me. Look at me, not them. Breathe. They'll recognize me, he whispered, voice shaking, the cold already rising unbidden in his chest, dangerous and untethered in a way it had not been in weeks of careful controlled practice, panic overriding every hour of discipline they had spent building. They'll take me back, they'll take you too, I have to. You have to breathe and trust me, MT Lady said, firm, steady, positioning her body slightly between him and the approaching patrol car without making the movement look deliberate to anyone watching from a distance. They're not looking for a kid buying groceries with his aunt. That's who we are right now, understand? You're my nephew. We're picking up dinner. Nothing else. Hold on to that and nothing else. The patrol car slowed as it passed, one officer glancing idly out the window at the small evening crowd, and for 3 unbearable seconds Izuku felt certain the world was about to end all over again, felt the cold clawing at the inside of his ribs demanding release, demanding he do something, anything, to protect himself the only way he had ever truly learned how. He held it. Barely, shaking, sweat breaking cold along his spine despite the evening chill, but he held it, remembering, in the frantic scrambling center of his panic, the precise narrow thread of control Mirko had spent 6 weeks teaching him, the difference between reacting and choosing. The patrol car turned down a side street and disappeared, and Izuku's knees nearly buckled the instant it was gone, MT Lady's arm the only thing keeping him upright as the adrenaline crashed out of his system all at once. You did it, she murmured into his hair, holding him steady against her side, her own voice not entirely level either. You held it. Do you understand what that means? 6 weeks ago that would have been an entire block losing power. Tonight it was nothing. Nobody even looked twice. I was so scared, Izuku admitted, voice cracking, the words coming out in a rush now that the danger had passed. I really thought for a second they were going to take me back, and I couldn't stop thinking about that room, about the hearing, about everyone just deciding. I know, MT Lady said, and there was nothing performative in her voice now, only a raw, unguarded honesty that matched his own. I know, sweetheart. But you didn't run. You didn't lash out. You stood there terrified out of your mind and you still made the choice to hold on, because some part of you trusted that I had you, even in the middle of that panic. That's not nothing, Izuku. That's everything, actually. That's exactly the thing that room full of commission officials swore up and down you didn't have. They walked back to the safe house in silence, MT Lady's arm still loosely around his shoulders, and Izuku found himself, somewhere in the quiet 3-block walk home, aware of a feeling he did not yet have a name for, something warm and complicated threading through the residual fear, the specific, disorienting sensation of being held by someone whose touch did not feel like obligation or pity, but like something closer to love, offered freely, without condition, for the first time since a windowless room had convinced him he might never feel safe again. Mirko was waiting at the door when they returned, red eyes sharp with worry the moment she registered Izuku's pale, shaken face, and the story spilled out of MT Lady in short clipped sentences while Mirko's expression shifted, worry sharpening briefly into fury at the commission, before settling, deliberately, into something gentler as she crouched in front of Izuku and pulled him, without asking, into a fierce, steadying hug. You held it, she said into his hair, echoing MT Lady's words from the street. That's my kid. That's exactly my kid. Izuku, held between the two of them in a doorway in a city that had tried its hardest to convince him he belonged nowhere at all, felt something in his chest crack open that had nothing to do with his quirk, and everything to do with 6 weeks of patient, unrelenting, unconditional care finally, fully, landing somewhere he could not pretend not to feel it anymore. Chapter 13. Autumn deepened around the safe house in the weeks that followed, and with it, something in the three of them deepened as well, quiet and unhurried, the particular slow architecture of trust built one ordinary day at a time rather than in any single dramatic moment. Izuku's control over his quirk had matured past anything even Mirko had privately expected, 6 weeks of grueling precision work sharpening into something closer to true mastery, the ability to extend a narrow, deliberate field with pinpoint accuracy, to hold it steady under stress, to release it instantly and cleanly without the lingering cold that had once left him shaking after every use. He was, by any honest measure, no longer the scared, uncontrolled anomaly the commission had condemned in that windowless room. He was becoming something else, something he was only beginning to have language for, a boy who had turned a quirk built entirely around subtraction into a discipline of extraordinary, deliberate restraint. But it was not only the training that had changed him. It was the accumulated weight of small moments, evenings on the roof with MT Lady's quiet stories about her sister, sparring sessions with Mirko that ended, more often than not, in easy laughter rather than exhaustion, the specific, steady comfort of waking every morning to the smell of eggs and the certain knowledge that he would not be alone that day, or the day after, or any day for the foreseeable future. He noticed, with a clarity that both thrilled and unsettled him, the way his chest tightened when MT Lady smiled at something he said, soft and unguarded, the particular warmth in her eyes that felt different, somehow, from simple affection. He noticed, too, the way Mirko's hand lingered a half-second longer than necessary when she ruffled his hair after a good training session, the way her red eyes sometimes held his a beat too long before she looked away, gruff and unbothered, as though daring either of them to name what was happening. He did not know what to call it. He was 15, soon to be 16, and the two women who had rebuilt his entire shattered sense of self from the ground up were adults, respected heroes who had sacrificed everything to save him, and some cautious, self-doubting part of him insisted the feeling building quietly in his chest was gratitude wearing a costume, nothing more. A confused boy mistaking rescue for something deeper because he had never been allowed to feel safe enough, before now, to feel much of anything at all. But there were evenings, increasingly, where the three of them sat together on the safe house roof under a sky neither woman could walk beneath in their old public lives anymore, shoulders touching, the comfortable quiet of people who had built something real out of the wreckage the commission left behind, and Izuku found himself thinking, with a kind of terrified, hopeful honesty he had not allowed himself in a very long time, that whatever this feeling was, it did not feel like gratitude alone. It felt like something with roots. Something that had been growing, quietly, in every training session and every shared meal and every night neither woman had let him face the dark alone, for weeks now, waiting only for someone brave enough to finally say its name out loud. Neither of them said it yet. Not that autumn. But the silence between them, when it fell in those quiet evening hours, had stopped feeling like absence, and had started, unmistakably, to feel like anticipation. Somewhere in the city they could no longer safely walk through in daylight, a commission surveillance file continued to grow, thickening week by week with reports the three of them did not yet know existed, reports of a rogue nullification anomaly training somewhere off the grid, reports of two top heroes gone dark and unaccounted for, reports that would, eventually, demand an answer the commission was not prepared to let go unanswered forever. But for now, in a small safe house at the edge of a city that had tried to erase him, Izuku Midoriya sat between the two women who had refused to let that happen, and allowed himself, for the first time since a gymnasium changed everything, to simply feel something that was not fear. It felt, he thought, watching the sun set over a skyline he no longer belonged to and no longer wanted back, like the beginning of something he had never once let himself imagine, back when his dreams were still small enough to fit inside the shape of a hero license. It felt like the beginning of a family. Chapter 14. The safe house, for all its improvised comfort, was never meant to hold three people indefinitely, and by the 8th week even Mirko, who complained about very little, had begun to notice the walls closing in. "We need somewhere real," she announced one morning, dropping a folded map onto the small table with the same blunt efficiency she brought to everything. "Somewhere with actual space, somewhere defensible, somewhere that isn't a glorified closet with a hot plate. I've got a lead." The lead turned out to be an old industrial compound on the far edge of the abandoned district Izuku had first been exiled to, a former quirk manufacturing facility that had gone bankrupt decades earlier and sat, forgotten by everyone including the commission's own property registries, behind 3 layers of rusted fencing nobody had bothered maintaining in years. Mirko had scouted it alone 2 days earlier, and led them there on foot under cover of early morning fog, moving with the practiced silence of someone who had spent 15 years learning how to disappear into a city when the situation called for it. The compound was enormous by comparison to the safe house, a main warehouse floor large enough to serve as a genuine training space, a second story of small offices that could be converted into actual separate rooms, and a reinforced basement level that had clearly once housed sensitive manufacturing equipment and now sat empty, cavernous, and, Mirko pointed out with visible satisfaction, effectively soundproof. "It's perfect," MT Lady said, walking the length of the main floor with her arms crossed, already calculating in the practical, logistical way Izuku had come to recognize as her particular brand of care, the kind that expressed itself through solving problems before anyone else had finished naming them. "We could actually build something here. not just survive. Build. They spent the next 2 weeks hauling salvaged furniture and equipment from 3 different abandoned buildings across the district, Izuku's growing control over his quirk proving unexpectedly useful for disabling old security systems and dormant quirk-based locks that had rusted shut decades earlier, precise enough now that he could nullify a single mechanism without disturbing anything around it. He found, somewhere in those 2 weeks of physical labor and shared purpose, a satisfaction he had not expected, the simple, grounding pleasure of building something with his own hands alongside 2 people who trusted him enough to hand him a crowbar and a section of wall and walk away to work on their own section without checking on him every 5 minutes. You know, Mirko said one afternoon, watching him carefully nullify a corroded lock on an old supply closet without so much as scorching the surrounding metal. 6 months ago the entire Hero establishment took one look at what you can do and decided it was only good for destruction. Look at you now. Using the exact same ability to fix things instead of break them. She shook her head, something fond and a little rueful in her expression. Funny how that works out, when somebody actually bothers teaching a kid control instead of just being scared of him. By the end of the 2nd week, the compound had become, unmistakably, a home. 3 separate rooms on the 2nd floor, sparse but genuinely theirs, a kitchen assembled from salvaged appliances that MT Lady had somehow coaxed back into working order, a training floor below stocked with equipment Mirko had liberated from 3 different sources Izuku knew better than to ask too many questions about. It was not the life any of them had imagined for themselves a year earlier. But it was, increasingly, undeniably, a life they had chosen, built together, brick by rusted brick, out of the wreckage the Commission had left behind. The first night in the new compound, the 3 of them ate dinner sitting on the floor of the main training space, because none of the furniture had made it upstairs yet, passing a single pot of stew between them with mismatched spoons, and Izuku found himself laughing, easily, freely, at some dry, deadpan comment Mirko made about the state of MT Lady's cooking, and caught, in the corner of his eye, both women watching him laugh with an expression he was beginning to recognize, warm and quietly delighted, the specific look of people who had built something worth protecting and were still, every day, a little amazed by how much they had come to love protecting it. Chapter 15. It was MT Lady who finally said something out loud, 3 weeks after they settled into the compound, on a night when Mirko had gone out alone to scout a supply route and left the 2 of them sitting together on the newly repaired roof, looking out at a skyline neither of them could walk beneath freely anymore. Can I tell you something, she said, quiet, uncharacteristically hesitant in a way Izuku had rarely heard from her. Always, he said, and meant it completely. I've been trying to figure out how to say this for weeks, MT Lady admitted, hands folded tightly in her lap, eyes fixed on the horizon rather than on him. And every time I get close, I talk myself out of it, because you're 16 now, and I'm not, and there's a version of this where saying it out loud makes me the worst kind of person. Someone who took advantage of a scared kid who didn't have anyone else to lean on. Izuku's heart was suddenly, unmistakably pounding, the old careful analytical part of his brain scrambling to catalog every detail of her expression the way he once cataloged quirks, searching for certainty in a moment that offered none. That's not what this is, he said, quiet but certain, surprising himself with how sure he sounded. I've thought about it too. For a while now. I didn't know how to say it either, because I kept telling myself it was probably just gratitude, that I was confusing rescue for something else because I'd never let myself feel safe enough to feel anything at all before you 2 found me. Is it, MT Lady asked, finally turning to look at him directly, something vulnerable and hopeful in her expression that he had rarely seen there, just gratitude? No, Izuku said, and the word came out steadier than he expected, steadier than almost anything he had said since a gymnasium changed the entire shape of his life. It stopped being just that a while ago. I don't know exactly when. Maybe the night you held on to me on that street and I realized I trusted you completely, even in the middle of a panic that used to control everything I did. Maybe before that. I don't know. But it's not gratitude anymore. Hasn't been for a while. MT Lady's breath caught, audible in the quiet, and for a long moment neither of them said anything else, the silence between them charged with something neither was quite brave enough yet to close the distance on. Rumi feels it too, MT Lady said finally, quiet, careful. I don't know if you've noticed. She's not exactly subtle, But she also doesn't talk about feelings the way most people do, so I think she's been waiting for one of us to go first. I noticed, Izuku admitted, a small, startled laugh escaping him despite the weight of the conversation. I didn't know if I was imagining it. You weren't. MT Lady's hand found his on the rooftop, warm and steady, the same grounding touch that had held him together on a street 6 weeks earlier. I don't know what this is supposed to look like, Izuku. I don't think there's a normal version of this, 2 grown women and a boy who's still figuring out who he is outside of everything the commission tried to make him. I don't want to rush anything you're not ready for. I just needed you to know it's real, on my end. Whatever we decide to do with that. I don't want you to hold back because of my age, Izuku said, and it was the most certain he had sounded about anything in months. I've spent this whole year being told what I'm allowed to be by people who decided it without ever actually asking me. I don't want that from you too. I want to decide this myself. And what I want is not to pretend this isn't happening just because it's complicated. MT Lady studied his face for a long moment in the dark, searching, and whatever she found there seemed to settle something in her, some final hesitation releasing all at once. She leaned in, slow, giving him every chance to pull back if he wanted to, and pressed a soft, careful kiss to his forehead instead of his lips, a gesture that felt, somehow, more intimate for its restraint than anything more direct could have managed. Then we go slow, she said, resting her forehead briefly against his. All 3 of us, together, honestly, no secrets, no rushing. We've all had enough people in our lives decide things for us without asking. I'm not about to become one more. Mirko found them still sitting there an hour later, returning from her scouting run with a bag of supplies over one shoulder, and something in the careful, charged quiet between them must have told her everything she needed to know, because she set the bag down slowly, red eyes moving between the 2 of them with an expression that started guarded and melted, gradually, into something achingly soft. So, she said, crossing her arms, though the gruffness could not quite hide the vulnerability underneath it. Somebody finally said something. Somebody did, MT Lady confirmed, quiet. Mirko was silent for a long moment, and then, in a gesture that surprised them both, crossed the roof and sat down heavily beside Izuku, close enough that their shoulders touched, her usual blunt confidence replaced, briefly, by something more uncertain than either of them had ever seen from her. I'm not good at this part, she admitted. The saying it out loud part. I'm better at showing up, at fighting for something, at proving it with actions instead of words. But I don't want you thinking I feel any less than what you just told you, just because I'm bad at finding the words for it. You don't have to find the words tonight, Izuku said, and reached for her hand the way she had so often reached for his, steady and certain despite the trembling nervousness underneath it. I already know. I've known for a while. You show it every single day, Rumi. I don't need you to say it. I just need you to keep showing up. That's always been enough. Mirko's breath left her in something between a laugh and a rough, unsteady exhale, and she pulled him into her side, fierce and grounding, exactly the way she always had, except now there was nothing hidden underneath the gesture at all. Yeah, she said, voice rough. Yeah, okay. I can do that. I can absolutely do that. The 3 of them sat together on the rooftop long after the sun finished setting, shoulders touching, the careful, unhurried architecture of something neither fully named yet finally, quietly, beginning to take shape, out of the wreckage of a system that had tried, and failed, to convince all 3 of them they were worth less than what they had just found in each other. None of them spoke for a long while after that, content simply to sit together under a sky that no longer felt like something to fear, and Izuku found himself thinking, in the quiet, that this was the first time since the gymnasium that silence itself had stopped feeling like the held breath before bad news. It felt, instead, like rest. Like the particular, hard-won piece of people who had stopped waiting for the next thing to be taken from them, at least for one evening, at least for now. Chapter 16. Winter arrived early that year, the compound's reinforced walls holding out the cold better than any of them had expected when they first claimed the place as their own, and with the changing season came a shift in the rhythm of their days that Izuku noticed without immediately being able to name. Training continued, relentless and precise, Mirko pushing him now toward control at greater distances, testing the outer edges of what his field could reach without losing precision, while MT Lady drilled him on the practical hand-to-hand fundamentals that would let him hold his ground even in the rare moments his quirk alone was not enough. But the training had changed in texture, somehow, less like the desperate, survival-driven urgency of those first weeks and more like the deliberate, patient investment of people building towards something specific, something neither woman had fully explained to him yet, though Izuku had begun, in the analytical corner of his mind that never fully stopped cataloging patterns, to suspect they were preparing him for more than simple self-defense. "You're strong enough now to actually protect people," Mirko told him one grueling afternoon, both of them breathing hard after a sparring session that had pushed him further than any before it. "Not just yourself. Us too, if it ever comes to that. I want you to sit with that for a second, because I don't think you've let yourself really believe it yet." "What do you mean, if it ever comes to that?" Izuku asked, wary, the old anxiety flickering, quieter now than it once was but never fully gone. Mirko was quiet for a moment, wiping sweat from her brow, red eyes distant in a way that told Izuku she was weighing how much to say. "The Commission's not going to just forget about us forever," she said finally. "I've kept half an ear on the channels I still have access to, quietly, carefully. There's chatter. Nothing concrete yet, but enough to tell me they haven't stopped looking, and enough to tell me that whatever they eventually decide to do about 2 rogue heroes and an anomaly subject who supposedly died in exile, it's not going to be gentle when they finally act." She met his eyes, steady, honest, the same bluntness she never softened even when the truth was hard. "I don't want to scare you. I want you ready. There's a difference." Izuku absorbed that with the same careful, measured attention he brought to everything now, none of the old panic that would have once sent the cold rising uncontrolled in his chest. "Then we get ready," he said simply. "Together. Whatever that takes." MT Lady, listening from where she leaned against the training room wall, crossed the space and pressed a hand to the back of his neck, warm and grounding. "That's exactly the answer we were hoping you'd give," she said, quiet pride threading through her voice. "For what it's worth, I don't think it's coming soon. Might be months yet. Might be longer. But when it does come, I want the 3 of us facing it as something they can't just walk over the way they walked over you the first time. That's what all of this has been building toward, Izuku. Not just survival. Strength enough that nobody gets to make that decision for you again." That evening, the 3 of them sat together in the compound's newly furnished main room, a fire crackling in a salvaged wood stove Mirko had rigged with more determination than expertise, and Izuku found himself looking around at the life they had built in a few short months, walls that had once held nothing but rust and abandoned machinery now holding warmth, and food, and 2 people who had rearranged the entire architecture of their lives around the simple, radical decision that he was worth protecting. He thought about the boy who had sat alone on a cold concrete floor months earlier, certain that some fundamental door in his life had closed forever. That boy had not been wrong, exactly. That door had closed. But somewhere in the months since, without his fully realizing it was happening, an entirely different door had opened, one he had never once let himself imagine standing in front of, back when his whole world was built around a hero license that could be revoked with a single unanimous vote in a windowless room. "I used to think being a hero meant getting a license," Izuku said quietly, watching the fire, more to himself than to either of them. "Getting ranked, getting recognized, having the system say, officially, that you counted. I don't think that anymore. I think it just means deciding to actually show up for people, and meaning it, even when nobody official is watching to give you credit for it." He looked between them, firelight catching the quiet, steady affection in both their faces. "You 2 taught me that. Not the Commission. Not U.A. You 2, in an abandoned warehouse, teaching a kid nobody else wanted how to actually believe in himself again." Mirko's hand found his on one side, MT Lady's on the other, and the 3 of them sat together in the firelight, unhurried, unafraid, a family built entirely out of defiance and patience and the simple, unwavering refusal of 2 heroes to let a broken system decide who deserved to be saved. Outside the compound, the winter city carried on its business unaware, Commission patrols sweeping streets that no longer held any trace of the boy they had once condemned, hero rankings shifting quietly to fill the gap left by 2 women the public had already begun, carelessly, to forget. But inside those reinforced walls, something patient and unbroken continued to grow, season after season, waiting only for the day it would be tested against everything the world outside still believed it understood about all three of them. That day was still to come. But for now, in the warmth of a fire none of them had expected to ever build again, it was enough simply to have found each other. Later, long after the fire had burned down to embers and MT Lady had drifted to sleep against his shoulder, Izuku lay awake a while longer, listening to the quiet, steady sound of a compound that had, somewhere in the last few months, stopped feeling like a hideout and started feeling like something far harder to name and far more worth protecting. He thought about the notebooks he had once filled with hero analysis, the boy who had wanted so badly to be given permission by a system that had, in the end, only ever offered him conditional belonging. He did not need that permission anymore. He had built something the commission could never revoke with a vote, something that did not depend on a license or a ranking or a room full of strangers deciding, unanimously, what he was allowed to become. Whatever came next, whatever the commission's quiet chatter eventually grew into, he would not be facing it as the frightened, hollowed-out boy from that abandoned district. He would be facing it as exactly what Mirko had called him without a second's hesitation the night she found him in that alley. Someone's. Not property. Not liability. Family. He closed his eyes, finally, and slept. Chapter 17. Nothing about the mornings after changed as dramatically as Izuku had half expected it to, and he found, somewhat to his own surprise, that the lack of drama was its own kind of relief. MT Lady still made eggs. Mirko still went out at dawn to check the perimeter. The compound still smelled faintly of wood smoke and machine oil and the particular cold, clean scent of early winter seeping through gaps in the reinforced walls. What had changed was smaller than that, quieter, woven into the ordinary rhythm of their days rather than announced by it, the way MT Lady's hand rested a beat longer on his shoulder when she passed behind his chair, the way Mirko had started sitting close enough during meals that their knees brushed, unhurried and unbothered, as though some careful internal negotiation had finally resolved itself and nobody needed to make a production of the result. They talked about it properly for the first time 3 days after the rooftop, sitting together in the main room while a fire burned low in the salvaged stove, and it was Mirko, unexpectedly, who set the terms. "I want to be clear about something," she said, arms crossed, red eyes serious in a way that cut through her usual bluntness. "This isn't a competition. I'm not interested in you and me circling each other for your attention like a couple of jealous idiots. If we're doing this, all three of us, it's because we actually want each other in the room too, not just because we both happen to want you." She glanced at MT Lady, something unguarded passing between them. "I've thought about this longer than either of you probably realize. I don't do anything halfway. If I'm in, I'm all the way in, with both of you, not just tolerating one to keep the other." MT Lady reached over and took Mirko's hand, something soft crossing her expression. "Same," she said simply. "I don't think I could have said it that clearly, but same." Izuku, watching the two of them, felt something in his chest loosen that he had not fully realized was still tight. He had worried, quietly, in the days since the rooftop, about exactly the scenario Mirko had just named out loud, some anxious corner of his mind imagining a fragile arrangement built on two separate affections for him rather than something whole in its own right. Hearing them dismantle that fear before he even had to voice it settled something in him more completely than any reassurance aimed directly at him could have. "I want that too," he said. "All three of us. Not just pieces of something. The whole thing." "Good," Mirko said, satisfied, and reached out to pull him against her side with the same easy, grounding physicality she always had, except now there was nothing held back in it. "Then that's settled. We go slow, we go honest, and nobody in this room ever has to wonder where they stand with the other two. That's the only rule I actually care about." There was a practical dimension to it too, one MT Lady raised gently a few days later, the kind of consideration Izuku might not have thought to voice himself but was grateful, quietly, that she did. "We should also talk about pace, and about what happens if any of us need space at any point," she said, one evening while they sat together over dinner. "This isn't going to look like anything either of you has ever done before, and it isn't going to look like anything I've done before either. I don't want either of you performing certainty you don't actually feel just because you think it's what the other two want to hear. Same goes both ways, Izuku said. If either of you ever needs to slow down, or step back, or just think something through alone, I need you to actually tell me instead of managing my feelings about it. I've had enough people manage things around me without telling me the truth. I don't want that here, of all places. Mirko reached over and ruffled his hair, rough and fond. Look at you, she said, something proud threading through the gruffness, already better at naming what you need than most adults twice your age. She glanced at MT Lady, something settled passing between them. Deal. All of it. Honesty first, always, no matter how uncomfortable it gets. They built the shape of it slowly over the following weeks, the way they built everything, patient and unhurried, three people who had each, in their own way, been burned badly enough by systems and people who claimed to care and did not, to know the value of taking their time. There was no grand declaration, no single moment that announced the shift from found family to something with an additional, tender dimension folded into it. There was only the accumulation of small honest choices, repeated daily, until the shape of what they had built together felt as solid and unremarkable as the walls around them. Izuku's 16th birthday came and went quietly in early winter, marked by a small cake MT Lady had somehow assembled from salvaged ingredients and a single, absurdly expensive bottle of good tea Mirko had bartered 3 favors to acquire, and Izuku, blowing out a single candle in a compound that had become, against every likelihood the world had offered him, home, thought that he had never in his life felt less alone. Chapter 18. Training entered a new phase that winter. One Mirko introduced with characteristic bluntness on a morning cold enough that their breath fogged visibly in the training hall's high-ceilinged air. Time to stop thinking about that quirk as a weapon, she announced, pacing in front of him while MT Lady leaned against the wall nearby, arms crossed, watching with quiet interest. You've spent 5 months learning precision, learning restraint, learning how to reach out and take exactly what you mean to take and nothing more. Good. Necessary. But it's half the picture. The other half is learning to use that same control defensively, actively, not just as a scalpel but as a shield. Somebody throws a quirk-based attack at you, or at one of us, you should be able to nullify it before it lands, not just study it politely from a safe distance. I don't know if I can do that, Izuku admitted, the old anxiety flickering, though it settled faster now than it once did, tempered by months of hard evidence that his control was better than his fear usually gave him credit for. Reacting fast enough to nullify something incoming, that's different from taking my time with a flashlight or a lock. That's exactly why we're starting now instead of waiting until you actually need it in a real fight, MT Lady said, pushing off the wall. Better to fail here, safely, with us, than out there when it actually matters. They started with projectiles, simple and mechanical at first, nothing quirk-based, just Mirko lobbing a tennis ball at varying speeds while Izuku practiced snapping a narrow nullification field into place fast enough to intercept it, though a plain tennis ball had nothing for his quirk to actually erase, and the early sessions were mostly about raw reaction speed, training his instincts to reach for the field the instant a threat presented itself rather than a half-second later. Once his timing sharpened, they moved to MT Lady's own quirk, used at a fraction of her usual scale, sending controlled bursts of growth-based force his way that he learned, gradually, painstakingly, to intercept and dissolve before they connected. It was grueling, exhausting work, weeks of failure for every small success, Izuku ending most sessions on the training floor gasping for breath, mentally wrung out in a way physical exercise alone had never quite managed. But something was building, session by session, a new instinctive fluency that felt different from the careful, deliberate precision of his early training, faster, more responsive, closer to reflex than calculation. The breakthrough came on a gray afternoon in late winter, 6 weeks into the new training regimen, when Mirko, without warning, launched a genuine attack at full speed, a testing blow meant to gauge his actual limits rather than coddle his progress, and Izuku's body reacted before his conscious mind fully caught up, a wide, instantaneous field snapping into place that nullified the kinetic force of Mirko's blow entirely, leaving her fist hovering, harmless, inches from his shoulder. The training hall went silent. Mirko stared at her own suspended fist, and then at Izuku, something fierce and delighted breaking across her face. There it is, she said, pulling back, grinning. That's what I've been waiting for. You just stopped a full speed hit from a top 5 hero without breaking a sweat, kid. Do you understand what that means? It means, MT Lady said, crossing the floor with quiet pride, that we've built something the Commission genuinely has no answer for. A shield that doesn't just block damage. It erases the ability to cause it in the first place. Izuku sat down heavily on the training floor, hands shaking slightly with the aftermath of adrenaline and effort, and looked up at the two women watching him with matching expressions of fierce, unguarded pride. I couldn't have done any of this alone, he said, quiet, certain. Any of it. Not the control, not this. You two built this with me. We didn't build anything, Mirko said, crouching down to his level, cupping his face with a roughness that had nothing but gentleness underneath it. We just refused to let anyone convince you that you weren't already capable of building it yourself. There's a difference, and I want you to actually hear it, because you did this. We just made sure you had the room to try. From that day forward, the training shifted again, no longer simply about mastering the quirk in isolation but about the three of them learning to move as a unit, Izuku's expanding, precise field working in concert with Mirko's raw physical force and MT Lady's versatile size-based strength. The three of them drilling combinations in the cavernous training hall until the coordination between them felt less like a plan executed and more like a single organism reacting on instinct. By early spring, watching the three of them run through a coordinated defense drill, even Mirko, who rarely allowed herself to sound impressed by anything, admitted, quietly, that she had never seen a team come together this fast, this completely, in 15 years of professional hero work. That's what happens, MT Lady said, catching her breath after a particularly demanding session, when the team actually trusts each other completely, instead of just coordinating tactics on paper. She looked between the two of them, warmth plain on her face. I don't think I've ever had that before. Not really. Not until now. Even Mirko, who had spent 15 years working alongside dozens of capable heroes over the course of her career, found herself saying as much aloud one evening, unprompted, while the three of them cooled down after a session that had left all three of them soaked in sweat and grinning despite the exhaustion. I fought beside some of the best heroes in the country, she said, toweling off her hair, top 10 rankings, decades of experience, the works. Never once felt what I feel fighting beside you two. It's not even about raw power. It's knowing, completely, without having to think about it, that neither of you is ever going to leave a gap I have to cover alone. That kind of trust doesn't come from training. It comes from everything else we've built around it. Maybe that's the actual secret nobody in the official hero system ever figures out, Izuku said, considering it seriously. They train tactics. They don't train trust. You can coordinate a formation on paper without ever actually depending on each other for anything that matters outside the fight. Damn right, Mirko agreed, throwing an arm around each of them. And that's exactly why nothing they send is gonna know what to do with us. Chapter 19. Word of them traveled slowly through the underground that spring, the way word always traveled in places the official hero system had abandoned, in whispers between people who had learned the hard way not to trust anything printed in a headline. It started small. A gang attempting to shake down a small grocer 2 streets from the compound found their leader's enhancement quirk simply vanish mid-threat, the man left standing, baffled and suddenly ordinary, in front of a shopkeeper who had resigned himself to losing his week's earnings moments before. It happened again a month later, a domestic dispute escalating toward violence interrupted by a boy who appeared out of nowhere, quirk nullified before a blow could land, gone again before anyone thought to ask his name. By early spring, the pattern had a name of its own in the district's whispered rumor networks, though none of the three of them had chosen it or announced it publicly. The null and his rabbits, spoken half in fear and half, increasingly, in something closer to gratitude. We should talk about what we're actually doing out there, MT Lady said one evening, after Izuku returned from an evening patrol with a graze on his arm and a story about pulling a terrified teenager out of a burning storage unit before the fire's quirk-enhanced accelerant could spread further. Not to stop you. I don't want to stop you. I just want us deciding this together, deliberately, instead of it happening one improvised rescue at a time. They talked it through properly that night, the three of them mapping out, methodically, what it would mean to become something like unofficial guardians of a district the hero system had long since abandoned, without licenses, without sanction, without any of the institutional protection that came with an official hero registration. It was Izuku, surprising even himself, who articulated most clearly why it mattered. I spent my whole life wanting to be a hero because I thought it meant a license and a ranking and everyone's approval, he said, turning a cup of tea slowly between his hands. I don't think that anymore. I think it just means this. Showing up when nobody else will, because the people here don't have anyone else coming. The commission wrote this whole district off years ago. Somebody should still be looking out for them. I want that to be us. Mirko's mouth curved into something fierce and proud. Yeah, she said. Okay. Then that's who we are now. Not licensed heroes. Just people who refuse to look away. She reached out, tapping 2 fingers against Izuku's chest, the same gesture she had used months earlier during his first faltering days of training. You built a shield strong enough to protect a family, kid. Might as well let it protect a little more than that. The work reshaped all 3 of them in ways that went beyond simple training, Izuku discovering a version of purpose that felt entirely his own, built from choices nobody had handed him and nobody could revoke with a vote in a windowless room. He learned the district's streets the way he had once learned quirk taxonomies, methodically, thoroughly, until he could navigate its worst corners with the same easy familiarity he had once reserved for hero rankings and combat theory. He learned faces, names, the particular rhythms of a community that had been failed so thoroughly by the official system that his and Mirko's and MT Lady's quiet, unsanctioned presence had become, within a matter of months, something the district genuinely relied on. He thought, sometimes, of the boy who had once idolized All Might from a rooftop, certain that heroism required a symbol tall enough to see from every corner of the city. He did not miss that boy's certainty anymore, not the way he once thought he would. What he had built instead felt smaller in scale and larger in substance, a quiet, unglamorous, entirely voluntary commitment to people the world had decided did not matter enough to protect, made real not through a license but through the simple, repeated choice to keep showing up. Chapter 20. It was MT Lady who noticed, first, that something in Izuku had begun to shift beneath the surface, a quiet unresolved grief he had never fully allowed himself to process even as everything else in his life healed around it. She found him one evening sitting alone on the training hall floor, an old, water-damaged notebook open in his lap, the last of his childhood hero analysis journals, salvaged months earlier from a supply run near his old neighborhood and never once opened since. He was staring at a page of careful, cramped handwriting from a version of himself that felt, he realized, looking at it now, almost like a stranger. You've never shown either of us this, MT Lady said gently, sitting down beside him without asking permission first, the careful, deliberate respect for his space that had become second nature to all 3 of them. I didn't know how, Izuku admitted, running a thumb along the edge of a page dense with old diagrams of One for All's power transfer, a hero he used to worship the way some children worshipped gods. I thought I'd already dealt with all of this. The exile, the hearing, all of it. But I look at this and I still feel it. Not the anger anymore, not really. Just, I don't know. Grief, maybe. For the kid who wrote this. He wanted something so badly, and it just got taken from him by people who were supposed to protect him. You're allowed to grieve that, MT Lady said quietly. Healing from something doesn't mean it stops hurting entirely. It just means the hurt stops running the whole show. Izuku turned to a page near the back of the notebook, one he had not looked at in almost a year, a hurried, excited sketch of himself in an imagined hero costume, All Might's smile drawn crudely in the corner of the page beside a scrawled note that read, simply, someday he'll say I can be a hero too. He traced the words with one finger, something aching and unresolved rising in his chest. I keep wondering if he ever thinks about me, Izuku admitted, voice small. All Might. If he regrets not fighting harder. If he even remembers I exist anymore, or if I'm just one more name in a file he closed a year ago and never opened again. MT Lady was quiet for a long moment, weighing her words carefully. I don't know the answer to that, she said honestly. I won't pretend I do. But I know this. Whatever he did or didn't do in that room, it doesn't get to define what you became after. You didn't need his permission to become someone worth admiring, Izuku. You already are that. You built it yourself, out of the wreckage he couldn't stop them from making. That matters more than whatever he thinks about, alone, wherever he is now. Mirko joined them a while later, settling on Izuku's other side without a word, simply present, and the three of them sat together on the training hall floor while Izuku worked through the last of the old notebook, page by page, narrating small pieces of the boy he used to be to the two people who had helped him become someone new. Somewhere in that long, quiet unpacking, something in his chest that had stayed clenched for over a year finally, gently, released. I don't need him to say it anymore, Izuku said finally, closing the notebook, setting it aside with a kind of careful tenderness rather than the old aching grief. I don't need anyone's permission anymore. I already know what I am. He looked between them, something steady and whole settling into his expression for the first time since the gymnasium. I'm theirs. I'm yours. That's enough. That's more than enough. Mirko pulled him into her side, fierce and certain, and MT Lady's hand found his, and the three of them sat together in the quiet, unhurried peace of people who had finally, fully, stopped waiting for the rest of the world to catch up to what they had already built. Chapter 21. It was Izuku, in the end, who raised the idea first, on a warm evening in early spring when the three of them sat together on the compound roof, the district spread out below them in the soft gold light of sunset. I want to marry you, he said, quiet but certain, the words arriving with none of the trembling uncertainty he half expected of himself. Both of you. I know it's not something the world outside would ever recognize, I know there's no license or paperwork that would make it official anywhere that matters to the commission. But I don't need the world outside to recognize it. I just need the three of us to know it's true. Mirko went very still beside him, and for a long moment neither woman said anything at all, the silence stretching taut with something neither of them seemed quite ready to name out loud first. You're sure, MT Lady said finally, her voice careful, deliberately giving him room to reconsider if he needed it, the same patient caution she had shown him since the very first conversation on this same roof. I've never been more sure of anything, Izuku said. I spent my whole life waiting for permission from systems that never actually cared about me. I'm done waiting. I know what I want. I want this. I want you both, for as long as either of you will have me. Mirko let out a rough, unsteady breath, something between a laugh and something far more vulnerable. Damn it, she muttered, wiping roughly at her eyes with the back of one hand, I did not expect to cry about this today. She reached for his hand, gripping it tight. Yeah. Yes. Obviously yes. I've known what I wanted since that alley, kid, I just didn't think I'd get to hear you say it first. MT Lady's hand found his other side, her eyes bright, unguarded in a way she rarely allowed herself to be even now. Yes, she said simply, and it was enough, 3 syllables carrying the entire weight of everything the three of them had built together over the better part of a year. They spent the following weeks planning something small, deliberately unceremonious by the standards of any world that still cared what the commission thought of them, because none of the three of them had any illusions about hosting a wedding recognized by any official registry, and none of them wanted one. What mattered, they agreed, sitting together late one night mapping out the shape of it, was not spectacle but sincerity, 3 people standing in front of each other and saying, plainly, the truth of what they had already built. I want it here, Izuku said, looking around the training hall that had become, over the better part of a year, something closer to a cathedral than any of them had originally intended it to be, every corner of it holding some memory of a hard-won breakthrough, a shared laugh, a quiet moment of trust rebuilt one careful choice at a time. This is where all of it actually happened. Where you two taught me how to believe in myself again. It should happen here too. Mirko looked around the hall, at the salvaged equipment and the worn training mats and the high windows that let in soft, unfiltered daylight, and nodded, something settled and certain in her expression. Yeah, she agreed. Here. That's exactly right. Chapter 22. The morning of the ceremony arrived quiet and clear, early spring sunlight spilling through the training hall's high windows and wide, golden columns that none of them had ever noticed quite so vividly before. They kept it simple, the way they had agreed, no elaborate decoration beyond a few strings of salvaged lights Mirko had rigged along the hall's exposed beams and a scattering of wildflowers MT Lady had gathered from the overgrown lot behind the compound, arranged with more care than her brisk, practical nature usually allowed her to show. There was no officiant, no legal document, nothing the outside world would ever recognize as binding. There was only the three of them, standing together in the golden light of the training hall that had become, over the better part of a year, the truest home any of them had ever known. Izuku spoke first, his voice steady despite the trembling in his hands, a small, careful notebook of vows he had written and rewritten a dozen times over the preceding weeks held loosely in one hand, though in the end he barely needed to look at it. "A year ago, I thought my life was over," he said, looking between the two women in front of him, sunlight catching the fierce, careful love in both their faces. "I thought the worst thing that could ever happen to me already had. I was wrong. The worst thing that could have happened would have been never finding you. You didn't just save my life. You taught me how to actually live it, on my own terms, built out of choices nobody could take from me with a vote or a headline or a hearing. I promised to keep showing up for you both every single day, the way you showed up for a scared, broken kid who didn't think he had anything left worth protecting. I promised to never let either of you carry anything alone again, the way I'll never carry anything alone again because of you. I love you. Both of you. Completely, and without condition, for as long as you'll let me." MT Lady spoke next, her voice thick with an emotion she made no effort to hide. "I spent 10 years of my career being told my worth was measured in headlines and sponsorships," she said. "I let the world decide what I was allowed to be, for far too long. You reminded me, both of you, what it actually feels like to be valued for something real. Izuku, I promise to keep fighting for the version of yourself you're still discovering, every single day, for as long as it takes. Rumi, I promise to keep standing beside you the way you've stood beside me since long before either of us admitted what we were building. I love this family more than I have ever loved anything the world outside once told me mattered more." Mirko went last, and though her voice roughened with an unfamiliar vulnerability, she did not look away from either of them once. "I'm not good with words," she admitted, a small, unsteady laugh escaping her. "Never have been. But I know how to show up, and I know how to fight for something worth fighting for, and I have never in 15 years of hero work found anything worth fighting for the way I've found the two of you." She reached for both their hands, gripping tight. "I promise to protect this family with everything I have, for as long as I have it to give. I promise to keep choosing you, both of you, every single day, the same way I chose to walk into that alley a year ago and never once regretted it since. I love you. That's the whole truth of it. I love you both completely, and I always will." There were no rings, no legal paperwork, no officiant to declare anything final. There was only the three of them, standing together in a shaft of golden spring light, hands joined, the accumulated weight of a year's patient, deliberate love finally spoken aloud in full, and when Izuku leaned in first, uncertain but sure, and MT Lady met him halfway, soft and unhurried, and Mirko's arms came around them both a moment later, fierce and complete, it felt, to all three of them, more binding than any document the outside world could have offered. They stayed like that for a long time, wrapped together in the quiet golden hall, and when they finally separated, laughing, wiping at unashamed tears, Mirko pulled them both toward the hall's center, where she had, without either of them noticing, arranged a small meal on the floor exactly the way they had once eaten their very first dinner in this compound, mismatched spoons and all. "Family dinner," she announced, grinning, red eyes bright. "Nothing's changed. Everything's changed." Both at once, apparently. "Sit down, you two. I'm starving." They ate together on the training hall floor as the golden afternoon light slowly shifted toward evening, three people who had built, out of a year of exile and betrayal and patient, unrelenting devotion, something the world outside had no name for and no authority to unmake. Later, as the light outside finally faded fully into dusk, Izuku found himself standing alone for a moment at the tall windows of the training hall, looking out over the district that had become, over the course of a single transformative year, more of a home to him than the neighborhood he had grown up in ever fully managed to be again after the gymnasium changed everything. He thought about the version of himself who had once filled notebooks with careful analysis of quirks that were not his own, certain that belonging required someone else's permission, a license, a ranking, an official stamp of approval from a system that measured worth in marketability rather than character. That boy had not been wrong to want to belong. He had only been wrong about where genuine belonging could actually be found. Mirko found him there first, wrapping her arms around him from behind, chin resting lightly on his shoulder. "Regrets?" she asked, not quite a question, more an invitation to say the thing out loud if it needed saying. "None," Izuku said immediately, covering her arms with his own. "I was just thinking about how strange it is, that the worst thing that ever happened to me led directly to the best thing that ever happened to me." "I don't know if that makes sense." "Makes plenty of sense," Mirko said. "Doesn't mean the worst thing wasn't still awful. Doesn't mean you owe the commission gratitude for what they did to you. It just means you're the kind of person who builds something out of wreckage instead of staying buried under it. That's not luck, kid. That's exactly who you are." MT Lady joined them a moment later, completing the circle, and the three of them stood together at the window for a long while, watching the district's scattered lights flicker on one by one below, a whole community of people neither the commission nor the official hero registry had ever bothered to properly look after, now quietly, steadily, held together by three people the same system had tried and failed to erase. "I keep thinking about something you said," MT Lady murmured eventually, back on the roof, "the night I finally said something out loud. You said you didn't want either of us holding back because of your age, because you'd spent your whole life having people decide things for you without asking. I think about that a lot. How much courage that actually took, at 16, to demand the right to choose your own life after everyone else had spent a year taking that choice away from you." "It didn't feel brave in the moment," Izuku admitted. "It just felt necessary. Like the only thing I actually had left that was fully mine to decide." "That's usually what real courage feels like," Mirko said quietly. "Not some big dramatic thing. Just refusing to let somebody else write your story for you, one more time, when everything in you is exhausted enough to just let them." She pressed a kiss to the side of his head, unhurried. "I'm proud of you. I don't think I say that enough. I'm proud of every single choice that got you here, even the scared, uncertain ones. Especially those." They stood together at the window until full dark settled over the district, and then, unhurried, contented, the three of them returned to the small rituals of an ordinary evening that no longer felt ordinary at all, not after everything it had taken to earn it, banking the fire, securing the compound's outer doors, settling together in the quiet, hard-won peace of a family that had chosen itself into existence, one deliberate act of trust at a time. Chapter 23. Life settled, in the weeks after, into a rhythm that felt, to Izuku, almost impossibly peaceful, the accumulated exhaustion of an entire year of grief and fear finally giving way to something steady and unhurried and entirely his own. Mornings still began with the smell of eggs, though now, more often than not, Izuku found himself the one at the stove, having picked up enough of MT Lady's patient cooking instruction over the winter to manage a passable breakfast of his own. Training continued, though it had settled into something less desperate now, less about survival and more about refinement, the three of them running coordinated drills in the training hall with the easy, practiced fluency of a family that had long since learned to move as one. Evening patrols through the district continued too, the Null and his rabbit's quiet, unofficial presence now woven so completely into the fabric of the underground that shopkeepers left small offerings of thanks on the compound's outer fence, gestures none of them had asked for and all of them, quietly, treasured. There were nights the three of them simply sat together on the roof, the way they had that very first evening the words had finally been spoken aloud, watching a skyline none of them could walk beneath freely anymore but had, somewhere in the past year, stopped mourning, because what they had built inside the compound's reinforced walls mattered more, in the end, than anything the commission's official version of the city could have offered them. "Do you ever think about what happens if they find us?" Izuku asked one such evening, not with fear, exactly, the old anxious flinch long since worn smooth by a year of patient healing, but with the careful, forward-looking attention he had once reserved for cataloging quirks in old notebooks. "Really find us? Not just chatter on a channel?" An actual response. Mirko's arm tightened around him, thoughtful rather than alarmed. I think about it, she admitted. Every day, if I'm honest. I don't think it's a matter of if anymore, kid. I think it's a matter of when. The commission doesn't let things like this stay quiet forever. Two rogue heroes, an anomaly subject they publicly declared handled, all three of us clearly alive and thriving and building something they can't control. That's not a story they get to leave unfinished. Not for their own credibility's sake, if nothing else. Then we keep getting ready, Izuku said, steady, unafraid in a way that would have been unimaginable to the boy who once sat frozen with terror at the sight of a passing patrol car. Whatever comes, we face it together. That's the whole point of everything we've built, isn't it? Not just surviving them. Being strong enough that they can't just walk in here and undo it. MT Lady's hand found his, warm and certain. That's exactly the point, she agreed. And for what it's worth, I don't think they have any idea what they'd actually be walking into if they tried. Mirko's grin, sharp and fierce in the fading evening light, carried the full weight of everything the past year had built inside her. Let them come, she said, red eyes bright with a confidence that was no longer bravado but simple, hard-won certainty. Let them see exactly what they threw away, and exactly what they're going to have to answer for now that they've finally found it again. The three of them sat together on the roof as the sky deepened toward night, unafraid, unhurried, bound by vows no official system had witnessed and no official system could ever unmake, and somewhere in the quiet, gathering dark, none of them yet knew how soon the Commission's answer was coming, or how completely it would test everything they had spent a year, patiently, fiercely, building together. But for tonight, at least, there was only this. A family. A home. A love that had survived exile and betrayal and rebuilt itself, whole, out of the wreckage the world had left behind. It would be enough. It would have to be. Because the storm, though none of them could see it yet, was already on its way. Chapter 24. The test of everything they had built together came sooner than any of them expected, on a night in late spring when a fire alarm quirk enhancement failure trapped a dozen families in a collapsing tenement 3 blocks from the compound, the building's aging structure giving way beneath decades of neglect the city's official infrastructure funds had never once reached. It was the kind of building the district had far too many of, thrown up quickly decades earlier during a period of rapid growth nobody had bothered to maintain since. Its fire suppression quirk enhancements long overdue for inspection by an official hero patrol that had not set foot in this part of the city in years. Izuku had walked past it 100 times on evening patrols, had noted, with the same old cataloging instinct that never fully left him, the visible signs of neglect in its crumbling facade, and had thought, more than once, that it was only a matter of time before something like this happened. He had never imagined he would be the one standing in the street watching it actually catch fire. Mirko was the first to react, bursting from the compound at a dead sprint the instant the smoke became visible on the horizon, Izuku and MT Lady close behind her, the three of them falling automatically into the coordinated rhythm months of training had carved into instinct. By the time they reached the building, flames had already claimed the lower 2 floors, and a crowd of terrified residents stood helpless in the street, watching upper windows where trapped families pressed against glass too hot to touch. Structural quirk enhancement still active in the support beams, Izuku called out, the analytical part of his mind cataloging the danger even as adrenaline flooded his system, but the fire spreading through it, using the reinforcement as fuel somehow, that's why it's collapsing this fast. Can you kill it? Mirko shouted back, already scaling the building's exterior with the raw physical power that had made her one of the most feared heroes in the country. If I nullify the enhancement, the whole structure could come down faster without the reinforcement holding anything up, Izuku called back, thinking fast, for years of childhood quirk analysis and a year of hard-won combat instinct converging into a single, precise plan. I need to isolate it floor by floor, not all at once, by MT Lady enough clearance to get people out before each section goes. MT Lady was already growing, careful and controlled despite the danger, positioning herself alongside the building's collapsing face to catch debris and provide a stable platform for evacuation. Then do it, she called down. I've got the lower floors. Rumi's got the roof access. Go, Izuku. We've got you. What followed was the most demanding, precise application of his ability Izuku had ever attempted, threading careful, narrow fields of nullification through a burning structure floor by floor, buying just enough stability at just the right moment for Mirko to haul terrified families through shattered windows and for empty ladies' massive, steady form to catch them safely below. It took less than 4 minutes, though it felt, to Izuku, like the longest 4 minutes of his life. Every ounce of the precision and control he had built over the past year condensed into a single, sustained act of protection. The building finally collapsed in on itself moments after the last family cleared the ground floor, a controlled, contained collapse rather than the chaotic disaster it would have been without Izuku's careful intervention, and the three of them stood together in the street afterward, soot-streaked and breathing hard, surrounded by a crowd of survivors who stared at them with an expression Izuku had not seen directed at himself in over a year, not fear, not suspicion, but pure, unguarded gratitude. An elderly woman, one of the last residents pulled free, approached them slowly, her hands shaking as she reached out and gripped Izuku's soot-covered sleeve. "You're the boy," she said, wonder plain in her voice. "The one they said was dangerous. The null. My grandson talks about you like you're already a legend down here." "I'm not dangerous," Izuku said, quiet, steady, the old defensive flinch entirely absent from his voice for the first time he could remember saying those words aloud. "I never was." "I know that now," the woman said, tears cutting clean tracks through the soot on her face. "We all do. Thank you. All three of you." They walked back to the compound that night in exhausted, satisfied silence, Mirko's arm slung around Izuku's shoulders, empty lady's hand loosely holding his, and Izuku found himself thinking, with a quiet, settled certainty that felt entirely unlike the desperate hope of his old childhood dreams, that whatever the official hero system still believed about him, the people who actually mattered, the ones he had chosen to protect with the family he had chosen to build, already knew exactly what he was. "That's what I meant," he said quietly, as the compound came into view ahead of them, "when I said I didn't need a license to be a hero anymore. That woman tonight. That's what it actually feels like. Nobody handed me permission for that. We just did it." "Damn right we did," Mirko said, pulling him a little closer, pride unmistakable in her voice. "And we're gonna keep doing it, license or no license, commission's blessing or not, for as long as this district needs us to." Chapter 25. Word of the tenement fire spread through the district faster than any rumor about the Null and his rabbits ever had before, and within days the compound's outer fence had become something between a shrine and a message board, small tokens of gratitude left by residents who had never officially met the three of them but had heard, in careful whispered detail, exactly what they had done. It reached, eventually, ears the three of them had not intended it to reach. Izuku's mother found out through the same careful relay network that had carried their letters back and forth over the past year, a message passed hand to hand through cutouts neither of them fully understood, arriving not as a written letter this time but as an urgent, whispered request relayed through Mirko's contact. Izuku Midoriya wanted, desperately, to see her son in person, just once, however briefly, however carefully arranged. They debated it for 3 days, weighing the risk against the ache all three of them could see plainly in Izuku's face every time the subject came up. In the end it was Mirko, characteristically, who found the solution, arranging a meeting at a location so carefully chosen and so thoroughly checked for surveillance that even she, cautious as she was, pronounced it as safe as anything could be in their current circumstances. Izuku Midoriya arrived at the appointed meeting place, a quiet park on the district's outer edge, wrapped in a scarf that hid most of her face, and the moment she saw Izuku standing there, whole and healthy and unmistakably, impossibly alive, she broke into a run that closed the distance between them faster than either of them could speak. "You're taller," she said, through tears, holding his face in both hands the way she had every scraped knee of his childhood, cataloging every detail of him with the desperate thoroughness of a year's worth of worry finally allowed to rest. "You're taller, and you look, Izuku, you look happy. You look really, truly happy." "I am," Izuku said, and his own voice broke, a year of careful composure finally giving way in his mother's arms, the same way it had once given way in a kitchen over a burnt pot of rice, except this time the tears were not born of fear but of an overwhelming, uncomplicated joy. "Mom, I'm so sorry I couldn't tell you more, I'm so sorry you had to wonder." "Don't," Izuku said fiercely, pulling back just enough to look him in the eyes. Don't you dare apologize for surviving, Izuku. Don't you dare. Her eyes moved, then, to Mirko and MT Lady, standing a respectful distance away, and something complicated crossed her face, gratitude and wariness and a mother's fierce protective assessment all at once. You're the ones who found him. We are, MT Lady confirmed, stepping forward carefully. Mrs. Midoriya, I want you to know, whatever you've heard about us, whatever the news said. I don't care what the news said, Inko interrupted, and there was iron in her voice that Izuku had rarely heard from his gentle, soft-spoken mother. I care about the fact that my son is standing in front of me, alive, healthy, and looking at both of you like you hung the moon. That's all the proof I need. She reached out, unexpectedly, and gripped Mirko's hand, then MT Lady's, in turn. Thank you. I don't have words big enough for what that actually means, so I'm just going to keep saying it until it feels like enough. Thank you. They talked for 2 careful, precious hours in that quiet park, Izuku telling his mother, in careful, guarded pieces, about the family he had built, about the training, about the district, about the vows the 3 of them had exchanged in a golden-lit training hall weeks earlier, and Inko listened to all of it with the same fierce, unwavering love she had shown him his entire life, and when it finally came time to part, the ache of it was tempered, for the first time in a year, by the certainty that it would not be the last time. I'll find a way to see you again, Izuku promised, holding his mother close one final time. I promise. Not another year. I promise. I know you will, Inko said, cupping his face one last time. I know you're not alone anymore. That's the only thing that lets me let go of you again today. Knowing that. Her eyes found Mirko and MT Lady once more, warmth and gratitude plain on her face. Take care of him. Please. With everything we have, Mirko said, quiet and certain. For as long as we live. Inko Midoriya walked away from that park with tears still on her face, but for the first time in over a year, they were not tears of grief. And Izuku, watching her go, felt the last unhealed corner of the wound the commission had carved into his life finally, gently, begin to close. He turned back to find Mirko and MT Lady watching him with matching expressions of quiet, careful tenderness, and crossed the short distance between them without a word, letting them fold him into a tight, wordless embrace right there in the park, uncaring, for once, of who might see. Thank you, he said finally, voice thick, for finding a way to make that happen. I know how much risk that was for both of you. Some risks are worth it, MT Lady said simply, smoothing a hand over his hair. That was one of them. Besides, Mirko added, a small, genuine smile tugging at her mouth as they began the careful walk back toward the compound, your mom's got a hell of a grip for someone that small. I like her already. Izuku laughed, real and unguarded, the sound carrying easily across the quiet park, and for the length of that walk home, at least, the world felt entirely, uncomplicatedly good. Chapter 26. Summer settled over the district with a warmth that felt, to Izuku, entirely new, not simply the changing season but the accumulated weight of a year spent healing finally giving way to something that felt, unmistakably, like flourishing rather than mere survival. The compound had grown busier in the months since the tenement fire, word of the Null and his rabbit spreading far enough that residents from neighboring districts had begun making the careful journey to their gates, not out of fear now but out of hope. Small requests for help that the 3 of them took on selectively, deliberately, mindful always of the balance between the good they could do and the exposure such visibility inevitably risked. Mirko had taken to training a small handful of the district's own young people in basic self-defense, an unofficial extension of the same patient philosophy that had rebuilt Izuku from the ground up, while MT Lady had quietly begun organizing informal supply networks between shopkeepers who had once operated in isolated, precarious independence. We're not just protecting this place anymore, MT Lady observed one evening, watching a group of children practice careful, controlled stances under Mirko's gruff but patient instruction in the training hall's outer yard. We're building something here. A real community, not just a hideout. Izuku, sitting beside her, watched the same scene with a quiet, settled pride that still, some mornings, caught him by surprise with its intensity. I used to think being a hero meant being famous, he admitted. Meant everyone knowing your name, your face, your ranking. I don't think that anymore. I think it just means this. People trusting you enough to bring their kids around, to ask for help without being afraid of what it'll cost them. That's worth more than any license the commission could have given me. Empty Lady's hand found his, warm in the summer evening air. You built that trust one choice at a time, she said. Every single day for over a year. I hope you know how rare that actually is. Most people, given the childhood you had, given what the commission did to you, would have every right to burn the whole world down out of spite. You built something instead. That says everything about who you actually are, Izuku, more than any hearing transcript ever could. Their days settled into a rhythm that felt, increasingly, like the life Izuku had once imagined for himself as a small boy watching heroes on television, except built entirely on his own terms, unlicensed and unrecognized by any official registry but real, undeniably real, in every way that actually mattered. Mornings of training, refining an ability that had once terrified an entire hero academy into something precise and deliberate and, increasingly, gentle in its application. Afternoons spent among a community that had grown to trust them completely. Evenings on the rooftop, the three of them together, watching a city they had chosen not to abandon, even after it had, in its official capacity, abandoned all three of them first. There were quiet nights, too, moments Izuku treasured with a private, careful tenderness he rarely spoke aloud, small ordinary intimacies that had nothing to do with grand declarations and everything to do with the accumulated trust of shared life, Mirko humming, off-key and entirely unself-conscious, while repairing a piece of training equipment. Empty Lady's quiet laughter at some small joke only the three of them would ever understand. The particular, grounding comfort of falling asleep each night knowing, with a certainty the old frightened version of himself could never have imagined possessing, that he would wake surrounded by people who had chosen him completely, and would keep choosing him, for as long as any of them drew breath. He thought, some evenings, about the boy who had once stood in a windowless room and listened to 5 strangers decide his entire future in a matter of minutes. That boy had believed, in the aching, hollow months that followed, that everything worth having had been taken from him permanently. He had been wrong, Izuku understood now, not about the loss itself, which had been real and devastating and irreversible in its own way, but about the finality of it. Loss had not been the end of his story. It had simply been the door that led, eventually, painfully, improbably, to the family waiting for him on the other side. Do you ever think about who you'd have become? Mirko asked him one such evening, the three of them tangled together comfortably on the rooftop as the summer stars emerged overhead, if none of this had happened. If you'd gotten some perfectly normal hero quirk and sailed through U.A without any of this. Izuku considered the question seriously, turning it over the way he once turned over quirk theories in old notebooks. I don't know, he admitted finally. Maybe I'd have been fine. Maybe I'd have gotten my license, joined some agency, become exactly the kind of hero I used to dream about being. He looked between the two women beside him, something warm and certain settling in his chest. But I don't think I'd have been happier. I think I'd have spent my whole career chasing the approval of a system that was never actually built to see people, just rankings, and headlines and marketable power sets. I don't think I'd have found this. Whatever I lost, I got something back that I don't think that other version of me would have ever known to look for. Empty Lady pressed a soft kiss to his temple, and Mirko's arm tightened around them both, and the three of them sat together beneath a summer sky that no longer felt like something to fear, bound by a devotion that had survived exile and betrayal and rebuilt itself, patiently, fiercely, into something the world outside their walls had no authority left to unmake. Somewhere beyond the district's edges, in offices and hearing rooms neither of them had set foot in for over a year, the machinery of the system that had once discarded them continued turning, slow and deliberate, gathering the pieces of a decision that would, eventually, come looking for exactly what they had built here. But for that one more summer evening, at least, none of them let the coming storm touch the peace they had finally, fully, earned. Izuku lay awake a while later that night, Empty Lady's steady breathing on one side of him, Mirko's arm heavy and warm across his chest on the other, and found himself thinking, with the same careful, analytical clarity he once reserved for cataloging quirks, about everything the past year had actually taught him. Power, he understood now, was never the thing that had frightened U.A.'s staff or the Commission's officials in that gymnasium so long ago. It was the unpredictability of power and untrained, unsupported hands that had frightened them, and rather than doing the patient work of training and supporting him, they had chosen the easier, crueler path of simply excising the danger they refused to invest in understanding. Mirko and MT Lady had chosen differently. They had looked at the same frightening potential and seen, instead of a threat to be contained, a person worth the effort of actually raising. That distinction, Izuku thought, drifting finally toward sleep, was the entire difference between the system that had discarded him and the family that had rebuilt him. One had asked what he might become if left unchecked. The other had simply asked who he wanted to become, and then spent a year, patiently, fiercely, helping him get there. He slept, that night, without a single flicker of fear disturbing his rest, held between the two people who had taught him, more thoroughly than any hero course ever could have, exactly what it meant to be safe. Chapter 27. The report that finally forced the commission's hand landed on Director Hashiba's desk on an unremarkable Tuesday morning, buried in a stack of routine district surveillance summaries that any junior analyst might have skimmed past without a second glance, had the summary not included a still frame from a grainy long-range camera showing a boy with unmistakable green hair standing in the open, unmasked, in the middle of a crowded district street, flanked by two women whose faces the facial recognition algorithm had flagged with a confidence rating of 98%. Hashiba read the report 3 times before she allowed herself to react. She remembered, with a clarity that unsettled her, the exact words she had used in that hearing room 18 months earlier, the careful, bureaucratic phrasing she had chosen precisely because it allowed her to deliver devastating news without ever having to fully own the human cost of it. Risk mitigation decision. Projected societal harm. She had built an entire career on language like that, language that let institutions make cruel choices while feeling, internally, like they had done nothing more than balance a spreadsheet. She had believed, at the time, that the language was simply professional, appropriately clinical for the weight of the decision. Reading the surveillance report now, she found herself wondering, for the first time, whether the clinical language had actually been a kindness to herself rather than an honest accounting of what the decision had actually cost a 15-year-old boy and the mother who had begged the panel, through tears, not to do this to her son. She had signed off, personally, on the classification that ended Izuku Midoriya's hero career. She had sat across from a grieving mother and told her, in careful bureaucratic language, that the matter was settled. She had, in the 18 months since, allowed herself to believe, the way people in her position often allowed themselves to believe convenient things, that the boy had either perished quietly in the lawless district he'd been relocated to, or had simply faded into the kind of invisible poverty that made monitoring unnecessary. The report on her desk now made clear how thoroughly that belief had been a fiction of her own convenience. He was alive. He was not merely alive, he was thriving, embedded in a district that had, according to 3 separate corroborating field reports she requested within the hour, begun referring to him and his 2 companions with something disturbingly close to reverence. He had built, in a year and a half of complete absence from official oversight, an operational base, a trained combat capability, and a support network of civilians who would, the reports suggested, actively resist any official intervention. And the 2 women beside him were not unknown quantities. They were, according to the Commission's own registry, still technically licensed, still technically employed, both marked simply as unreachable, on leave, a polite fiction the Commission's Public Relations Division had maintained for a year and a half rather than admit that 2 top-ranked heroes had gone rogue over the handling of a single case. Hashiba called an emergency session of the Full Threat Assessment Board within the hour. I want to be direct about what we're looking at, she told the assembled panel, the same 5 faces, more or less, who had voted unanimously to revoke Izuku Midoriya's license 18 months earlier, though the passage of time had etched new lines of discomfort into several of them as the briefing unfolded. We are looking at a Class 1 anomaly subject who has not only survived independently, contrary to every projection this board relied on in its original decision, but has apparently achieved a level of quirk mastery that exceeds anything in our threat models. He is operating in coordination with 2 former top 10 heroes who possess extensive combat training and public credibility. Together, they have established what amounts to an autonomous zone within a district we had already written off as unrecoverable, and they have done so with the active support of the civilian population there. "How large is this operation?" asked one of the panel members, a man whose name Hashiba had never bothered to memorize in 18 months of shared committee work. "Field estimates suggest a single fortified compound, 3 primary operatives, and an unknown but apparently significant degree of civilian cooperation," Hashiba said. "I want to emphasize the word unknown, because that is precisely the problem. 18 months ago we assessed Midoriya's quirk as an unacceptable liability based on a single uncontrolled incident from a 15-year-old with zero training. We now have credible evidence of an adult-level mastery of that same ability, developed entirely outside any framework we can monitor or predict, in the hands of a subject who has every reason, given how this board handled his case, to view this institution as an enemy rather than an authority to be respected." The room was silent for a long moment, several members exchanging the particular uneasy glances of people beginning to recognize that a decision made for the sake of convenience 18 months earlier had, in the intervening time, grown into something considerably larger and more dangerous than the problem it had originally been meant to solve. "What's the recommendation?" the panel chair asked finally, the same man, Hashiba noted, who had told a grieving mother that the vote had already been conducted internally a year and a half earlier. Hashiba had already drafted the recommendation before the meeting began, had known, from the moment she read the surveillance report, exactly what the board would eventually authorize, because the alternative, the far harder path of acknowledging institutional failure and attempting a genuine reconciliation, was not a path this board had ever shown itself capable of choosing. "Containment through decisive force," she said. "A coordinated strike team, sufficient in both numbers and quirk diversity to neutralize all 3 subjects simultaneously before they can mount an organized defense. Midoriya is to be treated as the primary threat and, if capture proves impractical given the risk his ability poses to the operatives involved, is authorized for termination. Usugiyama and Takayama are to be apprehended for formal charges of treason and harboring a Class 1 anomaly. This needs to happen quickly, before their operation grows any larger, and it needs to happen decisively, because a partial or failed strike risks handing them exactly the kind of public sympathy narrative this board cannot afford twice." The vote, when it came, was unanimous, the same clean, bureaucratic efficiency that had ended Izuku's hero career 18 months earlier now turning, with the same procedural indifference, toward ending his life. Chapter 28. The strike force the commission assembled over the following 3 weeks was, by any honest measure, one of the largest coordinated operations mounted against domestic targets in the organization's recent history, a fact the operational planners took considerable, quiet pride in, even as they carefully avoided using language in the official briefing documents that might later invite uncomfortable comparisons to the deployment of similar force against actual large-scale villain threats. 22 operatives in total, drawn from 3 separate agencies and vetted personally by Hashiba's Office for Quirk Diversity and Combat Reliability, the selection process weighted heavily toward abilities specifically chosen to counter the threat profile Izuku's ability presented. Heroes with quirks that did not rely on continuous activation, whose effects, once triggered, would persist even if Izuku's nullification field caught them mid-use. Heroes with pure physical enhancement rather than sustained quirk-dependent combat styles, difficult to neutralize through nullification alone. A small specialized unit equipped with quirk-suppressing restraint technology developed originally for villain containment, repurposed now for use against 2 of the Commission's own former operatives. The planning documents, which Arakawa reviewed line by line over 3 consecutive sleepless nights, treated the operation with the same procedural language the Commission applied to any large-scale villain containment effort, breaking the assault into carefully sequenced phases. Phase 1 called for a perimeter breach at 4 coordinated points simultaneously, designed specifically to prevent the kind of single choke point defense that field analysts, reviewing footage of the district's layout, had already flagged as the compound's most obvious tactical advantage. Phase 2 called for the physical enhancement unit to press the primary engagement while the quirk suppression team worked to isolate and restrain Usugiyama and Takayama independently of Midoriya, on the theory, untested and entirely theoretical, that separating the 3 targets from each other would collapse whatever coordinated defense they had built together. Phase 3, the final contingency, authorized lethal force against Midoriya specifically should containment prove impractical, a clause Arakawa had read and reread more times than he cared to admit, each reading settling more uncomfortably in his chest than the last. At the head of the operation stood a man named Kenji Arakawa, a veteran strategist with 15 years of experience coordinating multi-hero operations against organized villain factions, brought in specifically for his reputation for cold, methodical planning untroubled by sentiment. He reviewed the surveillance files on all 3 targets with the same clinical thoroughness he had once applied to villain cells responsible for dozens of civilian deaths, and found himself, somewhere in the 3rd night of preparation, uneasy in a way his 15 years of experience had rarely produced. "These aren't villains," he said to Hashiba, during a final planning session 2 days before the scheduled operation, sliding a folder of civilian testimony across the table between them, unsolicited statements gathered by field operatives during the district reconnaissance, describing rescues, community support, a boy who had pulled families from a burning building with a precision that had left the structure's collapse controlled rather than catastrophic. "I built operations against genuine threats to public safety for 15 years. This district doesn't describe threats. It describes protectors. I need you to understand what we're actually about to do here, because my operatives deserve to know exactly what kind of target this is before I send them in. They're unlicensed and operating outside any legal authority," Hashiba said, though something in her voice, Arakawa noted, lacked the full conviction of her earlier briefings. "That district's gratitude doesn't change the fact that we have a Class 1 anomaly subject with combat-level mastery of an ability this board has never successfully modeled a defense against. I understand your concern, Arakawa. I share more of it than you might expect. But the board has voted, the operation is authorized, and the longer we wait, the larger and more entrenched this problem becomes. I need your team ready in 2 days." Arakawa left that meeting and spent the following 2 days doing something the operations planners had explicitly discouraged, reviewing, in exhaustive detail, every piece of surveillance footage the Commission's field teams had gathered, watching a boy who had once been condemned as the second coming of All for One instead pull terrified civilians from a burning tenement, watching 2 disgraced heroes teach neighborhood children basic self-defense in an open training yard, watching, again and again, evidence that directly contradicted the threat profile his mission briefing insisted he was preparing to neutralize. He found himself, on the 2nd night, replaying a single piece of footage more than a dozen times, grainy and distant, of the boy sitting alone on a rooftop between the 2 women, laughing at something one of them had said, an ordinary, unguarded moment of happiness that no threat assessment document had ever been designed to account for. Arakawa had built his entire career on reading operational footage for tactical vulnerabilities, and found himself, this time, unable to see anything in the footage except 3 people who had built, against every institutional obstacle placed in front of them, something that looked, uncomfortably, exactly like a family. He raised the matter once more, carefully, with one of his senior officers over a late dinner the night before the operation, framing it as a tactical concern rather than the moral one it actually was. "I keep coming back to the civilian testimony," he said. "Every account I've reviewed describes protection, not aggression. If this operation goes forward exactly as planned and results in Midoriya's death, we are not neutralizing a threat. We are executing the single most sympathetic figure this commission has produced in a decade, in front of a district that will not forget it, and possibly in front of cameras we can't fully control." His officer, a capable, pragmatic woman who had served under Arakawa for 6 years, considered the point carefully before answering. "Then we make sure it doesn't come to that," she said. "Containment first, lethal force only as a last resort, exactly like the operational plan already states. You've built cleaner operations than this out of Messier intelligence before, sir. I trust you to do it again." Arakawa nodded, though the reassurance did little to fully settle the unease sitting in his chest, and the 2 of them sat in silence for a while longer over the remains of a dinner neither had much appetite left to finish, the weight of the following morning pressing down on both of them in ways neither felt equipped, or permitted, to fully voice aloud. Arakawa did not raise his doubts again after that conversation. He had learned, in 15 years working under the Commission's institutional structure, precisely how far doubt could travel before it became a liability to his own career, and he told himself, the way people in his position often told themselves convenient things, that his job was tactical execution, not policy, that the moral weight of the decision belonged to the board that authorized it and not to the operative who carried it out. It was a rationalization he would spend a very long time afterward trying, without much success, to fully believe. Chapter 29. The first sign that something had shifted reached the compound on an ordinary Thursday evening, delivered not through any of Mirko's usual channels but through the frightened, breathless testimony of a young man who had once been among the group of children she trained in basic self-defense, now grown into a wiry, watchful 17-year-old who worked odd jobs at the district's edge and had, over the past week, noticed patterns in the surrounding streets he did not like. "There's people watching the compound," he told them, standing in the training hall with his hands still shaking slightly from whatever he had seen. "Not district people. I know everyone who works this edge of the city, and these aren't them. Clean clothes. Careful about not looking at the same spot twice. I've counted at least 4 different faces doing rotating watch over the past 3 days. And this morning I saw one of them talking into a wrist comm that looked way too expensive for anybody out here to own honestly." Mirko's expression hardened instantly, the old professional alertness that 18 months of relative peace had never fully dulled snapping back into place. "How many entry points have you seen them mapping?" she asked, already moving toward the compound's outer wall to check the perimeter herself. "At least 3 that I noticed," the young man said. "The main gate, the old loading dock on the east side, and I think somebody was checking out the roof access from that building across the lot 2 days ago." MT Lady exchanged a look with Mirko, the same wordless communication they had built over a year and a half of shared vigilance, and Izuku felt something cold settle in his stomach that had nothing to do with his quirk. "This is it, isn't it?" he said quietly. "This is what you said was coming." "Maybe," Mirko said, careful not to alarm the young man further than his own fear had already managed. "Could be nothing. Could be a commission surveillance sweep that hasn't escalated into anything yet. But we don't take chances with this kind of pattern. Thank you for telling us. Get home safe, and keep your head down for a while. If this is what I think it might be, I don't want you anywhere near this compound when it happens." Once the young man had gone, the 3 of them convened in the training hall with the same methodical seriousness they had once brought to Izuku's earliest training sessions, Mirko pulling out a hand-drawn map of the compound and surrounding streets that she had maintained and updated over the past 18 months precisely for a contingency like this one. "If it's a real operation," she said, marking the entry points the young man had described, "they're going to come in numbers, and they're going to come prepared specifically to counter Izuku's quirk, which means physical enhancers and one-shot effects rather than anything that needs continuous activation. We need to think about this differently than any fight we've had in this district so far. I can't stop something that's already happened before it happens," Izuku said, working through the tactical problem with the same intense focus he brought to every difficult training scenario. "If someone's quirk triggers and does its damage in an instant, my field doesn't help unless I catch it exactly as it activates. That's going to be the hardest part of any fight like this. Which is why we don't fight it as a straight confrontation," MT Lady said, already thinking several steps ahead in the practical, logistical way that had become as essential to their partnership as Mirko's raw combat instinct. "We use the compound itself. Force any incoming team through choke points where we can control the engagement, where Izuku gets the split-second warning he needs to react properly, instead of letting them spread out and overwhelm us with numbers in the open. There's something else worth considering," Izuku added, standing to pace the length of the training hall as the idea took shape, the old habit from his notebook days of thinking best while moving reasserting itself under pressure. "My field doesn't just stop attacks. It can buy time, too, if I use it right. If I can predict where they're likely to concentrate force, I could nullify structural supports on our own side deliberately, collapse a section of corridor behind us if we need to force a retreat, or open one if we need an unexpected exit. I've never actually used it that way before, but the control's there now. I think I could." Mirko's eyes lit with something sharp and approving. "That's exactly the kind of thinking that's gonna keep us alive," she said. "Using the compound as a weapon, not just a wall. I like it. We build contingencies around exactly that, starting tonight." They spent the following days in a blur of careful, methodical preparation, reinforcing the compound's structural weak points, mapping defensive positions that would funnel any incoming force through corridors Izuku could cover with precise, anticipated fields rather than desperate, reactive ones, stockpiling supplies in the reinforced basement level in case a siege stretched longer than any of them hoped it would. Izuku trained harder in those days than he had in the entire 18 months preceding them, Mirko pushing him relentlessly through scenario after scenario, simulating multiple simultaneous attackers, forcing him to practice the brutal, exhausting discipline of extending and retracting his field across several separate threats within fractions of a second. MT Lady, meanwhile, worked through a different kind of preparation, spending long hours studying the compound's structural blueprints alongside notes she had carefully compiled from her own professional experience coordinating large-scale rescue operations, identifying which sections of the aging structure could absorb sustained combat stress and which would need reinforcement before they could be trusted to hold under the kind of force a full commission operation might bring to bear. She drilled Izuku, too, on evacuation contingencies neither of them wanted to seriously consider but both understood, professionally, they could not afford to leave unplanned. If it goes badly, she told him one afternoon, walking him through a possible fallback route toward the district's older tunnel network, remnants of an infrastructure project abandoned decades earlier, I need you to know this path without thinking about it. Not because I expect to need it. Because the worst mistakes in any operation happen when nobody planned for anything going wrong, and I refuse to let that be us. I don't want a fallback plan that doesn't include both of you, Izuku said, some of the old anxious flair returning to his voice. It includes both of us, MT Lady said firmly. Every contingency we're building includes all three of us together. I just also need you capable of thinking clearly if something happens that separates us, even briefly, because panic in that moment could cost us far more than the actual threat itself. That's not pessimism, Izuku. That's exactly the kind of preparation that kept me alive through 10 years of professional hero work. She walked him through it twice more that afternoon, patient and thorough, until the route through the old tunnel network sat as clearly in his memory as the compound's own corridors, every turn and landmark committed to muscle memory the way Mirko had once drilled precise quirk control into him during those first grueling weeks of training. Good, she said finally, satisfied. Now you know it well enough that you won't have to think about it if it ever actually matters. That's the whole point of preparation like this. Not because we expect the worst. Because knowing we're ready for it means we don't have to carry the fear of it every single day between now and whenever this actually happens. By the fourth day of preparation, the compound had transformed from a comfortable, familiar home into something closer to a fortress, every corridor and choke point deliberately arranged, every contingency rehearsed until it felt less like theory and more like the kind of instinctive muscle memory that would hold even under the chaos of a genuine assault. I'm scared, Izuku admitted one night, sitting with both women in the quiet dark of their shared room, the careful bravado of the day's training finally giving way to the honest fear underneath it. Not for myself. For both of you. If this is really happening, if the Commission's actually sending people to end this, I don't know if I can protect you both and myself at the same time. I don't know if I'm good enough yet. You're not doing this alone, Mirko said, fierce and immediate, pulling him close. That's the entire point of everything we built, Izuku. You don't have to be good enough for all three of us by yourself. You cover what you can cover, we cover the rest, and we trust each other to fill in the gaps. That's how this works. That's how it's always worked. And for what it's worth, MT Lady added, quiet but certain, I don't think you understand yet just how much you've actually built here. You're not the scared 15-year-old who couldn't control a nullification field around a wooden crate anymore. You're something the Commission has genuinely never had to plan for. Whatever they're sending, I don't think they have any real idea what they're about to walk into. Chapter 30. The probe came 4 days later, in the gray hour before dawn, small and careful and clearly designed to test the compound's defenses rather than commit to a full engagement. Though it took Izuku's racing heart the better part of a minute to fully register that fact once the first alarm sounded. 3 figures moved through the district's outer edge toward the compound's loading dock entrance, quiet and professional. Quirks Izuku did not recognize humming faintly at the edges of his perception, the specific low-grade static sensation he had learned, over 18 months of careful practice, to identify as active quirk enhancement even before any visible effect manifested. Positions, Mirko said quietly into the compound's small internal comm system, voice flat and controlled, every trace of the warmth she usually carried folded away beneath the same professional focus that had once made her one of the most feared heroes in the country. Izuku, loading dock corridor, exactly like we drilled. U, roof access, in case they try a second approach while we're distracted. I'm on the main floor in case they push through faster than we expect. Izuku moved into position in the narrow corridor leading from the loading dock, heart hammering, every hour of training over the past 4 days converging into this single, real moment, and forced himself to breathe the way Mirko had taught him, slow and controlled, refusing to let the old panic override the discipline he had built so carefully. The 3 figures breached the loading dock door with practiced efficiency, moving in a tight formation that spoke clearly of professional training, and the instant the lead figure's enhancement quirk flared, a burst of kinetic force aimed to blow the inner door off its hinges, Izuku's field snapped into place with a precision that surprised even himself, catching the effect at the exact instant of activation and dissolving it into nothing, the door remaining stubbornly, uselessly intact. The 3 intruders froze, clearly not expecting an instant countermeasure this decisive, and in the half-second of their hesitation Mirko was already moving, a blur of motion down the corridor that ended with 2 of the 3 intruders disarmed and pinned before they fully registered what had happened. The third turned to flee back through the loading dock door, and Izuku, acting on instinct honed through 4 days of relentless drilling, extended a narrow field that killed the tracking function on the small comm device clipped to the man's collar before he could transmit anything back to whatever team was coordinating the probe from a safe distance. That's a commission field comm, Mirko said grimly, examining the device Izuku had just neutralized, once the 3 intruders were fully restrained. Standard issue for tactical recon units. This wasn't random, and it wasn't small time. This is exactly what I was afraid of. The captured operatives, once questioned, offered little beyond confirming what all 3 of them had already suspected, though the confirmation itself landed with a weight that made the abstract threat suddenly, viscerally real. A full operation was coming, larger than this small reconnaissance probe, coordinated by a strategist named Arakawa whose reputation, even among rank-and-file commission operatives, carried a specific, chilling authority. The timeline, as best the captured operatives could estimate, was days rather than weeks. One of the 3, younger than the other 2 and visibly shaken by how thoroughly the probe had failed, offered one additional detail unprompted, as though the fear of the night had loosened something in him that professional discretion would ordinarily have kept sealed. "They're not planning to just detain you," he said quietly, not quite meeting Izuku's eyes. "I heard some of the senior officers talking during the briefing. There's a lethal force clause in the operational orders. For you specifically. I don't think you're supposed to know that, but I figured you should." The words landed in Izuku's chest with a cold, familiar weight, an echo of the same fear that had once gripped him in a windowless hearing room a year and a half earlier, except this time, standing in the pre-dawn dark of a compound he had built with his own hands alongside 2 people who loved him completely, the fear did not paralyze him the way it once might have. It settled, instead, into something harder and more resolved, a clear-eyed understanding of exactly what the coming days would demand of all 3 of them. "Thank you for telling me," Izuku said quietly, and meant it, even as Mirko's arm tightened protectively around his shoulders at the revelation. "It doesn't change anything about how we prepare. But it's better to know." Izuku released the 3 men once Mirko had confirmed there was nothing more useful to extract, watching them retreat back into the pre-dawn dark with a strange, complicated mixture of relief and dread settling in his chest. He had held his ground. He had protected the entrance without hesitation, without the old paralyzing panic that might once have overwhelmed him. But the confirmation of what was actually coming, an operation large enough to require a strategist of Arakawa's reputation, pressed down on him with a weight he had not fully anticipated even after days of careful preparation. "We did good tonight," MT Lady said, joining them from her roof position, checking Izuku over with careful, practiced hands despite the fact that he had come through the encounter entirely unharmed. "You held that field perfectly. Exactly like we trained. It's not going to be this small next time," Izuku said quietly, watching the dark street where the 3 intruders had disappeared. "Is it?" "No," Mirko said, honest as always, wrapping an arm around him. "It's not. But we just proved something important tonight, kid. We proved this compound isn't an easy target, and we proved you're more than ready for whatever's actually coming." Whatever Arakawa sends, we're not walking into this blind, and we're not walking into it weak. We're walking into it as exactly what we've spent a year and a half becoming. They spent the remainder of that night going over every detail of the encounter with the same exacting thoroughness Izuku had once applied to cataloging quirks in his childhood notebooks, dissecting what had worked, what had nearly failed, what a larger, more coordinated force might attempt differently once word of the probe's failure reached whoever was actually coordinating the larger operation. They'll know now that a direct frontal approach through a single choke point doesn't work against you, MT Lady said, tracing the compound's floor plan with one finger, marking possible adjustments. Which means the real assault won't try to force one corridor. It'll come from multiple directions at once, spread you thin, force you to choose which threat to neutralize first while the others get through unchecked. Then we need more than just me holding one position, Izuku said, working through the tactical problem with the same intense focus that had once made him the best quirk analyst in his entire year at UA, even without ever setting foot in a real hero course. We need overlapping coverage. Points where all three of us can reach each other fast enough to reinforce, instead of each holding an isolated position that a large enough force could simply overwhelm one at a time. They redrew the defensive plan twice more before dawn, refining the compound's choke points into a tighter, more mutually supporting formation, and by the time the sun finally rose over the district, exhaustion evident in all three of their faces, something had shifted in the quality of their preparation, less reactive now and more genuinely, confidently strategic, the product of 18 months of hard-won trust translating, finally, into the kind of seamless tactical cohesion that no amount of official commission training could have manufactured on its own. I keep thinking about something, Izuku admitted, as the three of them finally allowed themselves a few hours of rest once the morning light made further immediate threat unlikely. The commission spent a single afternoon deciding I was too dangerous to be trusted with a license. They never once considered that the danger wasn't the ability itself. It was leaving a scared kid alone with it, untrained, unsupported, and expecting nothing to go wrong. He looked between the two women beside him, something steady and certain in his expression despite the night's exhaustion. Whatever they send next, I want them to understand exactly what they actually built by doing that to me. Not a monster. Not a threat. Exactly the opposite of what they were so afraid of. Mirko's arm tightened around him, fierce and proud. They're going to understand it, she said. One way or another, kid. That much I promise you. She glanced toward the brightening sky beyond the training hall's high windows, some private calculation passing behind her red eyes. Get some rest while you can. Whatever days we've got left before this actually happens, I want you as sharp as possible when it does. Chapter 31. The days that followed the probe passed in a strange, suspended quiet, the entire district seeming to hold its breath alongside the three of them, word of the failed reconnaissance spreading quickly through the community that had grown to depend on the compound's presence, several residents arriving unbidden over the following days with offers of help that touched Izuku more deeply than he had words to express. We're not asking anyone to fight our battle for us, Mirko told the small gathered group of district residents who showed up at the compound gate 2 days after the probe, several of them carrying makeshift weapons and expressions of fierce, uncomplicated loyalty. This is commission business, official business, and I won't have any of you caught in the crossfire of something that started long before any of us were part of this district. Go home. Keep your families safe. That's the only thing I need from any of you. You kept our families safe for a year and a half, the elderly woman Izuku had pulled from the tenement fire said, stepping forward, her voice carrying a quiet, unshakable authority. Seems only right we return the favor when it matters. We're not asking permission, dear. We're telling you we're not going anywhere. In the end, they compromised, the district's residents agreeing to maintain a careful, unarmed watch on the surrounding streets, ready to warn the compound of any approaching force but committed to staying clear of direct confrontation, a network of eyes and ears that Izuku understood, with a swell of emotion he could barely contain, represented something the official hero system had never once managed to build in this district in decades of formal jurisdiction, genuine, voluntary trust. The elderly woman lingered a moment after the rest of the group dispersed, resting a weathered hand briefly against Izuku's arm. I know you're worried about us getting hurt, she said, quiet, direct. I was worried about my grandchildren getting hurt in that fire too, and you three came anyway, without anybody official telling you to. Let us return that. It's not charity, dear. It's just what neighbors do for each other, when the neighbors are actually worth it. She patted his arm once more and turned to go, leaving Izuku standing there with a lump in his throat he did not immediately trust himself to speak past. The night before the attack came, though none of them yet knew it would be that night specifically, the three of them sat together on the compound roof one final time, the same spot where vows had been exchanged months earlier, where confessions had first been spoken aloud, and allowed themselves, for a few quiet hours, to simply be together without the weight of preparation and strategy pressing down on every word. Whatever happens tomorrow, or whenever they actually come, Izuku said, looking between the two women he had built an entire life around, I need you both to know that this past year and a half has been the best of my life. Not despite everything that happened before it. Because of what came after. I wouldn't trade any of it, not even the worst parts, because the worst parts are what led me here. Don't talk like this is a goodbye, Mirko said, though her voice carried an unfamiliar rawness underneath the usual bluntness. We're not losing tomorrow. Whatever Arakawa sends, we've trained for it. We've built defenses for it. We're not the same people they think they're coming for. I know, Izuku said. I'm not saying it because I think we're going to lose. I'm saying it because I want you both to know it regardless of what happens. I don't think I ever really said it clearly enough, how much you both saved me. Not just from the district, not just from starving alone in an abandoned building. You saved me from believing I was something to be afraid of. I don't think I can ever fully explain what that's actually worth. MT Lady pulled him close, pressing a soft kiss to his temple, her own eyes bright in the moonlight. You saved us too, she said quietly. I don't think either of us has said that enough either. I spent 10 years letting the world decide what I was allowed to be worth. Rumi spent 15 years believing she had to fight every battle alone because nobody else could be trusted to actually show up. You gave both of us a family worth fighting for, Izuku. That's not a debt. That's just the truth of what happened here. Mirko said nothing for a long moment, simply pulling them both into a fierce, wordless embrace, and when she finally spoke, her voice was rougher than either of them had heard it in a very long time. Tomorrow, whatever happens, we face it together. No hesitation, no second guessing, no holding back to protect each other at the cost of the mission. We trust the training. We trust each other. That's how we get through this. There's something else I want to say, MT Lady added, quiet, her fingers laced through Izuku's. If this goes the way I hope it goes, I want us to remember this feeling. Not the fear. This. Sitting here together, choosing each other one more time before whatever comes next. I don't want the battle to be the thing that defines this chapter of our lives, even if it's the thing that ends up mattering most to everyone else looking in from outside. I want us to remember that we chose this life first, out of love, long before anyone forced us to defend it. We will, Izuku said. I promise. Whatever happens tomorrow, I'm not going to let it erase everything that came before it. This past year and a half, it's already mine. It's already real. Nothing they do can take that back, no matter how it ends. Mirko pressed a rough kiss to the top of his head, and for a while the three of them simply sat together in silence, listening to the quiet sounds of the district below settling into its own uneasy night, aware, all of them, that somewhere out there a large, coordinated force was almost certainly making its own final preparations, counting down the same hours they were, though for very different reasons. Can I tell you both something? Izuku said eventually, breaking the silence. Something I've never actually said out loud, not even to myself, until tonight. Always, MT Lady said softly. I used to think the worst thing that could happen to me already happened, back in that hearing room, he said. I was wrong about that, I think. The worst thing that could happen to me isn't losing my license, or my old life, or even losing tomorrow, whatever that ends up looking like. The worst thing that could happen to me is losing either of you. That's the only fear I actually have left that still feels bigger than anything the Commission could ever do to me directly. And I need you both to know that, because I think it's important you understand exactly what I'm fighting for tomorrow. Not vindication. Not proving the commission wrong. Just you. Both of you. That's the whole reason any of this matters to me. Then that's exactly what we're all fighting for, Mirko said, voice thick. Same reason, all three of us. That's not a weakness, kid. That's the thing that's going to make us impossible to actually beat tomorrow, whatever they send. They stayed on the roof long after the moon reached its highest point, 3 people bound by vows no official system had witnessed, bracing together for a storm none of them could delay any longer, and when Izuku finally drifted into an uneasy, watchful sleep between the 2 women he loved, it was with the fierce, unshakable certainty that whatever the commission sent against them, they would face it exactly as they had faced everything else since that first night in the alley, together. Completely, without a single doubt about where their loyalty belonged. Chapter 32. 3 days before the scheduled operation, while Arakawa's team ran final tactical simulations in a secure facility on the other side of the city, the Commission's Public Relations Division began quietly laying the groundwork for a narrative that would need to be ready the moment the operation concluded, regardless of how it actually unfolded. Director Hashiba reviewed the draft press materials with the same clinical thoroughness she brought to every aspect of her role, though she found herself, this time, reading certain phrases more than once, something in the careful, sanitized language snagging against a part of her conscience she had spent 18 months successfully keeping quiet. Following credible intelligence regarding an escalating threat, Commission forces conducted a decisive intervention against a Class 1 anomaly subject and 2 associated fugitives operating an unlicensed paramilitary compound. The draft continued in that vein for 3 full paragraphs, each sentence engineered with the practiced precision of an institution that had spent decades perfecting the art of framing its own failures as necessary triumphs, and Hashiba, reading it in the quiet of her office at nearly midnight, found herself thinking, for the first time in 18 months, about the actual 15-year-old boy who had sat across from her in that windowless hearing room, apologizing before anyone had even finished accusing him of anything. She had told herself, throughout the intervening months, that the decision had been procedurally sound, that the board's unanimous vote reflected a genuine, defensible risk assessment rather than institutional cowardice dressed up in the language of public safety. The surveillance reports from the past 3 weeks had made that comfortable fiction increasingly difficult to sustain. A boy who pulled families from burning buildings. A district that had, on its own initiative, organized itself around protecting 3 people the Commission had officially condemned. None of it matched the threat profile she had signed her name to 18 months earlier, and some quiet, uncomfortable part of her had begun to suspect that it never had. She did not raise these doubts in the final planning session. She told herself, the same way Arakawa had told himself in his own quiet moments of doubt, that the decision belonged to the full board now, that her role was implementation rather than reconsideration, that 18 months of institutional momentum could not simply be reversed by one director's late-night crisis of conscience. It was, she would come to understand much later, exactly the kind of rationalization that had allowed the Commission to fail Izuku Midoriya in the first place, dressed up now in slightly different bureaucratic language but carrying the same fundamental cowardice underneath it. She approved the draft press release without further changes, and went home that night, and did not sleep well. She dreamed, that night, of the windowless hearing room, though in the dream it was not Izuku Midoriya sitting across from the panel but her own daughter, 12 years old and utterly ordinary, and Hashiba woke before dawn with her heart pounding and a clarity she could not quite shake even after the dream itself faded, that the institution she had spent her entire career serving had built an elaborate, self-reinforcing machine for making cruelty feel procedural, and that she had been, for 18 months, one of its most efficient operators. She did not act on the realization. She told herself there would be time, later, once the operation concluded, to address whatever institutional reckoning her conscience seemed to be demanding. It was, she would understand much later, exactly the kind of comfortable delay that had allowed the machine to keep running for as long as it had. Chapter 33. The district's own preparations, in the days following the failed reconnaissance probe, took on a shape none of the 3 residents of the compound had explicitly requested but all of them found, in the end, impossible to refuse. It began small, the way most things in the district did, quiet arrangements passed between neighbors who had learned, over decades of official neglect, to rely on each other rather than any institution that claimed authority over their streets. A network of lookouts formed almost organically along the district's main approach routes, shopkeepers and residents taking informal shifts watching for the kind of clean, careful strangers the 17-year-old had first identified days earlier, ready to send warning through a relay of hand signals and quick messages that would reach the compound faster than any official alert system could have managed. Mirko found the network already half assembled by the time she made her rounds to formally discourage direct civilian involvement, and stood for a long moment at the district's central corner, watching an elderly shopkeeper explain the signal system to a cluster of teenagers with the brisk, practical authority of someone who had clearly done this kind of organizing before, in some other context. Some other decade of her life the district had never fully explained to any of them. "You're not listening to me," Mirko said, though there was less force behind the objection than she had intended. "We heard you fine," the shopkeeper said, not unkindly. "We're not fighting anybody, dear. We're just making sure you know they're coming before they're already through the gate. That's not the same thing as putting ourselves between you and the commission, whatever you're worried about. Let us do this much. It's the least we can do for what you've done for this district." Mirko relayed the conversation to Izuku and MT Lady that evening with a complicated expression that mixed her usual gruff pragmatism with something softer underneath it, an emotion she seemed, characteristically, reluctant to name directly. "They're not backing down," she admitted. "I tried. Believe me, I tried. But I think, honestly, part of me is grateful they didn't listen. Extra warning time might make the difference between meeting this thing prepared and getting caught flat-footed." Izuku thought, often, in the days that followed, about what it meant that an entire district, people who owed them nothing beyond a year and a half of quiet, unglamorous protection, had chosen without hesitation to stand with them against an institution that held every official advantage of legitimacy and force. It was, he realized, the truest measure of everything the three of them had built here, more meaningful in its own way than any hero ranking or commission license could have offered. They had not simply survived in this district. They had earned something the official hero system, for all its resources and authority, had never once managed to earn from the very people it claimed to protect: genuine, freely given loyalty. "This is what real heroism actually looks like," he said quietly to MT Lady one evening, watching a group of district children practice the warning signal system with the same serious dedication Mirko had once brought to combat drills. "Not a license. Not a ranking. This. People choosing to look out for each other because they actually trust you, not because some commission badge tells them they have to. You built that trust," MT Lady said, resting her head against his shoulder. "One choice at a time, for a year and a half, without ever once asking for anything back. I hope you understand how rare that actually is, Izuku. Most people, given everything the commission put you through, would have every right to have given up on the idea of protecting anyone but yourself. You didn't. That's the whole difference between you and every hearing room official who ever doubted you." The Lookout Network proved its worth sooner than any of them expected, though not in the way they had feared. 2 days after Mirko's failed attempt to discourage the district's involvement, a young mother who ran a small noodle stand near the compound's main approach sent word through the relay system of an unfamiliar delivery van parked for nearly an hour outside a building with a clear sight line to the compound's front gate, its driver never once emerging to make an actual delivery. Mirko investigated personally and found, tucked beneath the van's rear bumper, a compact surveillance device transmitting on a frequency she recognized immediately from her years of official commission service. "Good catch," she told the noodle stand owner afterward, setting a small bag of coins on the counter that the woman tried, and failed, to refuse. "That's exactly the kind of thing we needed eyes on. You probably just bought us another day or two of preparation time we wouldn't have had otherwise." "We're not doing this for coins," the woman said, pushing the bag back across the counter with quiet, immovable insistence. "We're doing it because you three are the only people who've ever actually looked out for this district without expecting something back for it. Keep your money. Just keep doing what you've been doing, for as long as you're able to." Izuku heard the story that evening with the same swelling, complicated emotion he had felt watching the elderly tenement survivor grip his sleeve months earlier. A feeling he still had not fully found adequate words for, the specific ache of being trusted, completely and without condition, by people who had every historical reason to distrust anyone claiming to protect them. It was, he thought, the truest vindication of everything the past 18 months had built, more meaningful by far than any commission hearing could ever have offered him, because it had been earned rather than granted, chosen rather than assigned by a panel of strangers deciding his worth in a windowless room. Chapter 34. The attack came at first light. The way Arakawa's 15 years of tactical experience had taught him such operations were always most effective, when the human body's alertness sat at its lowest natural ebb and the element of surprise carried the greatest possible advantage. Arakawa himself stood at the mobile command position 2 blocks from the compound's perimeter, watching the final positioning report scroll across a tablet screen with the same clinical focus he had brought to dozens of operations before this one, though something in his chest sat heavier this morning than it ever had before. A villain containment effort, a weight he recognized, uncomfortably, as the particular guilt of a man about to do something he had already privately concluded was wrong. He had raised his concerns as far up the chain as his position allowed. He had been overruled, gently but completely, and now, with the operations opening phase already in motion, there was no path left except forward. All units in position, his second-in-command reported quietly through the comm. Awaiting your order, sir. Arakawa looked at the compound's outline on his tactical display for one final, silent moment, thinking of the surveillance footage he had watched a dozen times over, a boy laughing on a rooftop between 2 women who loved him completely, and gave the order anyway, because 15 years of institutional conditioning had taught him, more thoroughly than he liked to admit, that doubt delayed was not the same thing as doubt resolved, and a strategist who hesitated at the final moment endangered his own operatives far more than one who executed cleanly. However uneasy his conscience remained about the target. Execute, he said, and the compound's perimeter fence, 2 blocks away, lit up with the first coordinated flare of quirk-enhanced force. Izuku woke to Mirko's hand shaking his shoulder, her voice low and urgent in the gray pre-dawn dark. They're here. Full force, multiple entry points, exactly like we planned for. This is it, kid. This is the real thing. He was moving before his mind fully caught up to his body, 4 days of intensive drilling and 18 months of hard-won discipline overriding the instinctive panic that might once have paralyzed him completely, pulling on the compound's reinforced gear the 3 of them had spent the preceding days preparing, joining Mirko and MT Lady at the compound's central command point where the hand-drawn defensive map still hung from their final planning session. Through the training hall's high windows, the gray dawn light revealed the full scope of what Arakawa had assembled, dozens of figures moving in coordinated formation across the district's outer edges, converging on the compound from at least 4 separate directions, quirks already flaring to life in the cold morning air, a force larger and more thoroughly prepared than even their most pessimistic planning sessions had fully anticipated. That's not a probe, MT Lady said quietly, watching the approaching formation with a grim, focused calm. That's everything they've got. Then we give them everything we've got too, Izuku said, and found, to his own quiet surprise, that his voice carried none of the old fear, only a steady, resolved certainty that felt, in this moment, entirely his own. We've trained for this. We've built for this. Whatever they think they're walking into, they're wrong. The compound's outer alarm systems began sounding in earnest as the first wave of commission operatives breached the perimeter fence, and Mirko's expression hardened into the fierce, focused readiness Izuku had first glimpsed in an alley 18 months earlier, the woman who had refused to let a broken system finish what it started once already, and would refuse it again now with everything she had. Positions, she said, the same word she had spoken 4 nights earlier before a smaller, quieter test of everything they had built, except now it carried the full weight of the battle they had spent a year and a half, without ever fully admitting it to themselves, preparing to fight. Whatever happens in the next hour, we hold this ground. Together. Exactly like we trained. Izuku took his position at the compound's central choke point, the narrow corridor where every entry route converged, feeling the familiar cold gathering in his chest, no longer a curse to be feared but a discipline finally mastered, ready to be turned outward in defense of everything the 3 of them had built from the wreckage of a system that had once tried, and failed, to convince him he was worth nothing at all. The first wave of commission operatives breached the compound's outer wall in a coordinated rush of quirk-enhanced force, and Izuku Midoriya, once condemned as the second coming of All for One by the very institution now attempting to erase him a second time, stepped forward to meet them, flanked by the two women who had rebuilt him, piece by patient piece, into exactly the kind of protector that windowless hearing room had once sworn, unanimously, he could never become. Somewhere behind the advancing line of operatives, in a mobile command post 2 blocks away, Kenji Arakawa watched the opening exchange unfold on his tactical display with a growing, uneasy certainty that his 15 years of experience had never once prepared him for what he was about to witness, a certainty that would, within the hour, reshape everything he believed about the operation he had spent 3 weeks meticulously planning. The battle for the compound had begun. Chapter 35. The first operatives through the perimeter breach were the Physical Enhancement Unit, exactly as Arakawa's operational plan had specified, for heroes moving with augmented speed and strength toward the compound's main structure, quirks that required no continuous activation to remain lethal once triggered, precisely the kind of threat profile Izuku's earlier training had identified as the hardest to counter through nullification alone. He met them at the central choke point anyway, because the plan the three of them had spent days refining did not depend on nullifying every threat outright, only on controlling where and how each threat could reach them. The corridor narrowed to a single width just before the training hall's main entrance, a deliberate bottleneck reinforced with salvaged steel plating that MT Lady had spent 2 full days welding into place, and the first operative through it, a broad-shouldered man whose quirk had already hardened his skin to something like stone, found his enhanced charge abruptly, completely undone the instant he crossed the threshold, Izuku's field catching the activation itself rather than trying to counter its effect after the fact. The man stumbled, off balance and suddenly, disorientingly ordinary, and Mirko was already moving, closing the distance in a blur that ended with the operative disarmed and pinned against the corridor wall before he fully registered what had happened. "Sorry about your morning," she said, not sounding sorry at all, and moved immediately to the next threat pressing through the bottleneck behind him. The second and third operatives came through together, coordinating in a way that suggested real tactical training rather than simple brute enthusiasm, one providing covering pressure while the other attempted to flank around the narrow corridor's single defensible angle. Izuku tracked both simultaneously, the careful, layered awareness 18 months of drilling had built into something closer to a second set of senses than a conscious effort, and extended 2 separate threads of his field in the same fraction of a second, precise enough now that neither operative's quirk so much as flickered to life before it died in his hands. "He's not even breaking a sweat," one of the operatives said, backing away instinctively even as Mirko closed the remaining distance to finish what Izuku's field had already started. "The briefing said untrained, said unpredictable, this isn't." "The briefing was 18 months out of date," Izuku said, not unkindly, holding his position at the choke point with a calm that surprised even the part of himself still, faintly, expecting to feel the old fear. "I'd suggest updating it, but I don't think you're going to get the chance." A fourth operative, hanging back from the initial rush, attempted a different approach, activating a long-range concussive quirk aimed not at Izuku directly but at the reinforced steel plating itself, hoping to collapse the choke point's structural advantage rather than push through it by force. Izuku caught the activation at its very edge, the field snapping wide for a fraction of a second longer than usual to reach the operative's more distant position, and felt, for the first time since the battle began, the genuine strain of pushing his ability to its outer working limit. The plating held. The operative, staring at his own suddenly inert hands, took an involuntary step back. "Nice try," Izuku said, breathing a little harder now but otherwise unshaken, "but I've been training against exactly that kind of thinking for a long time. You're going to need to get a lot more creative than that." The battle, in its opening minutes, unfolded almost exactly the way their preparation had anticipated, Izuku holding the choke point with a precision that surprised even himself, nullifying each fresh activation the instant it flared while Mirko and MT Lady handled the physical engagement that followed, the three of them moving with a fluid, wordless coordination that 18 months of shared training had carved into something closer to instinct than tactics. But Arakawa's plan had never intended the frontal assault to be the operation's main effort, and Izuku understood that with a sick lurch of realization the moment the compound's east wall shuddered under an impact that had nothing to do with the corridor he was holding. "They're coming through the loading dock too," he called out, extending his awareness as far as his field could reliably reach, cataloging the sudden bloom of new quirk activations spreading across multiple points of the compound at once. This isn't the main force. It's a distraction. MT Lady's expression hardened. Then we adjust, she said, already moving toward the east wall breach. Izuku, hold this choke point, don't let anyone else through from the front. Rumi and I take the loading dock. Together, Izuku said, sharp and immediate, the old fear flickering at the thought of the three of them splitting apart in the middle of a fight this large. We don't split up, not against a force this size. We don't have a choice, Mirko said, already moving toward the breach. If we let both sides collapse in on us at once, we lose the compound entirely. You've got this corridor. Trust yourself. We'll be back before you know it. They were gone before he could argue further, and Izuku found himself alone at the choke point for the first time since the battle began, the old anxious spiral threatening at the edges of his focus. Memories of a windowless hearing room and a lonely concrete floor rising unbidden in the sudden isolation. He forced the memories down, the way Mirko had taught him, breathing slow and controlled, and turned his full attention back to the corridor, where a fresh wave of operatives was already pressing forward to test the gap Mirko and MT Lady's departure had left in the defense. He held the line alone for nearly 2 full minutes, an eternity measured against the frantic pace of the engagement, nullifying activation after activation with a discipline that felt, in the isolation of that narrow corridor, less like tactics and more like a promise he was keeping to 2 people who had trusted him enough to leave him there. Each operative who pressed forward found the same result waiting for them, quirks dying at the exact instant of activation, and slowly, gradually, the pressure at the choke point began to ease as word seemed to spread among the remaining attackers that the frontal approach had become, decisively, a dead end. Chapter 36. Arakawa watched the battle unfold on his tactical display with a growing, disbelieving unease that no amount of prior surveillance footage had fully prepared him for. The physical enhancement unit, 4 of his most reliable operatives, had been neutralized within the opening 90 seconds, not through brute force but through a precision that suggested months, possibly years, of deliberate, focused training, exactly the kind of preparation his mission briefing had assured him a 15-year-old anomaly subject working entirely outside official channels could not possibly have achieved. The East Wall diversion, meanwhile, had drawn Usajiyama and Takayama away from the main choke point exactly as planned, but the 2 heroes were proving far more difficult to overwhelm than the operational models had projected, moving with a coordinated ferocity that left 3 more of his operatives incapacitated within minutes. He watched Mirko's engagement in particular with the detached, professional appreciation of a strategist who had studied her combat record extensively during the operations planning phase, and found himself, despite everything, genuinely impressed by what he was witnessing. She fought the way her file had always described, relentless and precise, but there was something new in it too, something the old footage from her professional career had never quite captured, a fierce, purposeful restraint underlying every strike, disabling rather than maiming, redirecting rather than destroying, the unmistakable discipline of someone fighting to protect something rather than simply to win. MT Lady's engagement told a similar story, her massive, size-shifted form moving through the compound's east wall breach with a controlled, deliberate care that seemed almost incongruous against the sheer physical power she commanded, catching falling debris before it could strike any of his operatives even as she methodically dismantled their offensive. A combination of overwhelming strength and genuine protective instinct that Arakawa had rarely witnessed in 15 years of coordinating combat operations, villain or otherwise. He found himself, watching the tactical display, thinking of his own field manual's opening chapter, the one every commission strategist memorized in their first year of training. An operative's true measure is revealed not in how much force they can bring to bear, but in how precisely they choose to withhold it. He had taught that principle to a dozen junior officers over the years, had believed himself to genuinely understand it. Watching 3 unlicensed civilians demonstrate it more completely than any officially sanctioned hero team he had ever coordinated, he understood, with a growing, uncomfortable clarity, exactly how far his own operation had strayed from the values it claimed to embody. "Sir, the suppression unit is in position," his second-in-command reported. "They're requesting authorization to move on the primary target directly, while he's isolated at the choke point." Arakawa hesitated, the same uncomfortable weight from 3 sleepless nights of review pressing down harder now than it ever had in the safety of theoretical planning. The suppression unit's mandate was clear: restrain and, if necessary, use lethal force against the anomaly subject while he remained separated from his allies. It was exactly the kind of tactical opportunity the operation had been designed to exploit. It was also, he understood with a clarity that had been building for weeks and finally crystallized in this single moment, exactly the kind of decision he had spent 3 sleepless nights hoping he would never actually have to give the order for. Authorized, he said finally, the word leaving him with none of the crisp professional confidence his 15 years of service usually carried, and hated himself immediately for the ease with which institutional momentum had once again carried him past the point where his own conscience wanted to intervene. The suppression unit moved on Izuku's position with practiced, coordinated efficiency, 3 operatives equipped with restraint technology specifically engineered to counter quirk-based combatants, closing on the choke point from an angle Izuku's attention, divided between the main corridor and his growing worry for Mirko and MT Lady fighting somewhere out of sight, had not fully anticipated. The first restraint device deployed before Izuku registered the new threat, a compact, quirk-suppressing net designed to activate on contact and lock down any active ability the instant it made contact with a target's skin, technology the Commission had developed specifically for containing villains whose quirks made conventional restraint impossible. It should have worked exactly as designed. Instead, the device's own activation quirk, embedded in its mechanism, flared to life for exactly the fraction of a second necessary to trigger deployment, and Izuku's field, already primed and alert from 90 straight seconds of continuous combat awareness, caught the activation and unmade it before the net ever fully opened. The lead suppression operative stared at the inert device now lying harmlessly at Izuku's feet with an expression of dawning, disbelieving horror, the careful professional composure of someone who had trained for years against exactly this kind of scenario crumbling in real time as the theoretical threat model finally collided with the actual, unyielding reality standing in front of her. "Fall back," she said sharply to her 2 companions, though the order came a half-second too late to matter, both of them already committed to their own approach vectors, already reaching for their own restraint devices in a desperate attempt to salvage the failing engagement. "That's not possible," one of the suppression unit operatives said, staring at the inert device now lying harmlessly on the corridor floor. "That tech doesn't rely on continuous activation, it's a one-shot trigger. There's no way a nullification quirk should be able to. You built a weapon that needs an instant of activation to work," Izuku said, turning to face them fully now, something steady and unshaken in his voice despite the exhaustion of holding a defensive field continuously for the better part of 5 minutes. "I've spent 18 months learning to catch exactly that kind of instant. I'm sorry. I don't think this is going to go the way you were told it would." Chapter 37. The suppression unit, to their credit, did not retreat, pressing forward with a second and third restraint device in rapid succession, each one meeting the same fate as the first, Izuku's field snapping shut around each fresh activation with a precision that had, somewhere in the past several minutes, stopped feeling like effort and started feeling like something closer to breathing. But precision alone could not stop 3 trained operatives from closing the physical distance once their equipment failed, and Izuku found himself, for the first time since the battle began, forced into genuine close combat, drawing on the hand-to-hand fundamentals MT Lady had drilled into him over months of patient instruction. The first operative came in low, aiming for a takedown that would have ended the fight instantly had it connected, and Izuku pivoted at the last possible instant, redirecting the momentum exactly the way MT Lady had drilled into him during countless evening sessions, sending the man stumbling past him into the corridor wall. The second came from his blind side, and Izuku felt the impact land, a glancing blow across his ribs that stole the breath from his lungs and sent a sharp, immediate ache radiating through his side, the first real pain he had taken all morning. He held his ground longer than he expected to, ducking under a strike aimed at his head, catching an incoming grapple and redirecting it with the economical, efficient technique MT Lady had spent countless hours perfecting in him, but 3 against 1 was 3 against 1, and Izuku felt the fight beginning, slowly, to turn against him as exhaustion from the sustained nullification field began eating into his physical reserves. His breathing had gone ragged, sweat stinging his eyes, the cold discipline of his quirk control fraying at the edges under the accumulated strain of holding a defensive field continuously while simultaneously fending off 3 trained combatants with nothing but the physical skills of a 16-year-old, however diligently trained. He was still holding, barely, forcing himself through sheer stubborn will to keep his field precise rather than letting exhaustion push it wide and reckless, when the compound's east wall exploded inward with a force that sent all three suppression operatives staggering, and Mirko landed in the corridor a heartbeat later, red eyes blazing, having clearly heard, somehow, across the chaos of her own engagement, that Izuku was in trouble. "Get away from him," she said, and the words carried a promise that made even the suppression unit's trained professionals take an involuntary step back. What followed was over in under a minute, Mirko's raw, focused fury combined with Izuku's renewed, second-wind precision proving more than the suppression unit had any answer for, and within moments all three operatives lay disarmed and restrained on the corridor floor, groaning but very much alive, exactly the way both Izuku and Mirko had silently agreed, without ever needing to discuss it explicitly, that this fight would be conducted. "You okay?" Mirko asked, checking him over with the same fierce, protective thoroughness she always had, even in the middle of an active battle. "I'm okay," Izuku confirmed, breathing hard but steady. "Where's you?" "Holding the east breach," Mirko said. "She sent me back the second she heard the suppression unit's radio chatter about isolating you. Said she could handle her side alone for a few minutes." She wasn't wrong. "Come on, let's finish this together before anyone else gets any bright ideas about splitting us up." They found empty lady moments later, having single-handedly routed the remainder of the east wall breach force, standing amid a scattered group of incapacitated operatives with the calm, focused satisfaction of a professional who had simply done exactly what her training demanded, and the reunion of the three of them, in the middle of a battlefield that had, within the span of perhaps 15 minutes, turned overwhelmingly in their favor, carried a fierce, wordless relief that none of them needed to speak aloud. Empty lady crossed the distance to them both the moment she registered they were safe, wrapping an arm around each of them despite the ongoing chaos still smoldering at the compound's edges, a brief, fierce embrace that lasted only a few seconds but carried the full weight of everything none of them had allowed themselves to fully feel during the frantic pace of the engagement itself. "I heard the suppression unit's chatter about isolating you," she said, pulling back to check Izuku over with the same careful thoroughness Mirko had shown moments earlier. "I've never run that fast in my life, and I've run pretty fast a few times." "How many left?" Izuku asked, already moving to help secure the restrained operatives rather than leave them exposed to any further harm from the ongoing chaos. "Command unit's still out there," Mirko said, scanning the compound's perimeter with a professional's practiced eye. "Whoever's actually running this operation. That's the piece that matters now. Everyone else is down or disarmed." They moved together toward the compound's main gate, the three of them once again fighting as the single coordinated unit their 18 months of training had built, and found, waiting for them at the shattered remains of the front line, not another wave of operatives but a lone figure standing perfectly still amid the wreckage of his own strategy, hands empty, posture carrying none of the tactical confidence his earlier orders had projected. Chapter 38. Arakawa arrived at what remained of the compound's front line perhaps 10 minutes later, having watched his entire carefully assembled strike force collapse through his tactical display with a growing horror that had, somewhere in those 10 minutes, calcified into a grim, resigned certainty about what he needed to do next. He walked toward the three of them alone, unarmed, hands visibly empty, and Izuku, watching him approach across a battlefield scattered with his own restrained operatives, felt none of the fear he might once have expected to feel facing the man who had personally coordinated an operation meant to end his life. "You're the strategist," Izuku said, when Arakawa finally stopped a cautious distance away. "Arakawa." "I am," Arakawa confirmed, something tired and defeated in his voice that matched nothing in the crisp, professional tactical reports he had spent 3 weeks compiling. "I owe you an apology I don't expect you to accept, and an explanation I'm not sure will mean anything given everything I just tried to do to you and everyone you love. But I'd like to offer both anyway, if you'll let me." "Talk," Mirko said, arms crossed, red eyes hard, though she did not move to attack, some professional recognition passing between two veteran tacticians even in the aftermath of open conflict. "I reviewed every piece of surveillance footage on all three of you before this operation," Arakawa said. "I watched you pull families from a burning building. I watched you teach children basic self-defense in an open training yard. I watched the two of you exchange something that looked, unmistakably, like wedding vows, on a rooftop, months before this operation was ever authorized. None of it matched the threat profile I was ordered to plan against. I raised those concerns. I was overruled, and I executed the operation anyway, because 15 years of institutional service taught me that doubt delayed at the wrong moment gets operatives killed, and I told myself that mattered more than my own conscience. He looked between the three of them, something raw and unguarded in his expression that no commission briefing document had ever prepared Izuku to witness from the other side. I was wrong. I understood I was wrong 3 weeks ago, and I executed the operation anyway. That's the whole, ugly truth of it, and I don't expect any of you to find that explanation adequate. Izuku studied him for a long moment, weighing the man's obvious, genuine remorse against the wreckage of the battle still smoldering around them, and found, somewhat to his own surprise, that he believed him. Nobody died today, Izuku said finally. That wasn't an accident. We could have ended this a dozen different ways that would have hurt your people far worse than what actually happened. We chose not to, because I spent 18 months learning that power used without restraint is exactly the thing the Commission was always afraid I'd become, and I refused to give them the satisfaction of being right about that, even after everything they did to me. Arakawa's expression shifted, something like genuine shock passing across his features. You're telling me you held back, he said slowly. Against a force sent specifically to kill you. I'm telling you I'm not the threat your board decided I was 18 months ago, Izuku said, steady and certain. I never was. You know that now. I want you to make sure everyone who sent you here understands it too. Can I ask you something, Arakawa said, and there was a genuine, searching quality to the question that Izuku had not expected from a man who had, only an hour earlier, coordinated an operation meant to end his life. Why? After everything the Commission did to you, after everything I personally just tried to do to you and everyone you love, why choose restraint? I don't think I'd have found that kind of mercy in myself, in your position. Izuku considered the question seriously, the same careful, deliberate honesty he brought to every difficult conversation now, hard-won over 18 months of practice. Because the version of me that let fear or anger dictate what I do with this quirk is exactly the person your commission was afraid of, he said. I could have hurt every single one of your operatives permanently today. I chose not to, not because I'm weak, and not because I forgive what you tried to do here, but because I decided a long time ago that I get to choose who I become, not the people who tried to convince me I was already a monster. That choice is the only thing about this entire situation that actually belongs to me completely. I'm not giving it up, not for anger, not even for justified anger. Mirko, listening beside him, felt something fierce and proud swell in her chest at the words, though she said nothing, simply reaching out to rest a steadying hand on Izuku's shoulder, letting the moment belong fully to him. MT Lady, standing on his other side, found her own eyes stinging unexpectedly, struck, not for the first time, by how completely the boy they had found broken and starving in an alley 18 months earlier had grown into someone whose clarity of conviction now rivaled anyone she had ever served alongside in a decade of professional hero work. Arakawa was quiet for a long moment, processing something that seemed to run considerably deeper than simple tactical reassessment. I've spent 15 years telling myself that following difficult orders, even ones I privately doubted, was the responsible choice, the professional choice, he said finally. Watching you just now, I think I understand, for the first time, that I had that exactly backward. The responsible choice was never following the order I doubted. It was refusing to, the same way you just refused to become the thing we accused you of being. I'm sorry it took watching you demonstrate that restraint firsthand for me to finally understand it. Chapter 39. They gathered the remaining strike force's incapacitated operatives in the compound's main training hall over the following hour. Recovery Girl's old-fashioned first aid principles, which MT Lady had studied carefully during her years as a licensed hero, applied methodically to every injury sustained during the fight, none of which, notably, proved to be life-threatening, a fact Izuku made certain of personally, extending careful, precise fields to nullify any remaining active restraint devices without causing further harm to the operatives wearing them. Several of the operatives watched the treatment with visible confusion, then wariness, then, gradually, something closer to shame, as the reality of their circumstances settled over them. They had come to this compound under orders to kill or capture the very people now carefully splinting a broken wrist, cleaning a shallow cut, checking a mild concussion with the patient. Practiced hands of people who had clearly done this kind of triage before, in a district that had needed exactly this kind of care far more often than any official commission report had ever bothered to document. Why? One of the younger operatives asked quietly, wincing as MT Lady secured a bandage around his forearm. Are you doing this? We came here to kill him. He nodded toward Izuku, working a few feet away. I don't understand why you'd bother helping us after that. Arakawa watched the process with an expression that shifted, gradually, from wariness into something closer to genuine astonishment. You're treating my operative's injuries, he said, unable to fully mask his disbelief. After everything we just did to you. They were following orders, Izuku said simply, kneeling beside a groaning operative to check the makeshift bandage MT Lady had applied to a shoulder wound. I don't think most of them woke up this morning excited about the idea of killing a 16-year-old. I think they did their jobs the way the commission trained them to, the same way you did yours, until you finally decided you couldn't anymore. He looked up at Arakawa, something steady and unwavering in his expression. That's the difference between us and the system that sent you here. We don't punish people for the crime of following orders they were never given the full truth about. The young operative MT Lady had been treating looked down at his freshly bandaged arm, something complicated working across his face. I think I understand now, he said quietly, why the district talks about you three the way it does. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this, not in 6 years of commission service. Not even close. It's not complicated, MT Lady said gently, finishing the last wrap of the bandage with practiced care. We just decided a long time ago that the way you treat people who've stopped being a threat says more about who you actually are than anything you do while the fight's still ongoing. That's not some special heroic principle. It's just basic decency. I don't know why it seems to have gotten so rare. The young operative said nothing further, but something in his expression, some quiet, private reassessment, stayed with Izuku long after the compound had finally cleared of every commission uniform, a small, unremarkable exchange that felt, in its own modest way, like exactly the kind of victory the morning's larger battle had only made possible. By the time the last operative had been treated and the compound's perimeter secured against any further threat, Izuku gathered the entire defeated strike force together in the training hall center, Arakawa standing at the front of them, and delivered the message he had spent the better part of the fight's aftermath composing in his own mind, careful and deliberate, meant to travel further than this single compound. He stood for a moment before speaking, looking out over the assembled operatives, men and women who had, only an hour earlier, been prepared to kill him on official orders, and found, somewhat to his own surprise, that he felt no satisfaction in the moment, no desire for the kind of dramatic reckoning that might once have appealed to the boy who used to imagine himself standing triumphant over defeated villains in old childhood daydreams. What he felt instead was a quiet, settled clarity, the simple certainty of someone who understood exactly what he needed to say and why it mattered. Tell the commission this, Izuku said, his voice carrying clearly across the assembled operatives, steady with none of the fear that had once defined every interaction he'd had with this institution. 18 months ago, a board of strangers decided I was too dangerous to exist inside your system, based on nothing but fear of what my quirk might become if it was never given the chance to be trained properly. You were wrong. Not about the power. About the person you assumed would wield it. I am not a threat to be contained. I am not a weapon waiting to go off. I am someone who was failed by an institution too afraid to invest in understanding what it didn't recognize, and who built something better out of the wreckage that failure left behind. He gestured to Mirko and MT Lady, standing beside him, unbowed and fierce in the training hall's morning light. This district is under our protection now. Not the commission's. We've earned that role here through 18 months of actually showing up, the way your institution never once managed to in decades of official jurisdiction. If you send another force here, we will meet it exactly the way we met this one, with restraint you don't deserve and mercy you never showed me. But that restraint has limits, and I want you to understand clearly that the next line you cross will not be met the same way twice. We are not asking for your permission to exist. We are telling you, plainly, that this district's borders end where our protection begins, and if you cross them again looking for a fight, you will find one you cannot win. The assembled operatives said nothing, several of them exchanging glances that carried, unmistakably, the same complicated mixture of shame and reluctant respect that had settled over Arakawa's own expression throughout the entire exchange. One of the older operatives, a woman who had served the commission for nearly 2 decades according to the insignia on her damaged uniform, finally spoke, her voice quiet but carrying clearly across the silent hall. "For what it's worth," she said, "I don't think any of us fully understood what we were actually being sent to do here until we saw it with our own eyes. I've served this institution a long time. I don't know that I can keep doing that, after today. I'll carry the message personally," Arakawa said quietly, once Izuku had finished. "And I'll carry something else with it. My resignation. I can't continue serving an institution that sent me to execute a 16-year-old boy who turned out to be more honorable in defeat than I'd been in 15 years of service to a system I convinced myself was worth that kind of compromise." Chapter 40. News of the battle's outcome reached Izuku Midoriya before the sun had fully cleared the horizon, carried through the same careful relay network that had once delivered a scrap of paper reading 4 words that had let her sleep soundly for the first time in months. She had known, in the vague, careful way the network allowed, that something was coming, Mirko having sent word 2 weeks earlier that increased commission activity had been detected near the district, a warning meant to prepare her rather than alarm her, though it had done both in equal measure. She had spent the intervening 2 weeks in a state of quiet, private terror she had not allowed herself to voice to anyone, going through the motions of her ordinary days while some part of her mind remained permanently fixed on a district she had visited only once, sitting with her hands folded in her lap during quiet evenings, praying to whatever might be listening that she would not lose her son a second time, this time permanently. She had gone to work each of those 14 days as though nothing were different, smiling at coworkers who had no idea what quiet dread she carried home with her every evening, and had found herself, more than once, standing frozen in her own kitchen at odd hours, staring at nothing, replaying the last conversation she and Izuku had shared in that careful, guarded park meeting months earlier, memorizing every detail of his face as though it might be the last time she was given the chance to. The message that finally arrived, relayed through the same careful chain of cutouts, was longer than any she had received before, and read, in Izuku's familiar, careful handwriting, "They came for us this morning. We're safe. All 3 of us. It's over, at least for now. I'll explain everything when I can see you again. I love you. Please don't worry anymore." Izuku read the message 4 times, sitting alone at her kitchen table, before the tears came, not the sharp, frightened tears of the past 18 months but something looser and more complete, relief finally allowed to fully unclench a fear she had been carrying, quietly, every single day since a windowless hearing room first took her son from her. She called in sick to work that day, an almost unheard of choice for a woman who had rarely missed a single shift in 20 years of employment, and spent the morning simply sitting with the message, reading and rereading it, allowing herself, finally, the luxury of feeling nothing but relief instead of the constant, low-grade vigilance that had defined every day since her son first disappeared into a district she had never once been permitted to fully understand. She thought, sitting there with the message held carefully in both hands, about the boy who had once filled notebooks with careful hero analysis at her kitchen table, certain that goodness alone would eventually be recognized and rewarded by a system built to celebrate exactly that kind of goodness. She had watched that certainty shattered, 18 months earlier, by an institution that had decided, coldly and unanimously, that her son's heart mattered less than its own convenience. She understood now, reading his message, rereading the careful, steady handwriting of a boy who had rebuilt an entire life and, apparently, successfully defended it against the very institution that had tried to destroy him, that the goodness itself had never actually needed anyone's official recognition to matter. It had simply needed people brave enough to see it clearly and choose to protect it. She wrote back that same afternoon, for words this time, an echo of the message that had once carried her through 18 months of uncertain silence. "I never stopped believing." Chapter 41. Arakawa's resignation, when it reached the Commission's central office 3 days later, arrived alongside a full, unflinching account of the operation's actual outcome, written with a thoroughness that left no room for the sanitized narrative Hashiba's public relations division had already begun quietly drafting in anticipation of a very different result. The report detailed, in careful, professional language, the complete rout of a 22-operative strike force by 3 combatants who had, at every opportunity, demonstrated deliberate, disciplined restraint rather than the aggressive escalation the operational threat models had predicted. It detailed the treatment of injured operatives following the engagement, care administered by the very people the strike force had been sent to eliminate. It detailed, finally, the message Izuku had delivered to the assembled operatives, transcribed as faithfully as Arakawa's memory allowed, a message that read, in the cold light of official commission review, less like the ravings of a dangerous anomaly and considerably more like the measured statement of someone who had been failed catastrophically by an institution too cowardly to admit its own mistake. The report's final page included something Arakawa had not been required to submit, an addendum written in his own hand rather than the formal institutional language of the rest of the document, describing, in plain, unguarded terms, the specific moment he had watched Izuku Midoriya choose mercy over the vengeance the entire operation had, in some unspoken way, been braced to provoke. I have spent 15 years telling myself that the Commission's institutional caution served the greater good, he had written. Today I watched a boy this institution tried to have killed demonstrate more genuine restraint, more genuine heroism, than I have witnessed in any operative I have ever commanded. I no longer believe the greater good was ever what this decision actually served. Hashiba read the report alone in her office, the same office where she had approved a sanitized press release 2 weeks earlier, and found herself, this time, unable to construct the comfortable institutional distance that had carried her through 18 months of quiet complicity. She thought of her own daughter, 12 years old and utterly ordinary, the dream that had woken her in a cold sweat the night before the operation launched, and understood, with a clarity she could no longer successfully postpone, that the machine she had spent her entire career operating had very nearly convinced her to authorize the killing of a child for the crime of surviving the machine's own earlier failure with more grace than the institution itself had ever managed to show him. She sat with the report for the better part of an afternoon, the office growing dim around her as the sun moved past its high point without her once reaching to turn on the overhead lights, and found herself, somewhere in that long, quiet reckoning, finally willing to name the thing she had spent 18 months carefully avoiding, that she had built a career on the comfortable fiction that procedural caution and moral cowardice were different things, when in Izuku Midoriya's case, at least, they had turned out to be exactly the same choice wearing 2 different names. She requested a private audience with the full board the following week, and delivered, in careful, deliberate language stripped for the first time in her career of any bureaucratic softening, a recommendation that the Commission formally rescind Izuku Midoriya's Class 1 anomaly classification, issue a public acknowledgement of institutional error in the original hearing, and cease all further operations against the district he had chosen to protect. The board's response was neither swift nor unanimous, institutional inertia proving, as it so often did, far more resistant to correction than it had ever been to cruelty, but the recommendation itself, entered formally into the Commission's permanent record, represented the first crack in 18 months of unbroken institutional denial, a crack that would, in the months and years that followed, slowly widen into something neither Hashiba nor anyone else on that board could have fully anticipated the day they first voted, unanimously, to discard a frightened, apologetic 15-year-old boy. Chapter 42. The strike force withdrew from the district by mid-morning, Arakawa personally overseeing the evacuation of every incapacitated operative with a care and thoroughness that spoke, Izuku thought, watching him work, of a man genuinely trying to begin repaying a debt he understood he could never fully settle. The district itself emerged from hiding once the last commission vehicle disappeared beyond the outer streets, residents pouring out of shops and homes with a mixture of relief and fierce, unrestrained pride, the same lookout network that had warned of the attack's approach now spreading word of its outcome with equal speed, until the compound's gates stood surrounded by a crowd of people who had, in 18 months, come to consider the 3 of them not outsiders granted grudging tolerance, but genuinely, unmistakably, their own. Children who had trained under Mirko's patient instruction ran through the gathering crowd with an energy that seemed, to Izuku, like the purest possible expression of what the morning's victory actually meant, a district finally free of the fear that had hung over it since the failed reconnaissance probe first confirmed something larger was coming. Shopkeepers who had maintained the lookout network for days brought food and supplies to the compound gate without being asked, an impromptu, joyful gathering assembling itself out of pure communal relief, and Izuku found himself, in the middle of it all, thinking that this, more than the battle itself, felt like the truest victory of the entire morning. "You did it," the elderly woman from the tenement fire said, gripping Izuku's hands with tears in her eyes. "You actually did it. I wasn't sure, when I saw all those commission vehicles rolling in this morning, I wasn't sure any of us would still be standing here to see this. We didn't do it alone," Izuku said, meaning it completely, looking out at the gathered crowd that had, over the preceding days, organized itself into a genuine early warning network without anyone official ever asking them to. This district held the line just as much as we did. I hope everyone here understands that. The noodle stand owner who had first spotted the surveillance van pushed through the crowd to press a warm container of food into Izuku's hands, refusing, again, any attempt at payment. "Eat something," she said firmly. "You look like you haven't slept properly in days, and I imagine that's about to get worse before it gets better, with everything that's probably coming next. Let an old woman feed you at least once before the world gets complicated again." Mirko, standing nearby, watched the exchange with an expression Izuku had rarely seen on her face, something unguarded and deeply moved, and when their eyes met across the crowded gate, she simply shook her head, smiling, unable to fully articulate whatever she was feeling in that moment beyond the obvious, overwhelming warmth of it. The 17-year-old who had first warned them of the surveillance pattern pushed through the crowd eventually, grinning despite an obviously sleepless night spent helping coordinate the district's lookout network. "Told you something was off," he said, a little breathless, a little proud. "Guess I've got decent instincts after all." "Better than decent," Mirko said, clapping him on the shoulder with enough force to make him stumble slightly. "You probably bought us the 2 days of prep time that made the difference this morning. Don't let it go to your head, kid, but you did good." The celebration stretched on through the afternoon, an impromptu gathering of food and relief and the particular, unguarded joy of a community that had braced itself for tragedy and found, instead, something worth genuinely celebrating, and Izuku, moving through the crowd with Mirko and MT Lady at his sides, found himself thinking, more than once, that whatever the Commission's official records eventually said about this morning's events, the truth of it would always live here first, in the relieved, grateful faces of people who had chosen, freely, to call this compound and the 3 people inside it their own. That evening, once the crowd had finally dispersed and the compound's damage had been assessed and catalogued for the considerable repairs the coming weeks would require, the 3 of them walked the perimeter together one final time before climbing to the rooftop, surveying the scorched east wall, the shattered loading dock door, the scattered debris of a morning that had tested everything they had spent 18 months building and, against every likelihood the Commission's own operational models had projected, left it standing. "We'll need at least 2 weeks to fully repair this," MT Lady said, running a hand along a cracked support beam with the practiced, assessing eye of someone who had studied structural engineering as thoroughly as she had studied combat tactics. "Maybe 3, depending on how much of the east wall needs full replacement rather than patching." "We've got the time," Mirko said, surveying the damage with something almost fond in her expression, as though the scars on the compound's walls had become, in the space of a single morning, a kind of hard-won monument rather than simple destruction. "And the help, if this afternoon was anything to go by. I don't think we're lacking for volunteers." They climbed to the rooftop one final time, exhausted, battered, and, for the first time in what felt like a very long time, genuinely, completely at peace. "We should talk about what comes next," MT Lady said, settling against Izuku's side, Mirko's arm draped comfortably around them both. "The Commission's not going to just accept a resignation letter and a bruised strike force and call it settled. There's going to be fallout, political pressure, probably attempts to spin today's events into something that doesn't look like the humiliating defeat it actually was." "Let them try," Mirko said, though there was less bravado in it than usual, something more thoughtful underneath. "We proved something today that no press release is going to be able to fully undo. This district saw exactly what happened here. So did every operative who walked away today with a story to tell that doesn't match whatever the Commission's PR office decides to print. There's also the matter of what we actually want going forward," MT Lady added, more practically. "Do we stay hidden the way we have been, or do we let this become something more visible now that the Commission knows exactly where to find us anyway?" I don't think there's much point in secrecy anymore, honestly. They know. The district knows. Word's probably already spreading to neighboring districts by tomorrow. I think we stop hiding, Izuku said, after a long moment of consideration. Not because I want the attention. Because I think hiding was always more about protecting a fragile thing that couldn't survive contact with the world yet. We're not fragile anymore. We proved that today. I'd rather be exactly what we are, openly, than keep pretending to be smaller than we've actually become. Mirko's grin, sharp and genuine, cut through the evening light. Now that's the kind of thinking I like to hear, she said. The null and his rabbits, out in the open, no more shadows to hide in. Has a nice ring to it, honestly. Izuku looked out over the district below, quiet now in the settling dusk, lights flickering on one by one in windows that had, 18 months ago, belonged to a place the official hero system had written off entirely, and thought about the boy who had once sat frozen on a cold concrete floor, certain that his entire life had ended in a single afternoon. That boy had not been wrong about the ending. He had only been wrong about what came after it. I keep thinking about what I actually want, going forward, Izuku said slowly, working through the thought as he spoke it, the old habit of narrating his own reasoning aloud, once reserved for quirk analysis, now turned towards something far more personal. I don't want revenge. I don't want to become the thing they were always afraid I'd become. I just want to keep doing exactly what we've been doing, protecting this district, building something real, one choice at a time, the way we already have. If the commission leaves us alone, I have no interest in seeking them out. If they come back, we'll be ready, the same way we were ready today. But I don't want that to be the thing that defines us. I want this family, and this district, and everything ordinary and good we'd built here, to be the actual story, not the fight it took to protect it. Empty Lady's hand found his, warm and certain. That's exactly the story we're going to keep telling, she said. Every single day, for as long as we're given to tell it. Mirko pulled them both closer, red eyes soft in the fading evening light, all the fierce readiness of the day's battle settling now into something quieter, more contented. The commission wanted a monster, she said. Instead they built us. A family that refuses to be afraid of them anymore, protecting a district that never asked anyone's permission to matter. She pressed a kiss to the top of Izuku's head, unhurried and certain. I'd call that a pretty good ending to the story they tried so hard to write differently. They sat together for a long while as the last color drained from the western sky, none of them in any hurry to break the quiet, and Izuku found himself thinking back over the entire arc of the past 18 months, from a gymnasium that had changed everything to a rooftop that had, somehow, against every likelihood the world had once offered him, become the place he felt most completely himself. He thought of his mother, safe now and finally free of the fear that had haunted her since that first terrible morning. He thought of the elderly woman from the tenement fire, of the noodle stand owner who had refused payment for a warning that might have saved their lives, of a whole district that had chosen, freely and without any official mandate compelling them, to stand beside 3 people the world had once tried to erase. Do you two ever think about what we'd tell him? Izuku asked quietly, breaking the comfortable silence. The kid from the gymnasium. If we could go back and tell him what was actually waiting for him on the other side of all that pain. Mirko considered the question with unusual gravity. I'd tell him it gets worse before it gets better, she said honestly. I wouldn't lie to him about that. But I'd also tell him that the worst part doesn't last forever, and that somewhere on the other side of it, there's a family waiting that's going to love him exactly the way he always deserved to be loved, no conditions, no license required. I'd tell him he was never broken, Empty Lady said softly. Just untested. There's a difference, even if it doesn't feel like one in the moment. Izuku smiled, small and genuine, watching the first stars emerge over the district's rooftops. I think I'd just tell him to hold on, he said. That's all. Just hold on a little longer. It's worth it. Every single hard, terrifying, impossible day of it. It's worth it. Mirko pulled him close one final time as full dark settled over the district, and Empty Lady curled against his other side, and the 3 of them sat together beneath a sky finally, completely free of the fear that had once defined every night since a gymnasium changed everything, three people who had built, out of exile and betrayal and patient, unrelenting devotion, a family the world had tried and failed to erase, and a home that no institution, however powerful, would ever again have the authority to take from them. The three of them sat together on the rooftop as the last light faded from the sky, unbowed, unafraid, bound by vows no official system had witnessed and a battle no official system had won, watching over a district that had chosen them completely, exactly as they had chosen it, and each other. From the very first night an exiled, broken boy took a stranger's hand in a dark alley and found, against every likelihood the world had offered him, the beginning of a family worth building a whole new life around. It was, Izuku thought, watching the stars emerge one by one over the rooftops of a home he had built entirely on his own terms, more than enough. It was everything. Somewhere far from the district, in an office that had once decided his entire fate with a single unanimous vote, a different kind of reckoning had only just begun, slow and uncertain and far from complete, but real in a way institutional cowardice had never once permitted it to be before. It would take months, and in some ways years, for the full weight of that reckoning to reshape the system that had failed him. But it had begun, and Izuku, sitting on a rooftop between the two women who had rebuilt his entire world from the wreckage of that first betrayal, found that he no longer needed to witness the ending of that particular story to know that the beginning of his own had finally, fully, arrived. The district slept peacefully below them that night, guarded not by any official license or commission mandate but by three people who had chosen it, completely and without condition, the same way they had chosen each other in a compound built from rust and defiance and patient, unrelenting love. And somewhere in that quiet, hard-won peace, a boy who had once been told, unanimously, by 5 strangers in a windowless room, that he could never be trusted with the power he carried, finally, completely, believed the opposite to be true. Thanks for listening.